Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, February 17th, 2025. We got lots to get into tonight. Detroit Supercross. Lots to talk about with Detroit. Red flags, staggered starts, riders hitting the gate, riders crashing. Points lead is now shared. There's a lot to get into when it comes to Detroit. We're going to cover that tonight on the PulpMX Show, 702-586-PULP, 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Let's talk Detroit. Let's talk MXGP if you want. Amateur motocross as well tonight will be talked about as well, because we have from Mesquite and RMX series up there in Utah and Nevada. Gary Brough will be in, and he's going to come in later on in the show. We're going to talk about facilities and tracks and series and everything else with my two co-hosts tonight. We got Cooper Webb calling in, the winner of Detroit. Levi Kitchen, the winner of the 250 race, will also call in. And our resident grump, Phil Nicoletti, will also weigh in.
Are you kidding me?
With his thoughts on Detroit from the couch, and some great stories with one of our co-hosts this week as well from back in the day. Don't forget, LCQ Challenge is up and running on PulpMX.com. Tickets to the raffle are there. You can win a 2025 Wise 50. We are taking 17 privateers from their point standings and then adding some wild cards and going racing in Denver. And all the money goes to the privateers. I think we got 120 grand last year. $30 gets you a raffle ticket. You can win a dirt bike or win like 18 or 19 other cool prizes. PulpMX.com for all the information on that, and all the money goes to privateers, which, by the way, with some factory riders down these days, Starling, Harlan, Morans, and these dudes are getting into main events now, so they're not getting the number of points that they need. So go check that out. Buy a raffle ticket. Support the privateers if you can. That would be fantastic. Really appreciate that. And again, Cooper Webb, Levi Kitchen, Phil Nicoletti, Gary Brough, all calling in or going to be here tonight on the show. Looking forward to it. And 702-586-7857. Our sponsors tonight, Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Race Tech, Renthal, Acherbys, ProFilter, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Braces, Guts Racing, Cardo Systems, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Vehicles, Weisco Piston, MTX Braking, Luxon, Ethica, Troll Training, Factory Chassis Parts. All the codes to save are on PulpMXShow.com website, and whether it's FCP, whether it's W, Get, Atlas, Guts, all of those companies and more with codes to save. So if you're looking to purchase something for one of your dirt bikes or whatever, go to the show site and see if you can help and support a sponsor and a partner of ours, and that would be fantastic. So again, looking forward to a great show tonight. With me in studio, first up from RacerX Online, Keefer Inc. Testing, Triumph, FXR, PulpMX, the Kris Keefer. What's up, buddy?
I'm so happy to be here.
So I was thinking before.
That sounded sarcastic. Let me start over.
Okay.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
I was thinking before the show, because you drove here,
yeah,
and you just had a normal T-shirt on.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to say anything.
And you wanted me to keep it on?
I was thinking maybe we have a normal T-shirt tonight, but you are nope.
I think if you could count back all the shows I've done, I probably have worn normal T-shirts more than a branded T-shirt.
I dispute that heavily.
I think we should look that up.
And so yeah, it's fine. By the way, speaking of that, FXR,
you had one with Andy White recently.
Andy White just went up today.
Yeah, I listened on the way here.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'm giving you a download.
Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Give me a click. So check that out. And yeah, Kris Keefer in studio watching Detroit. We got a lot to talk about too.
You watched as well.
I did
you weren't
too.
There.
Yeah, I did not go. And you know what? Looking at the weather, looking at the snow,
you were okay with that.
I was okay with it because a lot of people have travel problems too, getting out of there.
Do you feel like you got enough info by watching it?
You never do. It's always better to be there.
Okay.
But you do what you can. You send texts out. You talk to people that were there. And
did you text any riders between practice sessions?
I did not.
Okay,
no.
good for you.
No, I did not. Oh, good for me.
Yes.
Okay.
Proud of you.
Also here in studio for his second time. First appearance was a long time ago, but we're happy to have him here, of course, from the Game Moto facility. It's Gregg Albertson. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm just here in my normal shirt.
Yeah, thank you, Greg.
Yeah, not trying to, well, I guess I'm trying to whore out my company with the hat. So.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. This has been in the works for a while. You put us on a text a long time ago. You're like, hey, I'd like to come in studio, and your game facility is really doing well, I hear. taken off. Keefer's been there. And obviously, like I said, we've been knowing each other for a long time. So I'm happy you're in. You were in after the U.S. Open? No, after the Monster Cup?
Yeah,
Long time ago?
Yeah, it would have been like maybe
Dude,
13
I don't even
or
remember
14.
that. Yeah.
It was long time ago.
So we started in 2010. So is that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it would have been not far after that. So,
Yeah.
it was just, it's good to be back. And, man, you guys, you always took care of me and my brother, with media and stuff growing up and those old Racer X videos and stuff we shot. So, we've been around for a while.
The shadow was pretty good with Jimmy. We did the Red Bud that time. That was really funny.
Right.
That was great. I think I was at Transworld that day. I think I was that
what
1
those
year.
Called? What were those?
Transworld Shadows, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Transworld Shadowed Rider. So I made my own video. I think I was I worked at Racer X for 5 or 6 years, went to Transworld for a year, and then went back to Racer X. But I think it was the 1 year I was at Transworld. We did that.
Yeah. So
and it was really fun.
Yeah, because he was supposed to be the friendly guy in the pits. And he's kicking the dog, smoking
Right,
cigarettes.
right.
Just that was kind of.
Yeah, that was awesome. So the game moto, and Gary Brough's coming in too, who you guys know, and he ran the Loretta's area qualifier this weekend up in Mesquite. RMX series is really popular.
Yep.
And when I talk to local guys and when I say, hey, I go to Mesquite, they're like, Gary's awesome. That series is awesome. So later on in the show, we'll get Gary in here and we'll talk about facilities and tracks and insurance and series and amateurs and all of that.
Ooh, that's its own show.
I mean, you guys can carry most of that. I'll be with those guys over there, those monkeys. Speaking of those monkeys, taking your phone calls over there, holding things down. The Tallon Taylor, what's up?
What's up, Steve? Happy to be here on a holiday.
It's not even a real holiday, man. It's not.
House husband.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
House husband.
Yeah, no, I know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but he wants to complain
Yar
about
Yar
working.
is a special lady. I love it.
It's President's Day. Is that a real holiday?
No.
Stop. Thank you. They want time and a half.
Time.
They want time and a half.
We don't want it. We're good.
It's required.
Yeah.
Working the cameras, working on the app and the NAS.
Ooh.
Travis Marks. What's up, Marks? How are you?
3-1, Steve. 3-1.
It's fine, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, that's called a round robin game. I follow the championship game. Show 131, May 2013 for Gregg Albertson. Yeah.
Damn.
Long time ago.
So
Solo co-host?
no, I don't think so.
But it was kind of a mess
Sheeran.
at that time. I think it was Monster Cup, and you invited
Yeah,
like so many people
normally I
in,
do
and we
that,
just
yeah.
rolled in. I was
Yeah.
like, and I was hungover, so I was just like, it was a last minute thing.
We got the debut of a new segment tonight.
Yes.
New segment. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. That's a new segment debuting tonight. Stay tuned for that.
Can't wait.
And we got lots going on. Again, great race in Detroit. Let's start with this.
Yes.
How do you hit the gate if you're the points leader in Supercross?
Did we?
How do you hit the gate? How do you do that?
I mean, do you? Let's deep dive it.
That was the first thing I saw RV yesterday. We were up in Mesquite, and I asked RV. I said, "What was that?" Like, I couldn't explain it. Not in any of. When they showed that replay, and he just ran straight into the gate, like
He
clutch out, no mistake.
Yeah,
like,
you do see the guys creep and hit it by accident. That wasn't
no
one
one
of
jumped.
those.
It was
No.
looked like a premeditated. I'm gonna Nicoletti this thing.
You never want to go full Nicoletti. You just don't. It did work for Mike a couple of times, but he also hit the gate a bunch.
I heard he didn't count. I heard AP flinched, made him go, and that's what hit the gate.
Okay, but I mean, a flinch should make you flinch.
Sometimes you can. I mean, he can ask Greg. Sometimes if you pop a little bit, you can make the guy react, and just enough to hit the gate.
Yeah, I was actually working that some 50 riders. I got this one little smart ass kid, and he's smart, and he was doing the fake jump to try to get other people to jump, but you don't think about that in pro
No,
Supercross.
no,
That's not. I don't think
Let me
that's
ask
a
you-
thing with.
Does that gate fall forward? Can he just push it forward? Does it fall flat forward? Does he have to back up? Because
No, if you hit it hard enough, I think it'll go forward.
it just goes forward, right?
Yeah, I think so. But
A lot of these guys back up, but you can just go.
I think you got to hit it pretty good.
Okay.
What the fuck are you doing?
I
Depends on where it's at on your knobby
you,
too. I would
you look at
assume.
that crash in the whoops last week. I know that he was riding great. He was going to win, and then the whoops started getting to him, and he crashed. And then you look at hitting the gate, and then you look at crashing with Harlan 2 turns into the race after he got going.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were better, man. I thought we were fixed.
Peace and love. Peace and love. But, like, it's rough. I mean, talk about Giselle, the whole thing. Like, this has been happening. How long have we been talking about this?
I just don't get it, man. He rode so well to get the third. I mean, he might have salvaged his season, right? But
Would you be safe to say that he is the fastest rider we have currently right now as far as raw speed?
Absolutely. I mean, Eli had him covered or the same, but Eli's gone. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
the mistakes alone, like you can tell even the announcers when they talk, it's like frustration. They're like, well, yeah, we don't even know what to say because it happens all the time. The week before, whoops. Now, gate. Like, he might win the next two. Something else will happen. Is it a concentration thing?
I don't know, man. I don't get it. I thought we were better. I thought he had wrapped this kind of stuff up. His speed on the KTM is back to where it was on a Honda, or maybe not the same, but close. And I just thought a couple years older, and and like when he was throwing it away a little bit before, it was first time kind of as the man, as the guy, right? First time.
Yeah.
Now he's had a few years of being the guy and the man. And
well, we try to make excuses before he was on the Honda about pushing the front end. Oh, it's the Honda. He's pushing. Well, the trend is still there. Maybe it's not the exact same way, but these things keep happening.
I don't know how you do that, man.
Do you think he's got to feel a little bit better just burning through the pack like that, though?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
His whip speed and everything was...
In the press conference after the race, he was happy.
Okay.
He's like, I know it's not a win, but, things like this, you're happy that you rode. Because he was 5/10 better than anybody else, best lap to best lap.
He was flying, and at one point, I'm watching on TV just like you this weekend, and Jade writes podium on there, and I'm looking at this, I'm like, podium? That's wishful thinking, and burn through there. And so I think he's got to leave with some confidence, especially after last weekend.
I think he is, but dude,
I don't know. It's one of those things though. Like if he can ride at 95% and win races, if he is the fastest guy now, then those mistakes might go away. I think that's where you see Jet, this year and him maybe not being able to ride at 95%. I mean, that's the only reason those guys don't make mistakes. When you're that much better and you can pull it back just a tad, then it can look like it's easy. It's like when you're pushing that limit. And it's that whole 450 class before it got depleted. It was like you could tell from the Triple Crowns everybody had to run the perfect race. It's hard to be at your absolute best 3 times in a row, and like you can can only give it 100% one time. Like if you're going to complete max, whether you go in a gym or you're trying to PR a mile or do as many pull-ups as you can, like you're gonna be worse the next time because you've just exerted all. And I think that's where the class was. And maybe if he's not there and he can kind of dial it back just a touch and find that happy place where he's not making that mistakes, this could be a good weekend for him to realize I don't have to.
That's what I was thinking too. Like go off what he says. Yeah, shit happened, but he came back from dead last. Now he knows, hey man, I can be dead last and crash and still podium. So in his mind, he's got to be thinking almost like a calming sensation. Like, okay, this is how good I am.
Yeah,
I need to get my shit correct. So not if I'm a 5th or 6th place guy around the first corner, it's going to be okay.
Fine. Yeah. Soak it in.
Yeah.
Get some laps steady. I don't know. That was I when he went down, I told Pookie, I'm like, I think he can get the 4th. He might get 4th. I mean, Anderson did throw it away, but he
passed him before that.
He passed Anderson. But yeah, man, dude. I mean, he rode great, and he sounded positive after the race. But dude, never go full Nicoletti. Just don't do that. And I get that maybe AP flinched. Okay, that's cool, but then you flinch. That's what happens. You don't just go rah. Just go.
Yeah, it's tough at that situation though. When you're all the nerves going, you want to get a good start. You can win, and then a little bit just distracts you, and your reaction time is you're ready to go, right? So like,
I just think he's got to feel good about the speed. Maybe those little, he's knowing he doesn't have to be perfect. Will, like you just said.
Do you remember? To go off of your point, San Francisco, the mud race, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember the fucking hole shot?
Yeah, he counted on that one.
Yes. He nailed that one, right?
Yeah,
so maybe he was trying to do it again.
You can't live like that, man.
No.
You can't live like that. Then you end up like Mike.
Mike got all the hole shots.
Mike was by the end when Mike was just doing that. He was just doing that.
Yeah.
And like Chase's starts have been an issue, but in Tampa it was great. He pulled the start, It's like so.
And it doesn't always work.
If you got to be Keir or Roger or Ian, you just got to be like, oh my God,
Yeah, but can you bring that up? You gotta be on the positive side though. You can't just bring. We gotta, I feel like if you just say, "Hey, we gotta quit making these mistakes," I mean, I don't think your brain's not hearing nod or quit. It's going mistake. I think you gotta focus on what was good and just not. Not ignore it, but I don't know that talking about it more in that camp is gonna make it any better.
No, I just meant more like when he does that. When you're watching him, when you're watching him at Detroit, you're just like, oh my God, So
have we seen a guy at his level ever, and you'll know more about this than me, they make this many mental mistakes or just on the bike mistakes? I don't think we've ever had a champion like that. Sometimes we had an Eli that was really good and then would get sixth, but we never saw Eli do these mistakes.
Right.
I don't know if we've ever had anybody like this.
I can't think of anybody at the top of my. I mean, Stu.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, I mean, Stu was classic.
But I feel like even Stu didn't have this many. He would just have big, huge crashes.
When he was pressed, though, Stu, another thing, when he's pressed, he made a lot of mistakes. I mean,
But when Stu alone never did that.
No, but that's 95%.
Yeah. Stu's definitely something I could think about. All right. By the way, Cooper Webb coming in. We didn't even talk about them.
Did anybody never talk about Cooper anyway?
Did anybody think? Did anybody think he wasn't going to get Roxon? Like poor Kenny, but like, was anybody like watching that going, "Yeah, man, I really think Roxon's going to hold on to this"? Like, no, the shark is lurking.
Yeah, I hoped I want to see Ken win, but like it's just too much history to go. Here it goes again. I could just the finger point guns back in the day.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking it's going to happen. And it's going to happen at the end. I didn't think it was going to happen at the 15-minute mark. I knew it was going to happen in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, and also we'll ask Coop when he calls in here, but you know that he's going to just be like, oh, like if you're Cooper Webb, you're like, 94, track getting kind of beat up.
Yeah. Right. 4 minutes left. I want to get in there.
And obviously, look, once Kenny started protecting the insides and kind of riding defensive, it's all over from there. But you guys know as racers, like, that's a really tough spot to be in because he's catching you, right? So in your mind, you see him, he's catching you. You know that. So you start thinking, what do I need to do? Well, I need to shorten my turns. I need to block it. But that's actually the worst thing to start doing, right? Like.
That's a question too. Like for me, like I would think, being that Cooper's on the YZ450, that thing is a loud son of a bitch. You can kind of tell where he's going to go. Yeah. You know, kind of listening.
Well, Kenny mentioned he was revving his clutch.
Yep, and you can hear him in the sand revving at him a little bit. But for me, you can kind of cover that by listening because it's a YZ450. But I've always wondered this, and I've been wanting to ask guys this. And I don't know if I don't think Cooper's an earplug guy. Do you know?
No, I don't think he is.
But a lot of these guys are wearing earplugs. In that kind of situation, I don't wear them. I've tried them. I didn't like them. Does that hurt you because you can't feel what's going on behind you? Because that's what I notice when I put these in. Sure, it kind of zones me in a little bit more, makes me concentrate, drowns out that loud noise, but also it would hurt you from someone that's behind you.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have done anything different, though, like noise-wise.
No, I'm not saying he would have won. I'm just saying I wonder in that situation when you have someone in your ass, like, does that help you or hurt you having earplugs in?
I don't know, man.
Okay. That segment's later, by the way.
Yeah, okay. But
he's just in my ass.
I mean, Kenny put on a brave face and said all the right things and was like, great race, rebound from Tampa, all of that. But same thing, he's got to be going, come on.
I don't think it's as deflating as it was back in the day, honestly.
Yeah. I think I'm with you.
Yeah, I think now he can build on this, be like, man, I rode a solid freaking 15 minutes. That was really impressive.
Yeah.
And then, he got me, but I'm in the hunt. I'm 16 back. I know I can be a podium guy all the time now, and I have the speed. And then we're going to a Triple Crown, and you know how good he is at the beginning of the race.
What do we mean we're going Triple Crown? Dallas?
Yeah.
Triple Crown?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
What?
Yeah.
Marks, check that out.
Triple Crown.
Dallas, Triple Crown.
How many Triple Crowns this year?
You're saying this week? This week?
Yeah.
Yeah, Triple Crown.
Nice.
Dallas?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, then I got to go.
Okay, goddamn.
I feel proud of that moment right there.
Okay.
That I knew this.
Hey, it does.
I feel proud.
I feel tired.
With Jet going out and Eli going out, like, and now we got, it's just the Kenny Tampa thing was a big blow. He's 17 back or something, right? But doesn't this just we're gonna start seeing this a two man deal?
Yeah,
I mean Kenny's gonna sneak a win somewhere, I think, but like
it seems like it.
Like really needed the guy Eli to not break his leg. That would have been nice.
Yeah,
that would have been really nice because he was enough points back, but had the speed, right?
Yep.
To send it. So, and I think like we did this on the review pod yesterday with JT and Weege. Like I still stuck with Sexton just because the speed.
You're still with
there.
Sexton now?
They're tied.
I'm just saying, like, if you could choose right now, who are you picking?
Well, I picked Sexton before the season, so I don't want to jump.
It's tough for me to pick Sexton because I don't know when Giselle's going to...
Yeah, but if you take Greg's point, he knows that speed is there.
Yeah. If I don't know, flip a coin for me, though, because Cooper's just so strong. I mean, the next 2 weekends, if Kenny can get up there but, like, third place. That's the worst it's going to get. It seems like, unless it's
seems
I mean,
like
it seemed pretty detrimental like this weekend, the gate, and then you look up in the crash, and then third.
I don't know if Webb has the speed to hit the gate, hit Grant Harlan, and go down, and then get a third. Does Webb have that speed? Even with this depleted field a little bit?
I don't know how he rode that last. Or
I mean, he came
yesterday
from
was,
10th in Tampa to 2nd.
I think he
So-
does now.
You do?
Yes.
Yeah. He looks good in Yamaha.
I'm going to paint this picture. Let's say Chase got Jason before the crash. If that was Cooper could have got Jason after the crash. That's how I feel like I would have put that.
Okay.
He could have
Yeah.
got third.
Chris Keefer here, brought to you by DecalWorks, DecalNMX.com. Use code PulpMX25 to save. Red Bull KTM, Husqvarna Off-Road guys. See the GNCC racing?
Dude,
The
XC2
guys took the top 3 spots.
really.
The guy,
Yeah.
Toth. Love that guy.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I love that dude.
Big Toth guy.
Big Toth guy.
I did not know that.
Yeah. He's like a soul rider that races.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I think he's X-Brand.
Is he?
I thought.
I thought that team's on its
Yeah.
own. Maybe.
I don't know. Anyways,
I don't know,
DecalWorks, DecalMX.com, official graphics of Keefer Ring testing. So if you need some graphics, tell them you want the Keefer special. They'll give you just numbers with no background, just sole numbers. Put them on your number plates.
Great.
So DecalMX.com, bringing you Chris Keefer here on the show. And also Greg is brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Love the guys at OGO. And Keefer has this Renegade backpack going on right now. And so A-Ray called me last week. And so they're doing a special. They decided to extend the special. So OGO Power Sports, not the OGO real, not OGO Power Sports. Code is Pulp15. Anybody who uses Pulp15 code and spends over $150 gets a Renegade Pro backpack for free for another week.
Oh, shit.
They're doing it again, yeah. So that's your favorite backpack right there.
Yep.
And over $150 with Pulp15 code at OGO Power Sports gets a free backpack. That backpack is $179.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's
free.
That's a great deal.
just spend the money. Spend $150 and you get a $179 backpack for free.
Damn.
So Gregg Albertson, brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Thank you again to those companies for doing it. Firepower Parts as well, firepowerparts.com, batteries, chains, many other things, loading ramps, tie downs. Firepowerparts.com, go there, check out the website. Really super informative, and Cooper Webb coming up here shortly. You did a podcast with, and I did one too, with Mark Johnson from REP.
Yes.
I did it maybe like a year and a half ago.
Oh,
And on your recommendation, super nice guy. Used to work for WP, of course.
Yep.
And now Kenny is in love with his suspension.
Yeah,
Kenny loves it.
He loves it. Yeah, Mark said when he started with them last year, he started with Kenny right before he did the 250 race in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, look, if I'm doing this, we're sticking with KYB. We're not going to go back to Showa. We're not going to. So we're KYB. And even though Ken had his little accident in the whoops with the Showa shock, there was still an option where he could have went Showa. And then Mark's like, look, we're just going to stick with this. And so far, so good. He hasn't. I asked Mark, has he changed much? He's like, no, he hasn't changed many things.
Kenny loves it. He's got a factory transmission now.
Yep.
And REP suspension.
That's good. Mark,
Love and life.
And Mark's been around, so
Yeah.
he knows.
Yeah.
And same thing, like we can talk to Webb about Gilly.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah. And Gilly is going to work with the Star guys now, right?
Gilly is going to Florida full time.
Full time.
Yep.
And working with all the Star guys and KY. Is it still kind of KYB or how does that work?
No, it's not a KYB. It's a Star
It's
contract.
Star contract. Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. Lots to get into tonight. Cooper Webb coming up here shortly. 250 class. Max Anstie got fucked. Absolutely screwed.
I wrote this in daytime.
Okay.
Do you agree with the red flag? Just the red flag. That's it. Before we move on, should have there been a red flag? Yes or no?
Sure. Like I take this side of I'm not a doctor.
Right.
Not if you're sure aware of that or not. I'm not a doctor. I'm also not kneeling over the rider talking to him.
Yep.
Know his injuries or anything like that. So I heavily lean towards if the medics say there's a red flag, there's a red flag.
Correct.
Because I'm not there.
And I think they got us. I don't mind it at all. Other forms of racing. I mean, you got to protect it. We're pretty, renegade, old school.
Yep.
Like, don't throw the flag. I think you got to throw the flag. I don't mind seeing it. And the Dash for Cash was amazing. Like that was the best part of the night. So, but from a pure, he did get fucked. But from a pure spectator entertainment value and then safety, like it hit all those marks. Like it was. I think it was the right call. Yeah, he got fucked. But 7 seconds. Like, how do you, are you watching that? Who?
No, and I talked to the AMA a few years ago about this, and they said when the medic yells red, everyone's wired in with headsets.
Mm-hmm.
And when a medic determines there's a red flag for whatever reason, out cold or needs assistance or whatever, the red flag goes out.
Yes.
There's no stopping and looking or where we at. From my understanding, when they say red flag, they have the flag finish line guy and everybody else starts waving them. So there's no like, let's wait.
There's no lag.
No, there's no lag
Okay.
from what I remember talking to the AMA about. But where I do have a problem is that 90% rule that was up on the TV screen was wrong. They had changed the rule because the 90% rule, the races used to be laps. So in AMA's position, you can tell how many 90% of 15 laps is or whatever, 20 laps. Well, now that it's timed, what's 90% of the time? And they didn't want to do that math. Now, I don't think that's a valid reason.
No.
Like you just literally go, you can do it a couple ways. You can say, well, look, our races are timed now, so it's going to be 13 minutes in 250s and 17 minutes in 450s. If it's past that, no matter what, the race is called.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to go 90%, you can simply look at 15 minutes plus one lap,
Yeah.
and just figure out the lap of the either average lap, leader lap, whatever you want. And now that number, there's a 90% number in there.
Doesn't even have to be the
reason
laps.
the AMA changed it was because they didn't want to do the math and figure out exactly what 90% is. But like, dude, it's like, I don't understand how you can work for, again, 7 seconds away from getting a last lap flag was Max Anstey. You work all that time to get that gap. And again, I'm fine with the red flag call, but the fact that rule is gone is ridiculous to me. I can't believe they changed
but
it.
to play devil's advocate, like, what
Okay.
if you're in the 450s class and you've got 3-4 laps to go, and you've got Webb sitting on somebody, and the pass, and like, he's doing his thing, and then it's 90% over, and you're calling it. We'd all be sitting here going, "That's such a stupid rule." He was, you know what I mean?
We wouldn't. We
You don't
wouldn't.
think
no,
so?
That's the rule. That's it, man.
I would just like to see it. I would like to see the race finished.
Well,
you know
and,
what I mean?
and
I
the
do.
fact, sorry, not
No,
to
you're
interrupt,
fine.
but like if they threw the red flag and let's say someone's passed that guy on that lap, it doesn't even count. It goes to the previous
goes to
lap.
previous lap. Yeah.
So then
Yeah.
we'd really be pissed off, right? Or that guy would be pissed off.
Well, I get what you're saying, Greg, but look, over 90% of the race is done. The gaps have basically been established. Yes, if you're Cooper Webb, who's known for late race charges, hey, man, sorry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You should have got it done before or whatever. To lose all the gaps that you've worked so hard for to establish, it's just insane to me that you would just throw the red and we'd have another staggered start. I just don't get that part. I
Yeah.
don't know why the rule went away.
My,
I know what the AMA said why it went away, but it doesn't make sense to me.
I just heard some rumblings that people were pissed off they threw the red flag in general, which I think is bullshit. They should have thrown the red flag.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's one time I remember Phoenix. Bogle caused the red flag, and I love Bogle. He's awesome. But he jumped up and went back to his bike and raced the next race.
Right.
And, like, that to me was like, eh.
Yeah.
Like, the dude literally didn't – like, Cameron couldn't stand.
Right.
He was KO'd. And his knee –
And he was just after the whoop, so someone got whiskey throttle through
yeah,
the whoops.
the only time I can remember being like, come on, was with the Bogle incident, where I'm like, dude, he's racing the Triple Crown.
Yeah, I feel like.
And he popped up and was like all just like walking.
And there's no rule that says if you cause the red flag, you can't.
No,
go back
there
to
isn't.
the gate.
There-
That
there
needs
was,
to be done.
Wow, there was a thing about with McAdoo
Yeah.
talking in the bridge in Atlanta and all of that. I think the Star guys were upset about that. But I never questioned a red flag except for that Bogle time.
Yeah.
Because, again, I'm not a medic. I'm not a doctor. They
Right.
cause it. They think it's there. We've had a lot, though. I mean, we're going to have Levi on tonight. He's had 3 races in 2025, and they've all been
red
flag.
There's a lot of reds this year, by the way.
Yeah,
Even in qualifying.
Seems like there's a red a lot.
Yes.
Back in the day,
There wasn't many.
They'd be zipping up the body bag.
Dude, that's what I was just talking about. Someone, like, there's a lot more red flags the past 2 years than there
Yeah.
ever has been.
Yeah. Well, I know Feld's going through a lawsuit with Brian Moreau from years ago.
Oh wow.
So maybe there's something to that, I don't like lawyers and everything else. I don't know. Absolutely, we've had more red flags in the last 5 years than I've seen in my previous 15 years on the circuit. You know what I mean? We had more, without a doubt. But I don't know, man. Once you
Well, do you think it's more crashes, or you
No,
think
I-
you're-
no, I think they're
it's
just being more careful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And
absolutely
I like that.
I
really
absolutely
do.
think
no problem
they're
with that.
being more careful. It's just I'd like to see I'd like to see because the only way the reason the race goes now is if it's on the last lap. There's a red flag on the last lap.
It's done.
It's done.
I know we got Coop on the phone,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
let's say they called the race with 7 seconds, and they said, "Hey, man."
Well, 90% rule. Let's say the old rule was in place.
I'm just saying. Let's say AMA did this Saturday night. They said, "Okay, we're done."
Yeah.
Do you think anyone is protesting?
No. Everyone's like, okay, man, we get it.
Right.
Like the 90% rule's there.
But let's say Levi is in Anstey's ass. Does anybody say
No.
You still think
that's the rules. The
Okay.
rules are there. 90%. They've been that way for a long time. We've had races called.
Okay.
We've absolutely had it happen where they're like, hey, man, it's over 90% and there's a red flag and this is it. This is the final.
Yeah.
You know, the rare times that happens, it's fine. I don't think anybody would have cared. I know Wygant said Pelletier had team managers running up there with the screenshot from last week's broadcast saying 90% rule and saying, hey, man. And my DMs are full of people saying the AMA just made it up. Well, no, the TV guys had the wrong rule. They didn't get the updated rule. It happens. They made a mistake.
Are you going to give the AMA the benefit of the doubt of going back this year and looking at all of this again to change the rules? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No, they changed it for a reason. That's the reason. They like.
I'm just saying, like every year when these things happen,
Yeah.
just like in a car crash, hey, you need to put a stop sign at that 4-way stop because someone passed away. Like now we hit a mark, on Saturday night. Hey, this was an awkward situation. Are we going to change that for next year? Do we do that?
No, because they changed it the way they had that rule in the book for 15 years and they changed it. So
I don't know. Still don't like it.
I don't like it either. I don't think so. But anyways, let's get to our first guest of the night. The man won the damn race. Brought to you by Renegade Fuels. Racers that win, pour it in. Will Hahn won a championship with Renegade Race Fuels. I mean, if Will Hahn could win a championship with Renegade, anyone can. Right?
Jesus.
PulpMX 25 is the code to save. They'll deliver it right to your door. Renegade Race Fuels brings you the Detroit winner, the co-points leader, Cooper Webb. What's up, Coop? How are you, man?
What's up, Steve? How are y'all?
We're good. Thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Congrats on the win. That was awesome. And also, too, Fly Racing's first win since Zacho, Salt Lake
shit.
City, 2021.
Damn.
Yeah. It's been a while for Fly, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's yeah, it feels good, man. It was a great night for me, and yeah, stoked to be able to deliver for Fly.
Also, there's a 20% off Fly right now. Check Coop's
Yeah,
social.
exactly.
Yep. Check Coop's
That's
social.
what we're doing. We're giving back right now. So
That's what we do.
20% off.
Yep.
Use my code.
Damn.
Great support for
Yeah.
the sport. Come on, Keefer.
Yep.
Coop wins. People get discounts.
Did FXR do anything with Jordan Smith's winning? Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. Fly and Coop give back. Jordan and FXR, nothing. So, hey, Coop, listen, we were talking about it earlier. We're just like, it's late in the race. Track's breaking down. Roxon's in front. I mean, look, Kenny's awesome. He's a great rider, but all of us were talking and we're just like, yep, that's Coop's time. And I'm guessing that's going through your head a little bit, Coop.
I mean, it definitely is a spot I've been in before, right? So you never know. I mean, you have strategies and, you have things lined up. And, he was riding awesome. It wasn't like we were riding around by any means, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were really going after it. So I felt very confident with where I was. It was just kind of picking a spot and making it happen. And, yeah, we were able to do it, and it was awesome. It overall was a super fun race.
Mm-hmm.
It was good to battle. I felt like we were both super fair and clean, and man, it was a good ending on my end for sure.
Yeah, that is something that when you've raced Kenny and you've raced him so much, neither one of you is going to do anything stupid.
It's not San Diego anymore. We're done with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And we're older, wiser, everything like that, this, that, and the other, and we're both, going for a potential championship too, right? So you don't want to just totally wreck each other. So, yeah, it was awesome. I mean, it was, just kind of like almost a chess match a little bit. So it was sick.
Did you have any issues? And I didn't watch all of qualifying because it was started so early. That quad they took out, the one that Joey died on. Did you have any issues with that thing getting taken out and knocked down a little bit like that, the face, or were you fine with it, or how did that go in your mind?
I don't really care. Like,
okay.
I don't, I don't have an opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know some people were upset, some people were happy. I didn't care either way. I didn't think it was, quads are big. That one was big. There was risk, obviously. So with that being said, did it change the income out of the race? No. So I don't know. I don't know what's the right or wrong thing. It didn't affect me either way. We actually had this track at the farm all off season, and that was a talking point of the season, or our off season. There were certain days where, we were hitting that quad at our practice track, and in a group, you had to commit to it, and if the guy didn't commit to it in front of you, there was potential risk. And I even called it. I said, I think at the race, if this is here, this will get changed.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a fruition coming to life.
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you probably will, but like when you're behind Kenny, to me watching the race, and he was screwed either way because you were catching him. He knows that. He knows it's you, and you're good at this stuff. He starts going in low and squaring the turns and changing what he was doing. And he's screwed either way because the way he was riding, you were catching him, and the way the bowl turns were, you could easily come up on him. So I understand he's changing it. I'm not criticizing that. But in your mind, when you see that, Coop, are you like, oh, yeah, I got him now because he's changing things up, right?
For sure. And, I mean, I was in a good spot either way, like you said, right?
Yeah.
I prefer to be out front. Some people say, I watched the broadcast and Ricky was saying, oh man, I'd much rather be in second and watching the guy and this and that. I see kind of what he's saying, but I still think out front is the best place to be. But with that being said, I felt like the pace for me was comfortable. Like I didn't feel like we were riding, or at least for me, I wasn't riding over my head or a speed that I wasn't, acquired to. So for me, it was just kind of putting in the laps and analyzing, and you're kind of hoping for a mistake, honestly. And he never made one. So yeah, it was just kind of one of those things where you're, at least for me, you're kind of thinking of where you can make your pass, and I'm pretty good at knowing throughout the night, like where passes can or can't be made. So just kind of saw some openings and went from there. Like I said, he did make changes, and that's what made it harder. Like, he was adjusting his riding. So that then has to kind of change your outlook a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, it was I love those kind of races. Obviously, for myself, I pride myself in those racecraft situations. So for me, it was, played well for me.
The section where you guys had to go around the turn 3-3-5 and jumping over the 5 and then into that left and across the start, I felt like if it was going to happen, you could see it as the camera was following you guys, you were really good in that area. You could cut lower, and you had enough engine to still go over that 5 and being in that low line. And then you carried your momentum across that start and went wider, and you kept it on more. So I felt like if it was going to happen, it was going to be in that area. Do you feel like that was your strong point of the track?
Yeah, no, that was a good spot for me. And that's what was nice is I felt like if I did, make a mistake or if I lost a little bit of time here or there, I felt strong everywhere on the track. But like you said, that was a strong point, kind of cutting back and to that first turn and to that area before the whoops, and I felt great in the whoops all night. I felt great in the stand. Like I felt great everywhere. It's just as much as the racing was good, it was still somewhat of a difficult track to pass in the sense of you really had to be close because we were all riding similar lines and similar pace, and we were all doing basically that same line. That was like Keefer just said, the only kind of line I was doing a little different. He was doing the wheel tap to where I was kind of slingshotting it and just kind of rolling, doubling, and then going that side. So, but yeah, it was a fun race for sure, no doubt.
Cooper Webb here, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels, 702-586-PULP. If you want to talk to Cooper Webb, go ahead. Thanks to Renegade Race Fuels.
Your bike, it's evolved. You have Gilly now. I mean, Gilly's doing a lot of stuff for you now. How much has that helped you for this year?
It's awesome, man. I mean, that was when I got onto the team, that was one of the things I was most excited about, like last year. And as we've gotten to work together and learn each other and gel and thrive, and him and Rich Simmons, they've worked together forever, and yeah, it's really nice. He's a genius. We're always bouncing ideas off each other, and I've been happy. I've been pretty vocal that we found a great base setting and really haven't wandered much from there. And it's nice to go weekend after weekend being within a click. Is really something that I feel like when you're riding well and things are clicking, that's just like a dream scenario. And that's what it's been like for me. So yeah, I'm stoked, and he's going to be more involved here soon. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
We need to get my stuff working a little better too. So let's work on
Coop,
that. Yeah.
Coop, dude, I'm driving up. There's a group message, as you know, what Steven his group fucking messages. Like, he's texting Gilly, I need what Coop has. I need to be better. I need Coop's shit. I'm just like, fucking
dude,
hell,
I'm telling you, it's got to get that hold up a little better.
Dude.
It was definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why. Let's set up a test at the goat farm and make it happen.
Thanks, Coop. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Hey, Coop, it's Gregg Albertson here, and man,
what up?
Oh man, not a lot, but man, I use you as a example a lot with my coaching business, because I mean, there's one thing I noticed
You
about.
want to break off some of your money to him?
Well, I might need to because we work. I was wondering if you guys, if you work.
that.
I was wondering how much you work on. You don't make a whole lot of unnecessary transitions from standing to sitting. You don't move around a lot on the bike, and it seems like it works out. I remember watching Dallas a few years ago, and I was counting the amounts of times that he made a transition from standing to sitting, and it was like 13 times a lap, and Chase was doing 17 times a lap. And I'm going, how is he so strong? So I think, obviously with the suspension, it seems like you'd be a pretty good guy to work with, because, I mean, for me, it shows in your riding. Is that something you work on, is just, not making really a lot of unnecessary movements?
Yes and no. A lot of the times, it's sometimes just being comfortable. Like, I feel like when you're having a good working motorcycle and you're gelling and things are good, you don't have to be super animated on the bike. But that is a trend, right? We've seen it with Chase, and we've seen it with Ken and Jed, and these guys, they stand up super late into the corners, and it's something that I have been working on, because, I mean, I think it does help to a degree, right? Like, if you could stand up over the bumps and sit down and compress your suspension and have the thing ready to go, it does help. But like I said, I do feel like I'm able to do that by sitting sometimes as well, or whatever the case is. And I mean, I think it's no doubt I'm not the flashiest guy on the bike or the most technically sound, but I'm with you. I think my movements are minimal, and I do feel like I save a lot of energy when I ride. And but yeah, I mean, it's a unique style and stuff like that. But we don't, some of the guys on the farm, like, we have such a interesting and unique and good and fast group with all different styles, and especially now, like with Hayden and Davies and Dax Bennick and these young kids that have that crazy good style. I'm still picking up from them, and I think it is helping me, as I'm trying to get that 5% better each year. It's something that we pay attention to, and Swanepoel works with us on it, and the team and stuff like that. So, but with that being said, I think a lot of the times you see at the races, I kind of go back to that, sitting and hitting my marks and standing, minimal compared to Jed or Chase or something like that.
Yeah, you do both. It seems like your situational awareness is just really good on what you're riding. It looks like you will do it if you need to, and you don't. And some of those kids, that new school riding, feet on the pegs, all the way around the corner type stuff, I feel like it works good. But, if there's one or two corners on the track where it's faster to sit and get your leg out, you're doing that. And I think some of those other guys are missing. Yeah. It's really fun to watch you, just because, if you're trying to pay the bills, I mean, you're doing might not be the flashiest, but you're doing a damn good job of it.
It's funny because he mentioned that, and I have that in my notes, is like, everyone talks about, Cooper's mental game and how he stays low in the corners, but when you watch him ride, he's very good at finding traction. Like, Kenny's good at that too, but we never talk about how good Coop is with the throttle and how he finds where there is slick spots, how much throttle he gives in those spots, and then trying to find spots of traction on the track. That's where I think you're really good at, and it's kind of, underrated.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Maybe. Did you think maybe being underpowered on that on your Honda 150 back in the day kind of forced you to be more creative? You know what I mean? Because obviously you gotta search for more. You gotta have your eyes more open, and you gotta search for lines. So I'm always looking at that stuff.
No, and like you said, I mean, I think you establish a lot of your habits at a young age, right? Like I have had this conversation with a lot of different people, and I know everyone have different opinions, but my attitude on it is once you're pro, in my opinion, it's very hard to change your technique and your riding style completely. Can you work on little things? For sure, but your style is kind of your style. So with that being said, you pick that up along the way as a kid or super mini rider or a 50 rider, who knows where it, came from. And I do think, like you said, my upbringing was unique in the sense of I had great sponsors and great equipment throughout the years, but it was never maybe the top of the line stuff that I was on. So I was definitely always working and making those bikes get the most horsepower, and me having to carry a lot of momentum. And I think also me growing up, like I tell people all the time, we raced so much because that's how we helped pay the bills, was through contingency. And I think that just really helped me with a lot of my things, just racing throughout the years. And I used Gary Bailey as a kid, and he was great with technique, but the racing, looking back, I think was just really what helped me, right? Because you just learn so much when you're racing every weekend versus maybe nowadays it's the age-old question with the facility side, right? And it's great because these kids can get so much advanced so much quicker, but then maybe you're missing out on the gate drop sometimes. Yeah. So it's a unique sport. Like it all changes, but yeah, I mean, I think that's something that I don't think about. Like when I'm out there riding, I'm not like, all right, how can I get the best traction to the ground or anything like that. But with that being said, I do feel like that is a strong suit of mine, is being able to control the power and use it to my advantage and not make it a disability or anything like that.
I heard a couple things from the farm, talking to some people on your team. A couple things I heard was there's a set of whoops that are there that are faster to jump through them, and you're just like, no, I got to learn how to skim better. I'm going to skim Supercross on Saturday nights, so I'm skimming these during the week. And so when it's working on whoops, Coop, with the bike setup and everything else, you're taking a bit of a beating during the week, but you're skimming. Was that accurate?
I am, and that's accurate. And I think it's something that, as we know, like I feel like I've always been good at skimming whoops. Am I the absolute best? No. But I'm able, right? And I'm a good rider. So with that being said, I do think I've the past few years alluded to jumping, and sometimes it is faster. Sometimes it truly is, but I do feel, for me, A2 was the one where I wasn't super comfortable skimming that night. Like I struggled with that, especially that second set when they were rock hard and slippery and pretty big, and just struggled jumping, struggled skimming, it was a struggle. So that week, I just kind of told the team, like, hey, I don't care that like you just said, the test track, we've timed it all off season, and it was faster to jump. And me and actually Deegs were the two that were like, hey, this is a point that we need to both be better, and we're skimming no matter what. If we lose half a second a lap, don't care, because we need to both be better in skimming, and we can't lose races because, or at least that's how I felt. Like A2, you could win or lose that race based on the whoop section. And so like you said, you got to kind of humble yourself sometimes, and it's not that I'm not capable, right? It's just like at the end of the day, lap times are important to a degree, and we got to get back to just doing what's actually going to help you on the weekend sometimes.
Yeah, and this person was telling me too, like, mentally, you racers, and we've all been around them.
Right.
Everything that during the week leads to a good Saturday night. Well, if you're getting beat because you're not jumping, this guy was telling me just Coop is so mentally strong, he doesn't care. He's just like, I'm skimming these, like for all the reasons you just talked about, and I'll be fine on Saturday. I had a good week.
For sure, and that's how quick it can change, right? In my opinion, and that's why I everyone says, oh, once you go racing, you learn, but that's the stuff that, at least for myself, that you truly do, right? Yes, you learn with the bike. Yes, you learn with the pace and this and that, but you go, okay, I suck there, then I need to be better, and that's how I've always approached it anyway.
I also heard, same person told me you had to go around with the 250 kids and kind of straighten them up a little bit a few weeks ago or a week ago or so, and be like, hey man, like, we all kind of know you crashed in the off season a little bit, and then other stuff, and you had to go in and kind of be the general a little bit and be like, hey guys, let's calm down.
Dang, bro, you just need to move into the farm. You got a good sort.
But
TMZ. It was, like you said, I this off-season crash was against my will, or however you want to say it. It wasn't exactly my fault. So we had an incident, I think everyone saw with Thrasher, and it wasn't his fault either. And I mean, it's unfortunate, right? You have a big group and you have young kids, and it's just everyone, especially the 250 side more, they have a lot of pressure, and obviously Bobby asks a lot from his riders, and you got egos, and you got top, everyone wants to be the top dog, right? And I think it was a conversation that just needed to be had, like, hey guys, we're all here to win. We're all here to win championships. We're here to be on the podium. We're here to be top 5. Like, everyone has different goals, but with that being said, we got to make it to the freaking race. It just, during the week, collisions and little mistakes mentally here and there. I get, some things are going to happen against people's control, but if we can control it, let's just have respect for one another. And honestly, I learned that at Eldon's. Eldon was really good about that. Like, hey, we're training partners. We're, yes, your competition and your rivals and this and that, but we're using this to get better. So let's, as much as we can, put our egos aside, and that's how I felt, and just kind of, I feel like that's kind of been my role a little bit here at Star since I've been here, is obviously to win and be the best rider I can be, but I've also really enjoyed helping the younger kids, and obviously with my experience, there's little stuff that I can always try to help and apply, and I've been there and done it, unfortunately or fortunately, whatever way you want to look at it. I've had highs and I've had a lot of lows. So if I can help a 18 or 21-year-old kid maybe avoid some of the mistakes I did, then I'm all about it. So it's fun. We have a great group. Obviously, it's a lot of guys, but each one is unique, and they're great kids, and they all work hard, and everyone gets along, and that's hard to find, when you have a big group like that, and there can be a lot of butting heads, and it's been a fun, solid group, and like I said, I think we all benefit from it in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a younger kid and you don't even think about it because you are just trying to be better and kill everybody on a Wednesday so that you feel good, and you got this champion come over to you and be like, hey man,
you can chill out a little bit.
We can chill out a little bit, and then you're like, okay, like this guy, he's literally like an all-timer, and he's telling me that we can.
Yeah.
I think it helps. Yeah, I think it helps.
And it does, and it's hard. I mean, there's been Bobby's literally signed guys off lap times at the goat farm, right? So like,
fuck. That answers my question then.
Yeah. Well,
a lot of pressure, Hey,
the Max Yancey thing. When Max said that on the podium, I'm like, oh shit, like oh my god. And then I texted a guy that used to race for Star, and he replied, I don't know for sure, but I would bet you Bobby loved that. And I'm like, what? I go, what? And he goes, oh yeah, Bobby would love that. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. Well, sure enough, Anstey tells Lewis, oh yeah, I talked to Bobby. We're all good. He loved it.
No, that's at the presser when I was walking in and Max was walking in. I just was like, hey, dude, that sucks for you. That's I heard you guys talking about it when I got on. Like, it is, in my opinion, BS. But he was like stressing. He goes, dude, mate, like I'm gonna get shooed by Bobby. Like I said this on the podium. I'm like, bro, don't even worry about it. Like that's what he wants. He wants you to get mad and get fired up. Like he's gonna eat that up. I've had plenty of days where we got into it, and like the one I remember, I was a rookie. 2014 Vegas Supercross. It was a shootout, and we had been prepping for outdoors, and that was when the shootout was. I think that year we had a West Coast main and an actual shootout afterwards. And, it didn't – maybe it did count for points, but, like, I was out of the points and all that. But anyway, long story short, didn't qualify well, and he had told me, bike's getting parked tonight. You ain't racing. You're effing embarrassing out there. You ain't racing, boy. Get ready for Hangtown, whatever. And I got fired up, and, I'm a big napper on race day, so I told him, I said, Bobby, I'm going to go take this nap, and when I wake up, if my bike ain't off off that tailgate, I said, I know you've been told to respect your elders, but I'm going to whoop your ass. And he said, boy, you can go take that nap, but you might as well get in your car and start driving home. You ain't racing. So I woke up, started getting ready. He walks in and was dead serious. Like, you ain't racing. And that was, I think he had just got a knee or a hip, something replaced. And I literally told him, I wasn't that great yet, but I told him, I said, you better make sure that your knee don't hold you back from getting to the podium tonight, because I'm going to be on it. And sure enough, that was like a breakout night for me. I led most of the main event against Dean Wilson and ended up second and got fourth in the shootout. And, like, that was the beginning of it, right? He knew. Like, he was so stoked, and he knew, all right, I can – like, he's almost testing to see how tough you are. And it don't work for everyone, right? I mean, there's horror stories, as we've heard about Star, and he's a lot better. He enjoys it, man. He likes to get to know each personality, and he treats every single guy differently, at least now. But there's a lot of test runs along the way. Some good and bad and ugly, but I like that. I'd much rather have that than a guy that's out there saying good job whether you got first or last and giving you a pat on the back. And, like, that's just, for me, it's always been a great thing for me is that little bit of tough love and, give you credit when credit's due, but we're here to do a job. And,
Troll Train was just like, oh, my God. Like, he almost couldn't – Alex did really well there, but he didn't like that. He didn't like that.
People don't work like that.
He didn't like Bobby's management style.
No.
So,
and like I said, I get it. And if you're, I think for me, I didn't know any better, right? Like, I signed with Star from day one, so I just figured that's how every team in the paddock was,
They're gonna bench
but
me.
I do think, like you said, everyone's different, and he has gotten a lot better. I think through time, he knows who he can push and who you can, and
I don't know. I thought that was hilarious.
Who knows if it worked? Who knows if it didn't? But I'm with you. It was awesome. And
this rider, this ex-Star guy was like, "Oh no, dude." He goes, he's like said, "I don't know for sure, but I bet you Bobby loved that." And sure enough, so this guy called it, because I was like, "Dude, can you imagine a NASCAR guy, any sport, just being like, if he's gonna talk to me like that, he can just stay home." Like what? Like what the hell? That was great. Last question for you, Coop, from me. Daytona is coming up, and you've certainly done really well there. The guy who won it 18 times is gone. Jet is gone. We know that, I think, to me, this Daytona in a couple weeks, I don't know what's going to happen. I think it's going to be amazing, and I would bet that you want to win this thing maybe more than any other race.
It's definitely crossed my mind. It's a bummer that we have all the guys out right now. I mean, it's definitely, changed the dynamic of things, as we know. But with that being said, there is a real opportunity, and I'm excited for the challenge. And like you said, I think last year was the first time I wasn't ever on the podium there, and we joke about it all the time, but I say if it wasn't for freaking Eli, I'd be like a 6-time winner there. So, anyway, no, we'll see. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but would love to get that done. Would be awesome for sure.
I think there's a bunch of guys looking around being like, I'd love to get this done.
Yeah, of course.
So it's gonna be a great race. Renegade Race Fuel is bringing you Cooper Webb. Anything else?
I
for
got
Coop?
one more.
Okay.
Yamaha YZ450F, obviously, to me.
Great bike.
Yeah, great bike.
Yeah.
Fastest,
Amazing bike.
Amazing bike.
fastest bike on the track.
You just
Hold on.
keep talking about triumphs, dude.
No, it's fine. Just relax.
Okay.
I'm pumping Yamaha up right
Okay.
now.
All right.
But here's my butt.
Oh yeah, here's your butt.
Uh,
But wait, I want to also say I got Coop's Recluse set up
oh my
in my
God.
garage.
See,
Bro.
Coop. This is what we
Yep.
go with.
Recluse or hydraulic?
I run the hydraulic now, but I also have the Recluse set up. So
Nice.
I am going to have your clutch set up here shortly.
But I thought you wanted Tomac's buttery, like
No.
85 feel clutch
Yes.
lever.
Well, no, but he's a cable.
did.
He's a cable guy. So I like the hydraulic feel. So
Okay.
then I went to Coop's bike, and I'm like, no, that's what I want.
Okay.
That feel, because hydraulic feel is better.
Is Coop's lever stiff or is it?
No, it's easy.
Okay.
No, and I've been told part of it's because it's Recluse.
Okay. All right. So anyway, the
Yeah.
YZ450F, your
Yeah.
bike and Tomac's bike. Tomac is quoted saying, I want all the power. I need all of it. We know that you don't ride like Eli. Have you ever ridden Eli's engine package and been like, holy shit? Or how much different is your delivery versus his?
Yeah, I rode it my first week here. One of the days they were like, hey, this is our package, but then this is the Eli package. I'm like, oh, sick, let's try it.
Yeah.
And I made it about 3 turns, and I said, I don't ever want that in my bike again. I don't know exactly what he's on right now,
Yeah.
but last year we were about as far different as you could get.
Okay.
I do think he's made some changes on it, but yeah, that was honestly one of my big things when I first got here was mellowing the engine out. It was very fast, and torquey and great. And like I said, it had some great qualities, but I'm opposite. Like there's no need for a 450 to be that fast,
Right.
It's especially in Supercross, right? Like the stadiums are getting tighter and the floor space and just this and that. So that was the biggest adjustment for me when I first came to the team last year was finding an engine package that worked. We did a lot of testing with that and found one that obviously worked really well for me, and I can ride it hard, and it's got, like you said, the necessary power, but it's a lot more manageable, a little more easy to ride. I feel like it goes well with the suspension and chassis, and everything just jives really well. And so that's been the biggest thing. But yeah, I think Eli is a special human, as we know, where he wants that thing just fast and more high speed the better, and just the way he rides. Like, even he was at the farm in December, and it really did blow my mind. Like when we would take videos of myself or whatever, or just me watching, and how different we rode the same track, if that makes sense, was just like, wow, this is incredible. The differences of how we ride and what we like and don't like, and it's pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I would assume you come from the KTM background for a little while, right? And that engine's pretty smooth and linear, so you're trying to probably make it a little bit like more that way.
But on the flip side too, like Eli, no one wants that.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah,
right.
like that's just
No,
literally
exactly.
Eli.
And that's where you can attest to, like, where Justin is more my style. Like, we're still a little different, but he's same way, right? He wants a mellow, kind of easy response. He rides it clearly a lot different than even both of us too. So yeah, it was that was a big transition. Like I said, I really loved the KTM power, especially the older bike. Like that 2021 engine was a dream. Like, it was incredible. I don't know, my 23 bike, like, we got where I was pretty happy with the engine. Still can never quite match like that 21 feel, but I know that was a big thing for me. Like you said, the KTM, I love that engine at the time, and now with the Yamaha, I feel like we have a good kind of mix where I have a lot more torque, which the KTM didn't really have, but then it kind of is a more linear power like the KTM was too. So yeah, we've hit the nail on the head, and you guys are awesome with anything like that bike related. They do in a jiffy and can make me happy right away, and Yeah, it's awesome.
We should ride Coop's bike this year 'cause we did it like a few years ago.
We can't. Brad's not going to let us ride Starbikes. See, Brad hates me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Sorry, man. Swap Moto can ride him. I don't know.
Got the shrapnel over here.
It's not my fault. Awesome. Hey, Coop, thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
Congrats on the win. Points leader along now, co-points leader. So, Triple Crown this
Appreciate
weekend.
it.
Looking forward to that, man. Thank you for the time.
Yep, thank you guys.
All
And
right.
Steve, let's pump up our Fly Racing discount code.
Yep. 20% off. Go to Coop's social media for the code. Congrats to Fly for getting
Best
the first
dressed
win.
in Phoenix, by the way. Best dressed in Phoenix.
In Phoenix, yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, he
Is
looks
that
good.
still the thing, the best dress? That's
We throw it in every now and again. It's not lit kit. We try to be adults about it. Best dressed, so.
Yeah. Gotta be adults.
growing up. I like it.
Thanks, Coop.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Later,
See ya.
guys.
All right, that's Cooper Webb, everybody, the winner of Detroit. We're going to transition right into the winner of Detroit 250 class. And from Monster Energy Pro Circuit, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, renthal.com. It's Levi Kitchen. What's up, Levi?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Oh,
good,
no,
man.
Max was on here. Sorry.
What?
I thought Max was.
Max.
It's a joke.
Yeah, I don't know what Tallon's doing over
Levi
the corner.
didn't laugh either, so he didn't like that
Yeah,
joke
he
either.
didn't. Hey, are you going to practice staggered starts now during the week? Is this going to be implementing staggered starts practice during the week? Because what is going on, right?
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, 2 in a row now.
Well,
I've
three.
even had,
3 with the heat race.
yeah, I was going to say, actually, yeah, a lot. Yeah, 3 of them.
I don't even like. So I don't know if I was ever part of one as a mechanic. Like, do you get fresh goggles and you kind of just sit there? Like, you're not. Are you thinking about much, or do you getting any strategy from your mechanic about the track or anything, or like, what do you do?
I was just chilling there. I got some new goggles and then ripped like 14 of the tear-offs off because I knew I only needed like 2 for the 2-lap sprint.
Right.
And then really I just thought of, I didn't really talk to my mechanic much. I just thought of like a game plan of how I can, where it's open to maybe make a pass, and just tried to strategize that way.
Well, the strategy was Max went outside in the sand for some reason.
Yeah, to be fair, like I didn't really know if inside was any better. Like as far as during the race, I was going outside also, but I knew that if I hit the inside right, it was going to be close.
Yep.
And I ended up kind of getting lucky and stood through it and hit it pretty well on that first lap. So was able to get up next to him, and then it was kind of chaos after that.
So I do think I think the race should have ended. They changed the rules. That's fine. I get it. All of that. But no one should give you any heat for winning the race. That's for sure, Levi. Like, that's the part where
I fully understand why Max is mad. I would have been mad. But more so not mad at, you can't really be mad at me.
No, of course not.
It's, I wanted to, I don't know. We want to win. That's what we go there to do. So, it was a weird situation. I knew better than to, I didn't want to do any, I could only imagine if I'd have done something dirty. That's where it would have went way too far. Like if he, imagine, with everybody getting bunched up and say he goes down, that would have been, that wouldn't have been good. But, no, I tried to make it clean, and
it was great. But RJ was in the mix. It was a great racing.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, and I knew, in my sake too, I wanted to get out front, especially because I knew I could get caught up with anybody else, whether it was RJ or whatever. Once I made that pass, I was like, I need to go ASAP, or else, there's more here. So, that was a weird one. That definitely.
Where did
go
you
in
lose
history
time in the
books.
race? Like Max was gaining, time on you. Where do you think you were lagging?
He was getting that 3 on really well after mechanics. I would always land it front and high and kind of lose drive, and then I watched the race back, and he was much better than me entering the whoops. He's really good at carrying his wheel in, and I'm not great at that. So, but everywhere he was just really, those first 4 laps, I would say, opening laps, he was just spot on, and I kept making tiny little mistakes, and then I don't know, it was probably 8 minutes in, I kind of went into the blocks in the back and had to go roll, and then by then he had such a big lead. I was just kind of, after Tampa, I was like, all right, well, a second's better than laying on my head or something. So I don't know. Yeah, he definitely rode amazing at the beginning of that race. That's for sure.
Renthal.com bringing you Levi Kitchen. Took his Renthal bars to a win this weekend. Lock-on grips available now, too. Check them out, Renthal.com, for more information. Here's what I don't understand, and I think Weege didn't – nobody knew. I was sitting on my couch. I didn't go. I didn't know. I know the red flag goes, and the order of the results are one lap before, the completed lap before that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then I assumed you were going to go around and get the white and then call it a day, and you went around twice, and I don't – Weege explained it to me yesterday on the race review. I never really understood it.
It was a long opening, to the green flag. It's a long.
Okay, so
one.
it was about a half a lap to the finish from the start.
Correct.
So I understand AMA's thinking about we're not going to throw a white there because that's literally half a lap, and we're going back a lap. I get that too, but then it seemed like we went one more than we should have went before the white. Right? I don't know, Levi. Did you know any of this or anyone understand this? Did you think you were getting the white right away, and it was actually 2 more laps before the white? Like, where were you at with this?
Yeah, I didn't really know what was going on, to be honest. I thought we were coming around, and I knew they couldn't throw white right away because one of the AMA guys explained, like, they weren't counting that first half of a lap, even in, I think, the race, too, or something. I don't really remember, but yeah, I didn't fully understand it, but it did feel like I did one more lap than I had planned out in my head.
Right, me too. Yes.
So, yeah, it was definitely kind of odd, but yeah, man, that was weird. Trying to regroup, and after you do a pretty, 14 minutes of the moto or whatever, and then you stop and you got to go again. So it was kind of odd.
Yeah, so the rule, Travis just looked this up, or Tallon did. The rule states you have to complete a minimum of 3 full laps after a staggered restart. So no matter what, we got 7 seconds to go at the race, the red flag, it's minimum 3 laps.
So I guess it was great, right? Because you did that half a lap, you got a green.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got that other lap.
Yep.
And then you got a white.
Then you got a white, right.
Yeah.
But in my eyes, from the couch, it was like they're going to get the white the next time around because they're not going to get on the half lap.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The half lap is basically nothing.
But yes.
And that first lap is the green.
Right.
The second lap's the white.
How about Levi here, the winner, saying that
I don't know, man.
he had no idea. Yeah.
Yeah, it was confusing.
Yes.
Very confusing.
But look, you got the win. I saw on some quote somewhere you blamed Tampa on some nerves, which I found odd because you were literally last year was your first chance of title stuff and everything else, and you were in the mix all the way to the very end. So you've done this before, Mr. Kitchen. So
I know.
Was that really it? Like, is that really looking back at Tampa? You're just like a little bit uneasy?
Yeah, it was like, I feel like the whole day kind of didn't, I don't know, I didn't really gel with that track a whole lot. It was a lot different than the race we just had. It was super tight and was struggling to get through the whoops. But then also with the choke deal and the heat race, when things don't really go together, it just makes it hard. I got the restart in the heat race, got up to maybe 5th or whatever, and then you have a 10th or 11th place gate pick, and I had to choose all the way in or out, and went all the way in and pretty much started last, and then crashed in the sand on the first lap, went back to last again. So I really didn't, by no means did I ride good, but that there was obviously still there was more people in that race too. Unfortunately, some guys have gotten hurt. So it looks pretty bad on paper, but it's so start dependent kind of right now, where had I started top 5 in that main, I think I could have maybe still managed to get a 3rd or a 4th or something with that riding. It wasn't awful, but it just didn't. Oh, and then the red flag at Tampa totally threw me off because I got up to 10th, and then they red flagged it, and they put me back in 14th in the earlier start. Yeah. And that just, I was so mad because I was like, damn, and it took me a while to get back by those guys, but
now that I get, that's the rule. I get that part because they can't go by half a lap. I get that part. But yes, that would be frustrating.
Yeah, and it's like just seemed like a snowball effect. Is that kind of what goes on? Just one bad moment kind of just carries to the next and carries to the next. It seems like that's maybe what happened in Tampa for you, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why. Outdoors, like I've had races where I've managed like maybe bad qualifying and then had a good day, but in Supercross, like I think it's kind of important to just have everything click, and unless you're Nate Thrasher and you win from the LCQ, but
Well, Nate just
for
has
me,
3 or
like,
4 races a year where it's just unbelievable. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, for me, it's like, it's good to get good qualifying like I did at Detroit and just have everything kind of going.
Yeah, and then to capitalize like you did on being in that spot, like you said, nobody can be mad, but that's like championship stuff, to like capitalize on that moment, to know how big that moment is. And like, those guys talk about it, it's just like to be in that moment and go, okay, hey, I wasn't there, but I got gifted this, and like it's not your, it's it's a product of your circumstances, and you just made it happen, and
You
that's got to
mentally
feel good
beat at that moment, right?
Yeah, you got to go, okay, hey, this, I didn't have it, but it fell in my lap, and damn it, I'm going to make it happen.
And then, dude, like you said, you got RJ too. Like, you're like, oh my God, RJ could do anything at any moment. Like, holy shit, right? Like, go ahead, Keefer.
2 questions. We're talking about the restart. You're chilling there. You have a heart rate monitor and all that stuff, right? Do you ever look? Can you look at that data, like just hanging out? Do you know how low can you get from, redlining?
I'm a bit of a caveman. I don't run any like heart rate.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've just never done it on race days. But I'm sure that on that restart, once we got going, I'm sure the heart rate went pretty high, because those couple laps, we were not only going fast, but like it was tough because you had to ride, you had to protect, and then I was trying to pass and also protect from RJ. So, that was crazy. But I was pretty pissed at myself. Like, I turned my fast lap of the race after the restart, which is just not acceptable. I don't feel like, for me. Like,
that's weird.
That was kind of annoying. I just didn't really ride that great in the beginning of the main, but I was happy the way I executed the 2-lap sprint, or 3-lap sprint, I mean.
Also, congrats on staying away from the team chicken that apparently got Hammaker and McAdoo. So.
Yeah, that whole thing is, I don't know, it's odd, because I ate it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I ate lunch, yeah. So I'm not really sure.
Oh, okay.
Sure what happened.
Well, Hammaker had food poisoning. He
okay.
didn't do well at all. And then I heard Cam had food poisoning as well.
Shit.
Yeah.
And then,
they weren't joking. Yeah, they were throwing up. I was actually.
Okay.
I went and took a nap over at Ken's RV, and then came back, and they were like, "Yeah, everybody like has been throwing up," and I'm like, "Well, I feel fine," but yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, Iron Stomach Kitchen.
Yeah, he's a fisherman, dude. He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay. Why, like from eating the raw fish?
Yeah,
or
I lick my fingers after I catch fish all day, and I'm good.
Okay.
I don't know if I've asked you this. I think you were on the show last time, but maybe I missed this. So, the 25 and the 24 bike, totally different. I talked to the PC guys. I know they were hard at work on the engine, but in stock form, I feel like the engine isn't as good as the 24. So does any of that relate to your race bike? Do you feel like your 25 race bike is as good and better, at least the engine portion of this?
Yeah, it's so deceiving, because first of all, no, I didn't think it was better, and I didn't think it was faster, but the more I've rode it, and now I've had a few races on it, like, what's really weird about it, I can't keep the front end down on the start. And it's like the mid of this bike now is really good. But I would say the power curve is just a little bit different. It's also throwing me off. It's quiet. Like, it's a lot quieter than last year's bike. And there's just some differences. Like, I don't think it quite has the torque. But it could, I mean, it's been long enough now. I can't fully remember my last year bike. And Mitch, I'm sure he has an answer for all that. Like, he did tell me it's pretty much identical as far as like just the horsepower they're getting out of it, but it doesn't necessarily mean, that's kind of just a number. So I'm not really sure where the power is, but I do know it feels like it runs out longer, but doesn't quite have quite the snap like on the bottom.
Right. So I guess
I'm honestly totally good with. It's a very rideable power.
Like, I guess that correlates then with the production then as well. Like, because I feel like the production bike is smoother, but that mid to top end is a little longer feeling. So
yeah, that's exactly what I feel. I'm having to run on the starts. I'm trying to get used to it. Like, I used to kind of quick shift, and I can run it out way longer than I did before, I feel like.
Yeah, you know what, Ty, when Ty was back, he told me he couldn't keep the front end down also off the start. That's funny. He said the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's odd. So we've done a couple things to fix that, and it's getting better for sure. The starts were much better for me this weekend. So, yeah.
Do you think it was a good move then, ditching Deegs at Anaheim? Is this playing into your hand then, doing that? Do you think was that a great obviously it's worked, right? You won round 2. So,
yep, that's true.
Yeah. I can't. I do you think the people are serious though? Like for reals? We know he's got the bedbug fans. We know they're not all there all the time. But like the DMs that I got, I'm not Levi Kitchen. I'm just PulpMX, and I got 5 to 10 DMs. But are they serious? I don't know.
Dude, it's so hard to tell these days.
You can't be serious.
There's people saying that. I hear the craziest stuff. Like Cameron purposely crashed to get the race red flagged and
took a handlebar to the
Cam's
face.
got a big gash in his cheek. I took one for you, bro. I got it for you.
It's crazy.
I got the DM. So you rode press day and you rode the first practice, and this was all just a big scheme to skip Deegs, and I'm like, wait, I think this guy's serious, because then I would click on the profile of some of these people. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think he's serious. I'm seeing these
actual pictures.
Yeah,
of families.
I'm seeing his life and his family and things that he posts, and I'm like, yeah, this guy probably really thinks Levi did this.
And Mitch probably totally would agree with all this. Yeah, for sure. Let's bring Levi in here and just take him out.
It's amazing.
I wish we had a picture of Mitch's face when I was on my deathbed and told him do you think what should we do and should we switch to their coast? And he was like a deer in the headlights. So if people saw his face then, they wouldn't have thought that it was planned.
Did he run his hand through his hair? Because that's what he does when he gets really stressed.
Oh man!
When he gets stressed, dude, he starts going back with his hair.
Starts lifting it.
Yeah, he starts grabbing his hair and lifting it. And hey, so Sandbox, it's a good crew there. Kenny, Ferrandis, Schmoda, McElrath, Chiz. Who's fastest there? Obviously Kenny's a bad dude, but he's old, and I could see Kenny not caring about laying down heaters. So maybe it's you, Levi. Who's generally the fastest guy?
I mean, to be honest, before Anaheim won, Joe was flying.
Was he? Okay.
Dylan was flying, and then just as of lately, Ken's been ripping. But also, it just depends day by day. I had a couple days. I've had some good days too, and but Savachi, he can have some insane days. He can go so fast.
Yeah. Joey is a great rider.
This is what crazy to me. Just what he said. Joey can nail it down with the top guys practicing, but then he's a 10th place guy.
I got 7th last week.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you general,
yeah,
right? That's insane to me.
Yeah. There's low-key a lot of guys like Levi. What Levi just said about Joey, there's low-key a lot of guys who are like, dude, Joey's a great rider. Brayton's one of them. Joey is a great rider.
Yeah. You watch his technique, everything is insane.
There's a lot of people that are like, dude, he's awesome. So, yeah, there is that. What about Hardy, dude? Do you have some Hardy stories?
Hardy's my boy, dude. We've gotten a little bit closer, and he's awesome. I respect
the send. I really do.
He sends it, and he listens. We've even had talks he'll ask me maybe what I'm doing here, or I'll tell him hey, try this, and he can freaking go pretty dang fast to the practice track too. And no, he's a hardworking kid, but yeah, he can take. I mean, dude, he can crash, and I have so much respect for he gets back on that thing and he keeps sending it. I love it.
I know. I can't believe it. There's so many Hardy stories from during the week and just people who rode with him and
He's getting so much better though. Honestly, everything he's riding a lot better now, and I feel like. If people saw him ride during the week, if he can apply that with a good start at a race and just kind of keep I don't want to say keep it together, but it's hard at a race. I totally understand why that kind of happens, but he can fly during the week. It's pretty impressive.
I watched him in Tampa for a while, and I put in a group text. I'm like, guys, I've not seen one Hardy moment in the main. I didn't watch him. I didn't stare at him the whole time, but I watched Hardy, and he is off to a good start this season, easily into the mains, and I haven't even seen any Hardy moments. Now, I was told there was one at press day in Tampa. I didn't catch that one, but he seems like he's on Yamaha now. I don't know.
Yep.
Hardy, just figuring things out. It's
He's
taking
got
a while.
12th. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, he sends it. Yeah, he was the first one at press, or like at Detroit, I think. I don't remember who else I'd press, maybe Anstey and them, but like he threed onto that table first, and yeah, he'll send anything. If you like, I've noticed, I've made sure it's in his comfort zone, but like if we're at the sandbox or something, and there's a jump, he has no problem. He's like, yeah, I'll try it, see if it,
Right.
and he'll send it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he's got no fear.
Nope.
None.
That's something I want to ask you, Levi, is like you see guys like that, right? You see like Dylan, Joey, Hardy, and you see talent, and you watch them at the track, and you know these guys work hard. What separates those guys from you? Like, what is it? What happens between the time you guys practice and the time you go racing? What's the gap?
I don't know, because no, really, that's like the $1 million question, because it really shows how hard this sport is and how crazy it is. Because, I mean, anybody or most of the people out there on the track, they have the ability to win. Like it's just, I don't know if it's mental or, I mean, it has to be at that point, I would think, or just confidence and believing in themselves, I think, is the majority of it.
Maybe it's just because
I've said this a few times. Like when I was at Yamaha, Chad was generally the fastest guy during the week. But there were more than a few weeks where Villeman or Timmy would be just as good at Yamaha on a Wednesday, Tuesday, like testing. Like Chad was not always the best guy. And then on Saturdays, those guys wouldn't even see him. You know? And I saw that a lot. Because I would be like, oh, dude, Timmy's on it. We're looking good. You know, like, or even at Florida. I'd go to Florida and Timmy and Chad would ride each other, and they'd be wheel to wheel for 20 minutes. And I'm like, this is awesome. And then we'd show up at the race, and Chad would win, and Timmy would get fifth.
Yeah, I think you just explained it with Levi's results from Tampa to Detroit. That's how easy it can happen, right? That's it's 1 week away, but just the one thing or showing up, and then at the practice track, I had this conversation with you earlier that the track's the same. So everybody, it's how fast can you figure it out, right? And then you get to the practice track and you've ridden it so many times, and it's like muscle memory. It's not, you're not having to think, right off the bat, like how fast can we get this figured out, and how quick can we get up to speed? Because I saw the same thing, in our little group in Oklahoma with, Kennard and my brother and Bogle and Nichols, and you would see that, and Trey could always just, on race day, he would show up and he was just more locked in, and he could figure out things quicker.
Let's ask our next guest here before we let Levi go the secret to racing, because this gentleman would know. Phil Nicoletti. What's up, Philip?
Oh, what's up, fellas?
Phil, why can Hardy go so fast at the sandbox, and then like Levi wins and Hardy gets 12th?
Fuck. I don't know. I've been asking the same fucking thing my whole career. I mean, I've never been the fastest on during the week anyway, but last year, Mark Finnis would fucking wax me on a Tuesday, and then, we show up on Saturday, and it's just like, like, dude, what's going on? I don't know. It's a mental switch, I mean, it's the same with Jay Coop and Cooper Webb. I mean, I don't know. Jay Coop's so fast during the weeks, but then on Saturday nights, they're not even really together. So
is it? I look at a lower level, just at the base level. Like you just like what Greg said, you ride a track, you know it, you're comfortable, so you can push, and then you remove yourself from that time and that place, and you go to a different track. Like Levi goes to Detroit, and he immediately feels comfortable. He's okay. He's okay with hanging it out. He can push through, corners and jumps, and maybe the difference is just those guys can adapt to new things as quick.
100%. I'm sure if I got, rode the same track as with Levi on a Tuesday, day in and day out, I could probably be within a half a second of his lap time for a 15+1, no problem. But then you get there on a Saturday, and all of a sudden it's 2 seconds in practice, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck? you know?
Right.
And it's nothing. It's just a new track, and he's able to figure it out and pump through rhythms faster and find the shorter way around it, you know? I mean, I don't know. That's why he gets paid a couple $100,000 and I'm fucking retired.
I think, though, that is completely, like, what it is. It's just the being able to learn that quick. Because I even I ride with, like, Crockett Myers and this kid Hamden Hudson and them, and I was just trying to explain to them before they went racing this year, like, that is the difference. And a good example is that Hamden, you know, he's been really good during the week, but it was his first Supercross at Tampa, and he was like 2 seconds off of Crockett, but Crockett's done it before, where it's just learning. Like, it's tough when you have a 10-minute free practice and 2 qualifying sessions.
Right.
Well, not even. You have a 10-minute free practice, basically, to do all the rhythms and do all the jumps, and you got to go lay it down in the qualifying session. So, like, it's different when you ride. You have 25 days on a Supercross track at the practice track. Like, you're going to get it figured out by then.
Right.
And Phil,
And
do
I
you
think
think?
that's-
Oh, sorry, Phil. Do you think Levi should have let Max win just because of the whole red flag and everything? Do you think Levi should have just checked out?
I mean, no, but Levi had an awesome opportunity and he fucking pounced on it. You know, I mean, like, you know, Levi said on his Instagram post, if roles were reversed, Max would have done the same fucking thing. You know, at the end of the day, was it 25, 30 G's? I mean, that's enough to kind of, you know, fight for a green-white checkered. You know,
Well, there's
It's 20 or 50. That's the difference.
30 grand.
20, yeah. I
So,
mean,
sorry. Sorry. You were right.
Right.
The difference
30.
between second and first.
Fi-
Yes.
50,
Yeah.
20,
Yeah.
10. Right. 50, 20,
Yeah,
10.
yeah. I mean, that's $30,000 difference. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone would have done the same fucking thing, you know.
And well, there's people on social media who think Levi should have feel bad for winning, Phil. So I don't know if you want to reply to those people. You want to?
I mean, Levi said it the best. I mean, like, did he deserve that win? I mean, Max clearly should have won it, but the new rule is a new rule. Everyone lined up the same way. Do I think that's fair? Personally, no. But at the end of the day, that's what happened. And, you know, Levi did pass Max, but Max could have also tried to run it in and risk it a little bit. And Max said clear as day, like, hey, you know, he kind of just took a second, you know, and not destroy himself or really throw it away. So as much as it hurts, I think he kind of swallowed his pride, and Levi fucking pounced on an awesome opportunity.
Oh, well said. Look at Phil breaking it down.
Just
like
drop the mic and
Yeah.
keep it moving.
Before we
Yeah,
let you,
I fully agree. I agree that it's like, I mean, I can't just, or when they told me to stagger start, I can't just be like, no, I'm not going to line up. But did he deserve that? Did he deserve that win? 100%. Like,
Yeah.
Well, you
would
could.
I have been okay if they said, all right, the race is done? 100%. They could,
You
know,
could-
like I
mean,
wasn't.
I don't know. I mean, Levi, you didn't have many mistakes. I mean, I'm sure you did, but like Max did, you know, clearly pull a 7-second gap. You know, everyone saw it, and that's just the way it is. And for any rider to have it, if it roles were reversed, you had a 7-second lead, and just have that completely diminished to go to, you know, a green flag restart. It's kind of just like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it was hard for Max, but again, there was a split second. I thought RJ was going to win the fucking thing.
I know, right?
You know,
Can
like,
you imagine RJ's like heart rate and like level of send at that moment?
Wow.
Yeah, like the triple single into the left before you go down the straightaway till she came back to where the quad was. Dude, when it went green, I swear Levi went after Max, and I thought fucking RJ was going to come out of that corner in first. And I'm like, Jesus, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
I thought for a second we were all three going to be down in that left-hander. After that
I thought so too. I was screaming at the TV. I mean, it was great for racing, but again,
We already had the full RJ experience because he had gotten into third from the back and then crashed. And then was back to fifth, and then he was going back up.
Oh, for sure.
So,
He's going to win that thing.
We
He's lining up third.
We had already had the full RJ experience. It was going to keep on going. It was going to be great. Like, sign me up.
And to be honest with you, I think Levi was actually in the hardest position because he had RJ trying to kill him, and then he's trying to go for the lead, and he's just stuck in the middle to wondering what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, that's why I got out of there as quick as I could.
All right, before we let you go, Levi, thanks for the time. I got to ask you, Lewis Phillips, our buddy, he was in your studio last week, and I know we had talked about him before. I think is there still some tension there? He's wondering. He can't get an interview with you always. Where are we at with Lewis and Levi Kitchen? Is this a vital thing?
Well, the tension brews from like 2 years ago when I want to say it was before Supercross in 23. He did like a who's going to be good, and I wasn't even in the top 10. I don't think. And then I went and won A2, and I was like, dude, this guy can suck it.
Yeah, but okay, I remember.
I agree. Lewis can suck it.
But I thought we hashed this out, Levi, and then you were like, okay, all right, I'll talk to him again, or I'll give him a chance. But no.
Hey, me and Lewis we're great now. Yeah, it was just 2 years ago.
Well, but I feel like he had mentioned that he didn't know if things were great at Tampa.
Oh. Was it before the race he tried to talk to me, or after? I think it was after.
It's maybe after.
No, it was after, and my explanation there was like, I mean, I got ninth. I was pretty pissed. I didn't really want to talk about it.
Okay, so it wasn't him. It was just the situation of the race.
100%. And I was trying to just drive home. I remember that now. Yeah, he stopped me outside the semi. I'm like, no, dude, I'm out of here.
All right, okay.
Do the media guys really fucking think it's like...
Dude, you honestly, like, you have to sometimes wonder, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, I wonder if they like me. I don't know if they like me. Like,
well, yeah. Sometimes.
Okay. I just didn't know if you guys really gave a shit. Like,
well, me? No.
Right.
Levi should have just said Lewis is a dick and been done with it.
Phil and Lewis are going through something.
Phil's a dick, and I'm going to be done with it there.
Yeah. Phil and Lewis are going through something. They're going to work it out, but it's
like I heard a little bit about that. It's like an insecure thing. Like, you didn't wave, or he waved and you walked by me. Like, it's fucking lame.
Dude, I waved to him twice and he blew me off. But fuck Lewis. What were you saying, Levi?
before you get, or I get off, are you going to any of the races coming up or no?
I'm gonna go to Dallas this weekend and I will be at Indy. I'm not missing Indy, dude.
All right, cool.
Why are you not missing Indy?
Because it's a shootout, and
it's a showdown.
You're paying me extra to come for your live show.
No, I'm not. It's part of your deal. But Friday live show, Indianapolis, everybody. Phil will be a special guest. Maybe Levi too. Maybe Levi too.
Dude.
All right. Hey, let's let Levi go. It's late. He's on
Thank
the East
God
Coast.
you didn't say the fucking name too. Thank God that's done and over with.
Kitch?
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't like it.
That's horrible.
What's wrong with Kitch?
I don't know. Levi doesn't like it.
Oh, Levi doesn't like it.
Yeah, Levi doesn't like it. I think it's strong. All right, hey, Levi, good job this weekend. Congrats on the win. Fantastic job. And, yeah, man, it's awesome to see. So
good work.
Now you have 1 week off in Daytona. Yeah, 1 week, then Daytona. So.
Yep.
Awesome, man. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you,
Levi.
guys. Have a good night.
Right,
See you, bud.
Later, boys.
All right, that's Levi Kitchen, brought to you by Renthal, brought to you by Luxon MX. It's Phil Nicoletti. Pulp 2025, it's code to save. Great company, great clamps as well. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve riding comfort. I mean, look, I use these Luxon clamps to qualify for the regional. So, I mean, it must be
I
great.
saw him. It looks awesome.
Thanks, Greg.
The
Appreciate
bike
that.
was good. Lap times not so much.
LuxonMX.com, Pulp 2025, the code to save. All right, thanks to Levi. Phil, we started the show off talking about how you can be the points leader and hit the gate. how does that like? I know Keefer said that AP flinched, and that's what I think I heard too. But that's more than just a flinch.
Dude, he went a second and a half early. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm actually baffled by it. It's not like the gate was held long or anything. He just ramrodded that thing.
In his head at that moment, was he just picturing Phil's voice? That's not it, dude. That's not it.
That ain't it, bro.
That ain't it. Watch my start. Watch my start.
My gosh.
Have you ever done anything like that, Phil? Ever?
No, I have not. You know, and the only time I kind of did hit a gate was Unadilla second moto, but they held the gate for 9 seconds. You know what I mean? And Chase actually ripped that whole shot this past year. But I don't know. I think Chase has been timing the gates because his heat race was badass. His Tampa start, main
yeah.
event was badass. Like, he's been yanking some hole shots, you know?
That's
So,
a dangerous way to live, though, man.
That's
oh my God.
And that-
hey, you live and die by the sword.
That replay just showed it all, and I was pulling my hair out. But I've been noticing, you were with Club last year, and Anderson was there a lot. I noticed he's doing a little roll start. Is that something you saw him practicing a lot over there? And I mean, I've worked with that a little bit. I liked it. I worked with Harlan on it because he was struggling, and that can work. But it seems like Anderson's kind of hit or miss with his starts right now. But it looks like he's rolling it.
Yeah, I just think, I don't know, the roll is just so inconsistent because you could be rolling and the gate could drop and you're 6 inches behind, from your heat race start where you rolled and the gate dropped and you're only 3 inches from it, Like, I don't know.
But am I right to see that? Is Jason doing that? It looks like from the broadcast when they show it a few times he's rolling it.
Yeah. Sometimes he does, but I so inconsistent though. Fuck.
I rolled at the World Vets and got yelled at. So, I'm trying too. I don't know.
Dude, yeah, but come on. You would roll it. Keefer, you saw it. Dude.
Yeah, I was not saying anything.
Okay, so Phil Nicoletti.
Bro, what the fuck are you rolling for, Steve?
Lux on MX bringing Phil Nicoletti on the show.
I want to send you a video right now.
I mean,
leave me alone.
I'm not. You know what I'm doing?
45B, and you're rolling the gate like, dude.
The Glen Helen, those gates are so deep, you're like literally just stuck in like a trench, in like a World War II trench.
Yeah, but you can't even roll over the gate and keep your feet locked in, and you're like trying to.
Let's talk about Detroit, okay? All right.
Okay.
The red flag was bullshit. The rule changed. The TV guys had it wrong. But I mean, you mentioned this earlier, Phil. Like, why did they leave? I know why they did, because they said the races are timed and it's harder to figure out the 90% rule. But no, it's not. No, it's not. Whatever happened in Detroit shouldn't happen again. Why did they change that?
No, I don't. Well, I mean, I saw somewhere about, which kind of does make a little bit with this whole betting online thing. Would that actually have an influence on that or no?
No,
I know.
No.
You don't think you think that with the way betting is, if it's like the way if it just ended, that doesn't jack anything up when you're betting. They just can't call an NFL game or an NHL game or an NBA game. Like, there has to be a clear winner. The time runs out, right, or no?
No, I don't. I
think it's just how they call it, right? I would assume in our sport is like if it's a red flag and all those things, and I think even if there's betting going on, it would have just to be however the rules are.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
I don't know. I just don't know how you hit the gate, man. But other than that, Phil, he was shredding. He was shredding.
I sent Chase a message, and I'm like, dude, I know it's not the result you wanted, but that ride and that performance was unbelievable. His whoop speed, and then the right-hander after the whoops was just, the dude was on fucking rails.
Yeah, that's what Greg was saying earlier. Like, you hit the gate, you look like Nicoletti, yes, but you can take positives where you're like, I came from dead last in a crash.
Yeah, I don't know if people really appreciate the ride that he actually put in Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really gets overlooked. Like, yeah, he just came back to third, but like, dude, he came back to third with some badasses. Obviously, there's a lot of people still out. Like, I get that, but where he came from and who he passed, like, that was, it was really unbelievable.
Yep.
And I'm almost wondering, like, if he didn't crash that second time, do you think he might have would have had a chance at the other guys or no?
That's a big gap.
Yeah. What was the gap? The final gap?
Like
I didn't see it.
16 seconds or something.
Was it?
I don't know, but maybe that was enough to just calm him down.
Yeah.
Maybe it's easy to say that what if, but maybe he needed that crash to completely. Obviously, he's spun out, and that crash maybe just settled him.
Phil, you were probably the least surprised guy. I mean, we all weren't surprised, but you were probably the least surprised guy. Coop tracked Kenny down and got him late.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Coop now knows if it's ever a battle between him and Ken and it comes down to the last 5 minutes, like 100% of the time, except for one time, I don't know where it was, Indianapolis maybe or somewhere where Coop didn't get him. But 9 out of 10 times, Coop gets him.
Yeah.
And I'm actually really surprised Coop's clutch held up because for 15 minutes, he had his bike wide open in every single corner behind
He
Kenny.
did, yeah. Kenny said that too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could hear it on the broadcast, and I'm like, holy fuck. You know? I mean, he had his bike at 15,000 RPM behind him. You know? I mean, if you're Kenny, I don't know. It's, you get in that position, like, it's really hard to think and be able to focus and go forward, you know? I mean, the laps feel like they take forever at that point, I would assume. Not like I've ever led for that long, but I could imagine.
Hey, Phil, you're an earplug guy, right?
No.
No, you're not.
I hate
Okay.
I hate earplugs.
Well, this is what I was asking earlier. Okay, you're in Ken's spot. I think Ken's an earplug guy. You have Cooper behind him revving the shit out of him. Granted, it's a YZ450 with or without earplugs. You kind of know where he's at, but guys that wear earplugs, to me, it would hinder my defensive movements a little bit, just because I couldn't feel or hear where they're at.
I don't know. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, he had to see that blue fender in every fucking corner.
Right.
You know, I mean, every corner Coop was there, just 2 feet underneath him in every single corner. So I don't know. I just think Kenny knew he was there, and it just came down to where he was defending so hard, it was actually killing his forward momentum in certain spots.
That's what I said. As soon as I saw him change the lines, which you can't blame him because he was getting caught.
No, yeah,
but,
you have to.
Right, but you're just like, that's it. Dude, you're not riding as fast anymore. Yeah, you know.
No. And it just came to the point where it's just like, I think Coop just wore him down a little bit to where the point where he just kind of cracked, you know?
Well, yeah. Coop always has these low lines we talk about in the berms, they talk about in the broadcast. But if you look early in the race, there was some very tip-top high lines that Kenny was using that wasn't using the rut, and it looks like he was gaining in those areas where Coop was kind of cutting down, and then it kind of went away. But
Classic Coop, right?
Yeah,
Classic Coop.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, he adapts better than most as the track changes.
Right.
Yeah, and I like Coop. I mean, even when he was lost a little bit of time trying to switch to certain jump lines and stuff like that, and then he would go back to skimming. It's not like he's stuck with one thing the entire time. Like, he was changing it up. And to be able to change it up mid-race like that, dude, that takes a lot of focus and a lot of energy as well, because, people don't realize, like, when he jumped the whoops like he was doing and he bobbled and you take that hit and it kills the forward momentum, dude, that's a lot of effort, you know? Yeah. And then to have somebody gap you pull out another second, like between Coop and Kenny, 1 second feels like a fucking lifetime, you know? To still be able to harness that it was gnarly.
Yeah, we were talking about that with Barsha at San Diego because Eli was using the whoops. The groove was fucked and it was screwing everybody up. And Eli was going on the right, outside the groove, and killing everybody. And he was saying that I just went a little outside. And I was asking Barsha, Phil, remember you were on the line too. Like, why can't you see that? Why can't you change that? But that's because it's really hard to do when you're locked in and it's late in the race and you're tired and, you know, all of that. So to see Coop do that, like you said, is more props, right?
Yeah. And when you hang a wheel in the whoops like that, when he was trying to double in and go quad, like, dude, and you don't really get that first quad in the whoops and you hang a wheel and then you got to go back to blitzing, but you're not blitzing properly. You kind of feel like a spode. Like, that effort, like, I wish a normal person could feel like how hard that is on the body to be able to hold and to be able to recover from it, because it's insane.
Phil Nicoletti here on the show, brought to you by Luxon MX. Pulp 2025 is the code to save. Get some great clamps. We got a call from Nash on here. Nash, go ahead.
Gentlemen.
What's up, Nash?
Nash. Cheers, everybody.
Hey, Nash, for this GNCC thing. So an XC2 guy had won the overalls before, right?
Yeah,
that's happened.
Correct. So Toast did it last year, but not not taking anything away from Josh. You did great, but DeFeo, this is incredible what that kid did. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean. That kid came from 250A
correct
last year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was a badass.
Correct. He's an humble kid, nice kid, good family. I mean, the kid does the work. Can't say all those guys. Look, anybody line up on either one of these two lines, front XC1, XC2, everybody's talented. It's like motocross and supercross.
Caleb got fifth. So, was that like a shocking result? Was that okay? Like fifth, 14th overall, fifth out of XC1.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're jumping back into the deep end of the pool, and yeah, I mean, he's not. I'm not speaking for him. I would imagine the character of who he is and the amazing person he is and the rider he is. He's not happy with that, but yeah, that's as a fan, I think that's good, dude. That race was above average gnarly. And again, I'm a nobody. I'm a dad. I'm 50 plus. I'm slow. But that I've seen those races shape up for many years, and the terrain was mind-blowing there.
Yeah, a couple guys that I talked to said it was one of the hardest ones they've done.
Because it's muddy?
Yeah.
How muddy it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, but and Keefer, again, you know different types of terrain, and Steve, you raced the GNCC and been part of it. The ruts were endless, and each time you got through a minefield, you were like, "Oh, cool, I cleared that," and then it was like literally every quarter mile, half a mile, you were in another minefield. By the end of the third and fourth or fifth laps, the ruts are up to the handlebandbars.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Looking at Mesquite MX this past weekend. I know the feeling. Minefield.
Dude.
Mesquite MX.
I think it's an amazing feat, and no one's taking anything away from Angus Reardon, Toth, and DeFeo to come like a kid come out of amateurs and do that in pro and win by minutes. Dude, that's crazy. Unbelievable. And you could just see he was in the zone. It's what a person that likes to play golf dreams of, where they're shooting unbelievably well on a professional level, and for a dirt bike racer and accomplished dirt bike racer, all those guys, when they hit that flow point, it's a zen state that they hit.
Darkside probably has them on. Huh?
Darkside?
Darkside, I would assume.
What, on his show?
On his show? The Pony Pod?
I would think so, yeah. All right, go ahead,
I would think... no, hey, well, first of all, thanks for giving me that. But, Phil, I was sitting there watching the race, and then the day after I was wondering this, and somebody like yourself or Rarick or somebody that came up with Coop and this Coop developed, did you ever remember anything about him that was just makes his racer EQ? I mean, we've talked about it numerous times on the show, and a lot of people observe it and comment. Did you ever notice anything when you guys were coming up and you guys were, seeing him come up, because he was younger than you, that set him apart with this ability to do this? Because it's incredible, dude.
No, I mean, honestly, like, when Coop was a kid, I don't know, he was 10 and I was, 17, you know what I mean? So he was still just a baby at that point in time. But, I used to do Gary Bailey schools with him back then. I mean, he was just a little quiet kid, He's actually cool back then. Now he's a prick. But, no, I mean, no, I don't think so. And back then, it's the same thing. RV and Alessi as amateurs, I mean, Coop had that same thing with AC, It's just you always thought it was going to be the other way around, but at the end, it's just it's not how it worked out,
Some would theorize that the mental, and again, the word mental beatdown isn't anything against Coop, but the constantly going to the races and knew you were second place in your mind, you didn't believe that as a kid, but come on.
Just pissed off.
Going against AC, yeah, it's brutal, man. It just works you mentally. But it's like guys like him can fight up and rise through it and find it sustainable, which is incredible. And again, the race this weekend was awesome, and it was a nail biter, like you guys already talked about a million times. But the times where he's out front and he knows how to block and knows how to rise up and be the gritty gunslinger. That's what I think of him as, like a old Western gunslinger who you don't want to go against that guy, and everybody knows it and everybody's observant of it. So, Phil, the $1 million question was, were you thinking about going down to South Carolina this weekend? You would have loved it, like a ruddy motocross track.
No, I'm out on that. I wanted nothing to do with that, dude.
Ironman Part 2, as they were saying. Where's Phil?
Phil would have went.
Ironman Part 2.
Phil, the Ironman looked pretty good, but that race this weekend, photos I saw,
two different.
Didn't look good. Thanks, Nash. Thank you, buddy. We got to run.
All right, go get him. Go. See you. Cheers.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Matthew's on 5. Question for Phil. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hey, g'day, boys. I've got a question for you, Phil. So I'm obviously quite frustrated with the whole Lapper situation and been thinking about it. And what do you think if you should not be able to qualify to make the 450 class if you haven't got a top 15 in the lights main in Supercross? So you'd have to get 15th or better in the lights class to, obviously make it to the Premier class, because the Premier class is just that. And I reckon it's just, there's such a gap between especially the top 5. to watch, everyone run around. It's kind of ruining the racing. And I think if you're going to have lappers and problems, let that get sorted out in the right class.
What do you think, Phil?
We're screwed.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but you can have an 8th place guy that's in the main event in the 250 class right now go up into the 450 class, and they're going to be finishing 17th as well. Like the guys that are finishing 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 in the 450 class could maybe get between, I guess maybe not on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, they could be a 8 through 12, So,
but I do have a solution for that, though.
Mm-hmm.
The solution is if you get lapped by the 5th place person, you're black flagged. So once 5th passes you, that's it, your race is done and you're out. They need to clean it out. And then as far as flagging and people jumping on flags goes, they need that cardio system in the helmet that literally only the track marshal has and can just go red flag, whatever. And then everyone knows there's no excuse. If you make those 3 changes, you would have a significant difference.
Yeah, who's paying for the cardo stuff? Who's looking after the maintenance of it? Who's charging the batteries week to week? Who's putting it in the helmets? I'm being serious.
What a joke.
Who's doing all this? I agree with you, but hey, do we got to depend on Josh Greco to have his cardo charged during the week? Right? Like, he lives in a van with a raccoon. How do you want him to do that? So, thanks, Matthew, though. Thank you. Appreciate it. What's that, Phil?
Why you got to blow Greco out?
No,
I'm
just pointing to a long-time privateer. Because I honestly think the bike should be governed a little bit with ECUs. I would be fine with that, with some sort of ECU governing, But then now again, you got to supply them to all the privateers, and you have to make sure they're working, and you have to make sure they're mapped. And
and if something goes wrong, you got liability. If somebody else has been on your bike and something goes wrong, huge liability.
Why is it everyone wants to black flag lappers? That's the fucking dumbest idea ever. Our sport is a 48-second a lap sport. We ain't. And it's motocross.
I think if you get lapped twice, you get black flagged. I'm fine with that.
Twice, whatever. But so now we're going to black flag 8th place and the guy's in top 10? That's dumb.
No, yeah.
It's just, it comes down to common sense. These lappers that get lapped, have some fucking common sense.
Phil,
I'm getting lapped.
Phil's comments, we put last week's show up on our Instagram, and it had to be our most commented. It was insane. Just all the dumb ideas. I mean, there's some good ideas too, but there's so many dumb ideas, Phil.
Everybody's got a fix for it. And 5th place, you're counting back to 5th place now, and you're doing
rid of riders, and we're not going to have a field. We're not going to have 40 dudes to line up on a fucking night show.
And that's always been the issue, though, in Supercross. It's not that there's not the 20. Well, and now it's getting better, but the 22 best guys that could race a dirt bike weren't on the line that night because the guys that were 15 to 22 couldn't make a living doing it. So you start to bring in and now.
And then we got injuries and everything else and everything. And but I mean, Phil was a little too harsh in my mind. But start finding the guys who are taking away points and money, and they'll figure it out.
Oh yeah.
You can't even find.
I wasn't harsh. I just said move.
No, you were too harsh.
You can't gain or fucking gain an advantage on the person. If me, Keefer, and Greg are out there fucking battling our dicks off for 18th, 19th, and 20th, and Kenny and Cooper coming up through the pack, dude, we shouldn't be able to and I'm in the middle. Greg shouldn't be able to try and pass me under the blue flag.
Why didn't you include me in that? I'm a racer. I just made the regional.
After the start I just saw you on, you would never make it out of fucking Friday qualifying.
You're a dick.
Thanks, Phil. Fucker.
Okay, listen, before we go, it's great to have Greg here because, Phil, you've told this story a few times on the show. You're in Oklahoma. I don't even know how this ever worked, how the New York guy ended up in Oklahoma with Brett Q's 450 Honda while he's racing a KX 250. I don't know how that ever happened. With the Dorenzo.
I don't know either. I think was that Doc's. Doc have something to do with that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doc helped out.
But how did Doc get involved in Oklahoma?
I don't.
Doc's from New York.
I don't know. Trey had Greg Dorenzo, who still writes our program at the time, and he was kind of the like we had that conversation earlier. He was first guy to kind of come in and start lifting.
New Jersey, so maybe Dorenzo knew the doctor.
Maybe.
No, yeah, but I don't. I really don't. To be honest, I don't know how. I mean, Trey and I were always kind of close, and then I've always known Jimmy and Greg for years, and
okay. So
to be honest with you, I don't know, but it was a fun fucking click, though. You know,
So,
I mean, it was
yeah.
a really low point in my life, but it was fun.
That
Phil's
bike was
on
so bad.
Phil's on a Kawasaki KX250 team, motorsport team.
Yeah.
The bike's a
Yep.
piece of shit, so he's renting Brett Q's Honda 450 during the week to
Okay.
ride.
Just to be safe.
Yeah,
Just
and
to make sure it's
Dorenzo's.
not gonna fucking
And what's
blow
this
up.
mailbox? You got to run to the mailbox, Greg.
Oh, the workouts they did, it was a mental thing. So I mean, he would do a lot of mental stuff with the kids, and like he made them run to the mailbox, and just after a workout, hey, run to the mailbox and back. It's a long ass driveway. It's it's maybe half a mile. Check the mail. Well, the kids just check the mail, and then they got to the mailbox. They kind of knew what they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So they ran to the mailbox, ran back, and he said, hey, is there the mail? Did you look inside? No, they just touched the mailbox. So go back down. What's in the mailbox? And Phil's just going, there's nothing in the mailbox, man. There's nothing in the mailbox.
He's like, yeah, I think, and this is after we just trained. Like Trey had like this, garage, or we trained up in his shop. And dude, it's Shawnee fucking Oklahoma, okay, in July. All right, and we're training in sweatsuits. Okay,
What?
We had
Like wrestlers?
Oh yeah. And
no,
then,
like
and then they had to wear mouthpieces too, so you couldn't breathe out of your like.
Yeah.
It was like it restricted your airflow, so they would make them bite down on this. So spit is flinging everywhere. It was like some old school like training methods, and the kids were tough.
Yeah. So instead of getting 100% air in your lungs, you're breathing out of this fucking straw, dude. I'm telling you, it was fucking death. And Greg told us, like, hey, yeah, go down and check the mailbox. We run down there. Well, not check it, but, like, I don't know what it was. But we didn't check in the fucking mailbox. So then we run all the way back up. And, again, we're dead fucking tired. We had already worked out. And we're in our fucking Walmart sweatsuits, sweatpants and shit. All right? We look like fucking we should be in Rocky or some shit. And then he's just like, I'll go down there and check. And I think it was probably the only time I could actually look at Trey, and he just wanted to come unglued and say every curse word there ever was, but he held it in. And Greg said, you need to go down there and check the mailbox one more time. And I snapped on Greg. I'm just like, dude, there ain't nothing in that fucking mailbox. I had checked it. Sure as shit, we had to run down there again. Nothing in that fucking mailbox.
I feel like you were kind of in a dark place, though. Just little things
Well,
would
with
set
the
you
team,
off.
right? The team,
yeah,
too.
that, and he was just, negative, Phil. Like,
Oh, really? Oh, that seems odd.
I mean, Brett Q, like he was letting him ride his bike, and I think one night he came home and he had like we got a piece of like free pie and dessert, and like he gave it to him, and Phil like was literally like he's like, I just don't understand. Like Brett gets all the good breaks. He was,
No, I'm pretty sure the words were, this is bullshit. Brett Q gets all the good fucking breaks.
Yeah.
There's a little more empathy put in that fucking.
But hold on, though. Like, Dorenzo, and Weege does a great impression, and Weege knows him well. I feel like it's a little unsafe to be sweating in July in Oklahoma in sweatsuits. Like, they're not trying to drop weight for wrestling here. They're racing motocross.
Yeah, I don't know. So for that, I know. I mean, a lot of
That
that was
seems a little extreme.
mentality though was
Okay.
everything. And I think with that, what I saw, my brother have his best season. That's when he got the factory Honda ride. I saw Trey. He came up and just won the super. I mean, he wasn't supposed to be. And so just a lot of that, I think, was mental training. And they don't believe they didn't train like that all the time, but there was definitely a lot of like working out. And then as far as the diet went, they had to eat. You guys had a meal, a pile of meat. That's all, pound and a half of ground beef. You could put salsa on it. Like, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was old school.
Oklahoma, dude.
Dude.
No, that was Dorenzo and Jersey.
Oh, it was
There's
Jersey.
a-
You guys were lifting weights, man, back in the day, and I remember like they were trying to get Trey away from him, and like and then Peter Park comes up, and you see how Chase is, and I feel like that's the program you guys were on in 2007 and 8. So I don't know. I think it's come that way. It's maybe it's not full force, but you guys are definitely doing a lot more weight training than ever before.
Speaking of your brother Jimmy, there's a great story. He got a factory Honda ride. Phil. Yeah, we'll
mean,
get into
he'll
that.
tell you.
We'll get into that.
Fucking blame fucking Phil.
We'll get into that. And there's a famous story where everyone at the track is now riding a factory Honda. They're taking it around the track. Just, hey, man, Jimmy's gone. You want to ride
Let's
a factory
try it.
Honda 450?
Yeah.
But, Greg, you're here to say it's Phil's fault.
Yeah, it's Phil's fault. No, it wasn't Phil. It was just always a pissing match. You guys get together and it's just like everything. So I remember like Jimmy and Phil have always been pretty close in speed. And Phil, I don't know, he never got the good breaks. Like Jimmy was like, he was always a little bit better, but I don't know. I think people just perceived, they were close. But anyhow, Jimmy got on that bike and he was flying, and Phil's like, oh, you're only that much faster because you're on that bike. So Jimmy's like, well, we'll just do it in this short section. It's not a horsepower thing. So he started scrubbing jumps, and they were doing like a 30-second loop. just scrubbing the piss out of everything, and he drug that peg, and it was game over. But he was right. They were both riding good. But man, that Kawasaki was possibly the worst machine I've ever seen.
I see God way too many times.
But as Phil has told us, McFarland's bike was good. There seemed to be different levels on that team.
Yeah, I'm sure there was at that time.
No. Oh yeah, people don't understand. Back then it was different. I mean, Star was the same way. I mean, if you weren't like one of the main 2 or 3 guys, you didn't get the really good, good parts. Like that was legit.
Was Tom Hahn on the team when you were on the team? Tom,
Wait, who?
Was Tommy?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember
Tommy's
that was the quote I heard because I overlapped helping Trey at Honda, and then when he left, the first episode I heard Tom says, "This stock Cowie's better than my factory Honda," and I'm like, "Well, it's not Phil's Cowie. He must not be riding that bike."
Yeah, but that when we were at Meadow Valley that day and we were doing this section, and Jimmy was crushing it on the factory Honda, and he drug a peg, and I just see him doing a fucking Superman, and. Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, Jimmy's gonna die, and he crashes, and I get to him. He's like, oh, my fucking shoulder, my shoulder's out of place. He's like, I fucked up, and all because we're in a pissing match, and who could fucking do this section a little bit faster. And at the end of the day, I mean, I fucking won. Jimmy didn't finish. But, I mean, it's just a bummer. He had an opportunity. I mean, he did come back and still do good on the factory Honda, but it definitely derailed it a little bit.
Did you jump on the factory after he went to the hospital? Did you get on the bike?
No, I fucking was a good friend, and I went to the hospital with him.
Oh, shit, because, the locals all got to ride it. So
That would be funny. If back then there wasn't many cameras and phones and things, if someone actually did do that.
No, they did. They did.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They wrote it.
No, they actually did.
Yes.
Yeah.
No way.
So we just had it leaned up against this. I never saw. This was the story, I guess. But
no, it's been verified.
And that
by
was that's the 08 Honda. Everybody, that was the best bike of all time. So some of those guys got to ride.
Troll or Jeremy, they know people who rode the bike.
Just some backwoods dude knows what it's all about.
Just a bunch of them rode it.
Really?
Jimmy's gone. The bike's against a tree. Who wants it?
Dude, that's so awesome.
I'm sure Kehoe was not stoked.
Oh, my God.
Maybe not. He was cool, though. But Jimmy got, my dad that year, he was like, he was hurt and even to go to Steel City. And my dad was always a realist. He's like, this might be the only chance you ever get to ride this bike. So you need to go. And we went and did it. And then, he was still hurt. So we came back and Kehoe said, hey, I don't need that. He's like, he told me, hey, you can ride that. I ride a little bit. He's like, it doesn't kind of come back box it up in the next 2 weeks. You can ride it a little bit. And I was we're riding now.
We're going to ride it, yeah. That's
awesome.
All right, Phil, thank you for the time. Luxon MX bringing you Phil Nicoletti here. And so you're going this weekend. You're going to Dallas.
Yeah. Greg, you going to come to Dallas?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
All right. Will you make sure to wave to Lewis or try to figure this beef out?
Fuck Lewis, dude. I'm over him.
All right.
He's got a long way to go.
All right. Well, he'll chip away at that, I guess. Thanks, Philip.
Hey,
what?
No, serious question.
Yeah.
I mean, what rear tire did you have on that start?
I had a Michelin Starcross 6.
We're going to cover this later
was
on,
it the
Phil.
start from this weekend that he saw?
I don't know, man. I don't know what
start
Keefer's
did you
doing.
see, Phil?
I don't know what Keefer's doing.
I got people watching him, and I'm getting videos as this is going on.
I was talking to somebody.
Clean the gate. I didn't clean the grate. I had no broom. I had no friend.
Phil,
I had nobody.
This is one of my things. He goes to this race. He doesn't even sweep the fucking grate. There's
I
other
don't
guys
have
there.
a broom, man.
No, there's brooms all over hell near that.
Where do I put my bike?
Hey, 50-year-old guy, you mind holding my bike for a second?
I'm not asking anybody to do anything.
Poor Steve
for me.
had no help. I pull up to this place. We pull up to Mesquite. I'm going to go watch. I got a bunch of people there, and Steve is there all by himself, just defeated. I mean, parked. There
just
is
by
nobody,
myself, dude.
and he's
No friends,
just
heads no
down.
help.
Yeah, exactly. And
Gary's not helping. Nobody's
obviously
helping.
a rough moto, and he's, literally by himself, no friends. You think I'd think he'd be hanging out with somebody? Nope,
no,
just
man.
by himself.
He's actually in heaven then if he's by himself. He loves it.
And and then I came back.
Dude,
we were talking, and I came back, and Steve was gone. He was loaded up and gone. I called Keefer, and I was like, hey, this is your fault. I'm worried about Steve.
He was actually worried. He's like, is he okay?
My advisor told me I could just do the first motos and go home.
You did the right thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Were you worried about Steve, or were you worried about his lap times?
Well, both. It was a combination, but it was.
Listen,
I don't know how.
I wasn't even going to set my start hook, but a guy asked me, "Hey, do you want me to help you? Do you want to help? Do you want?" And I'm like, "Okay, cool."
Well, you might as well not have anyway. It's only set at 125. Fuck it.
Did you reset it after we talked?
No.
Exactly.
I don't have a fork guard.
Let's not cover this right now. We're gonna go to cover this later.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Philip. We'll see you this weekend.
Later, fellas.
See ya.
See ya. That's Phil Nicoletti, brought to you by Luxon MX. Pulp20 code to save at Maxima and ProFilter. Love the Maxima guys, SC1, MPPL. Pulp20 code saves at Maxima Direct and at ProFilter as well. Oil, pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filters for your dirt bikes, side-by-sides, and in between. Pulp20. All right, going to commercial right now, but this guy's been on hold. He's got a Triumph question for Kris Keefer. Go ahead, Mark.
Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, Mark.
Yep.
Number one, Steve and Keefer, thank you guys for answering our stupid questions through email. Definitely send some in sometimes that I cringe over, but...
Did I answer them?
Yeah, I sent you one a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Usually it's Keefer.
Yeah, Keefer's really good at that. Yeah.
You give us too much shit over him. But anyway, so Keefer, I've been listening to the Triumph testing pods, and you said you're going to make a kind of a swing to the east side of the country, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm guessing the Triumph is coming.
Yes. So we're headed to Georgia. So we got a place in Georgia now, so I'll be doing a lot of testing back there.
Sick. So I think you mentioned Monster Mountain by name. I don't know if you think you plan on riding there. I'm a local too. I live about 10 minutes from the track.
Yeah, actually, every time I'm out there, I try to hit Monster Mountain, and all the guys there are really cool, and that's probably my favorite track in North America is Monster Mountain. All the tracks that I've been to, that's my favorite.
Yeah, man, I don't think I've ever ridden anywhere else I like more.
Yeah,
anyway,
people like it.
I'll
I've heard a lot of people like it. Yeah. I've never been there, but
if I don't know if a guy catches you out there and maybe you have a bike he might be interested in purchasing in the near future, could he maybe spend some laps on that thing?
Absolutely. If he's not a weirdo, I'm down with it. No problem.
Yeah, I think the guys out there might vouch for said guy.
All right. Yeah,
pretty
not a
neat.
problem. I'm pretty easygoing. I could pick up really quick if the guy's weird or not.
is it a Triumph you want to buy? Because just stick with the Yamaha.
Yeah, I mean, I have a blue bike now.
Oh, there we go. There's no need to switch, sir. You're on the bike that just won Detroit.
But God, I sympathize with Keefer. That YZ450 is
it's a lot of bike.
Beast.
No, listen, sir, there's this thing called the Yamaha tuning app. It's Wi-Fi. Turn that thing down a little bit.
A lot of bit.
I know, but I'm a vet rider now, and he's saying that Triumph engine is silky smooth.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty smooth.
Guess who developed it?
That's smooth.
Yeah, guess who developed it?
Easy to ride.
The guy who developed the bike thinks the bike is awesome. Shocking. I didn't know that would happen. All right, hey, we got to run. Go to commercial break.
Yep.
But yes, you can ride the Triumph and then just stick with the Yamaha.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, go to commercial break here. Jason Thomas coming up here. Gary Brough from Mesquite MX and RMX Series as well. Going to sit in for a little bit. Thanks to Levi Kitchen, Phil, and Cooper Webb, obviously, for calling in. Go to commercial break. Be right back after this, everybody. Go Sweden.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't even want to come on tonight.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win.
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jet Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works. We're going to have the Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment, Race Tech Rant coming up, as well as the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs as well. Gregg Albertson from the Game facility in Oklahoma here, and Kris Keefer as well, Keefer Rink Testing. I do want to ask you about the Triumph 450 a little bit, because that's something new, I think, that's you've been riding a little bit.
Yep.
And then, Greg, we'll talk a little bit about the Game as well. Jason Thomas coming up, of course. Fox Factory Vehicles, your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. Partnering with the top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. Backed by the OEM factory warranty, easy finance through your local dealership. The vehicles eliminate the hassle of do-it-yourself customization. No waiting for parts, no hassles, no voided warranties. FoxFactoryVehicles.com to learn more. And thank you to Cherubies for bringing you the 7 o'clock hour at Cherubies USA. Check out the real cool website. You can pick up your model, your brand of bike, pick out the color of plastic you want, at Cherubies USA on social media. Really great stuff as well over there. So, please check out Cherubies USA, Fox Factory Vehicles. And also, like I said, we got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs coming up as well. 2 races down in 250 East. I'm going to ask JT this question. Who's impressed you that is off the radar a little bit?
250 East?
Yeah, 250 East.
Colin Park. Cullen Park for me is he is always in the mix, even though I don't get to see him much on the TV time. I see the results. I see the lap times. I think he's in the mix, and he probably would have had another 7th this weekend if it wasn't for a crash in the last lap or so.
Yeah.
So for me, like, really impressive. I still feel like East Coast is more stacked than West Coast, and the talent that's in there.
Yeah.
So
Bummer about Pierce.
about Pierce.
Yeah.
And I think Nate would be a little bit better, even though his finger was screwed up.
Yep.
But I still think. Do you hear that? Is it breathing? Is that me?
I hear breathing. Yeah, I do hear breathing.
So anyway, I just think Cullen Park would be mine.
Right. Greg?
Man, I'm looking at these results, and Dax Bennick, before he got hurt, that was a big surprise to me. In a good way. It wasn't but just a big improvement from last year, and I felt like he didn't luck into that one. So that was, Anstey is definitely better than I thought, but no massive surprise. No massive surprises in the East.
Nothing
for me.
that stands out too much.
You?
Cullen's a good one. Cullen rode really well in the opening round, and then he was jacked up a little bit by Faulkner late in the race in Detroit. I didn't see it, but I just heard about it. So, talking about Faulkner a little bit, let's get Jason Thomas on the line. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use code PulpMX when you're checking out, or JT in honor of Coop's win. There's a code to save right now through the Coop code. So,
yeah, why not?
Yeah, first win since Zacho, Salt Lake City.
I think so.
In 450 Supercross.
So,
Yeah.
Yep. 2020.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Good job on that.
Didn't really think about it, but they haven't had a 450 guy really. So,
yeah, not really. Well, Zach.
Well, JB, I guess, but
yep.
I mean, we've had JB and Dino, but it's not really. We haven't had anybody in the fight for a win for a minute for sure.
Yep. We got a few people on hold with the Ultimate Lapper Solutions. I can't do it,
dude.
No,
I can't do it.
No, I don't think so.
I can't do it. Eric's got the ultimate. No, let's take Eric's call. Eric, you have the Ultimate Lapper
You're
Solution.
the guy.
Yep. Tell us what it is.
It's your day.
Okay, I'm the guy, right? So we have the green lights for the leaders, right? So
on the bikes. Yes.
Okay.
On the bikes, right? We take that same technology and we create red lights for the guys that we want to pull off the track.
Pull off.
So at a certain point of the race, let's say it's halfway through, okay, a number of riders where it's 6 or 8 or 10 or whatever it is, they get the red light. Okay, now they're going to get pulled off the track as they cross the finish line. So as they come over the finish line, they get the red light. Now they got one lap to gain positions or
This is not the ultimate solution.
Hold on.
Who do you think that they can see this red light? Because they can't see this.
Okay, so let's say, for instance, right, that same technology they take and they put let's say it's a watch band on the, on the bar or the let's say the.
This is not the ultimate solution.
So hold on. I'm with him so far on the light thing. I can understand that. But
now
what is he talking about pulling off at the finish line? What are you talking about there? Let's give him a chance.
Okay,
Let's give him a chance.
Okay, so you cross the finish line and you're in 17th, right? And you get the red light. Okay, and you've got 16th in front of you, right? So the 16th guy is in front of you. You got one lap to get that guy at 16th. Okay, so you've got the red light. He's got the red light too.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let him get through it.
Okay, so then once these guys get the red light, they have one lap to then make up their positions, and once it's done, they pull off, and that's it. We're left with 10 or 12 riders on the track. Okay, all on the lead lap. Okay, halfway through the race, and all we have left is now we got 10 riders off the track. Okay, that have now battled they had a chance to battle for position and make their money or not.
I'm out.
I'm
out.
I don't think that was.
No, let's say you got 4 guys.
So now you got to build a finish line where you can get off of it, the track real easy. Every race has to be an easy exit from the finish to the race. You can't go over a lane.
When these guys pull off the track, when these guys hit the finish line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Almost on every track, they pull off and they go straight to the podium. Or down the.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They have to ride the track for a little bit.
Sometimes they ride the track for a little bit. Sometimes they go over. Sometimes they hold them. It's not always that easy.
Don't hang up on Eric.
Maybe
I want to.
Okay,
Don't hang up
I
on
want
Eric.
to so
Hold on a
bad.
second.
First of all, the riders can't.
I felt it coming, Eric. I had your back.
Riders can't necessarily see these lights all the time. No matter where you put them, they're not looking down at the handlebars. They're looking forward. So maybe they don't
Put
see
it on
them.
the wrist.
So now they're looking at the
Dude,
wrist.
I'm not looking at my wrist. Yeah.
No one's looking at
at your handlebars are right in front of you. Put it on the wrist.
Here's one
Put it
thing.
on the crossbar.
I think we need to all calm down with the lap. We've had 22 guys for years.
These guys are they're also racing. Like you're just gonna clip them halfway through.
Yes. Like.
Sure, they're still going to make the money.
No, that's not what it's about.
And half of these privateers are only good for 10 laps.
Wow. Eric's a hater now. Eric, I was in on you. I was sticking up for you.
You lost Keefer, Eric. That's it. You lost Keefer. All right.
Eric, I tried.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I tried,
Yeah,
Eric.
all right. Dumbest calls ever on this show. I just like if you get lapped twice.
I can tell you. I can tell you that I've been in 16th and 17th. And I
Right.
was not just good for 10 laps. Like I was more than fine.
And also too, like JT.
Could you imagine telling telling JT to get the fuck off the track on lap 15? Imagine what JT would do.
Well, think how many guys you get late, or if crashes happen and you get, then that's 4 points, or 4 spots for money. Like lots of things happen late in the race. Like they just enforce the rules.
Yeah.
And have people watching.
Yes.
And be like, hey, Grant Harlan. I'm going to use his example because Grant won't care. Other guys will get butthurt. Grant Harlan, you didn't get the fuck out of the way. You're docked 5 points. You're docked 3 points. You're docked $200. Here's the video. Here's why we did it. Be better next time. And then Grant will be better.
Address behavior.
And they're gonna be like, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean JT.
Address their behavior.
Right, and then eventually everyone will be like, well, I need to be a little bit better here.
And it won't matter. I mean, it's a little money goes a long way when you're a privateer.
Well, yeah,
so you give them a little. It doesn't have to be a big fine, but they'll feel it. You know, and they're not going to race for that one position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not dealing with a ton of money back there.
We just don't have enough eyeballs watching all these guys, so we need to get a few more people to watch lappers, and enforce that. And I mean, JT, address behavior. They've done it with Vince. They've addressed that behavior with Vince. And it's done.
Well, I don't agree with necessarily they've addressed that.
No,
so
I
much,
know.
but
I'm kidding.
A-Ray just
they
texted
tried.
me.
To be
What's
fair,
Eric's
they
number?
tried. They've penalized him. They fined him. They suspended him. They put him on probation. I just don't think he gives a shit about any of that. So that's part of the problem is they've done different things to him. I don't know if it's been severe or enough or not. That's not for me to decide. But it's not like they've never done anything. He just doesn't care.
What's crazy to me is how many people, and I'm not calling anyone out, but how many fans out there that think 12th back are just pieces of shit. You're just a fucking pile of dog shit, and you need to be pulled off the track.
Look on my Instagram.
Like, it's insane to me.
Yeah.
Like, how many people actually think, that guy sucks, pull him off. He doesn't even need to be racing for 15th. He just yank him off. Like, it's crazy.
I know. And like Greg said, with injuries, now we're seeing more guys in the main. We're going to be getting, and injuries happen, and now we're going to get guys lining up to 8th.
Yeah, what was it? What was the one year where everybody had super low number? I mean, that was Moran's was getting in every, and he's doing well this year. He's definitely gotten a lot better. But we're going to start see it. This is going to be more of a problem. I think the privateers are just. Generally, they are in a lot better shape than they were years ago. I remember going there, and JT got a lot of these guys, but my brother was one that was there, and then Jeff Alessi. How many times did he make the main? So I think
Jeff used to ride around the whoops the main multiple times.
I think that everybody making the mains now are training and doing 20s. Back in the day when it was my brother and Nick Schmidt and those guys. I mean JT, that was probably easy pickings for he's waiting for that 10-minute mark and rubbing his hands together, going, I'm going to pick up another $800 here.
Yeah, JT. I'm thinking Jeff Gibson was your guy. Yeah, Gibson was pretty good.
Gibson was good.
No, there were guys you knew that they did not have 20 laps.
No.
I mean, you just knew. Like, no chance, no way in hell was it ever going to happen. But I mean, that's part of a lot of those guys. They didn't care about that. They only did sprints. They were just trying to get in. They did not care about that. That was the hard part for me, was trying to combat those guys, but also I was doing 20s until I fell out during the week too.
Hey, speaking of the East, back to that. Concern level for Faulkner or no? Sick round 1, said it was lingering round 2.
Not yet for me.
No concern?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to give it.
He doesn't. Okay, go ahead, JT.
My problem is he doesn't look like he's riding sick. He just looks extremely rusty. You can tell me he's sick. That's fine. But I haven't seen any speed, and sickness doesn't affect speed.
I'm with you.
So that's what I'm worried about.
I'm with you. He doesn't, and maybe it's the check air. He doesn't look the same.
I think some of these guys are in a mindset, and JT can maybe attest for this because he's around him a lot. But like, just for instance, I was writing something about Carson Mumford in my article, and I said, you know what? Before I start writing this, I want to talk to him first. So I texted him, reached out to him. I go, hey, is your bike slow? Why aren't you 3 and in here? Why don't you do it over the like? And he's like, look, I'm just gonna be straight up with you. Like, I had a game plan going into this. I feel like, yes, I probably could do that. Could I do it for 15 minutes? Probably not. I don't want to risk injury. I'm here to complete the laps, try to get as good as I can get. I'm going in here, and this is what I'm doing, and what I get is what I get for right now. Right now, I just want to complete the races, and I'm going to start building. So I think Austin is a little bit wired this way right now. Just let me get through these races. Yes, it doesn't look great. Yes, I was sick. But I'm just going to plug along for a bit.
I mean, look, he hasn't been able to stay healthy, so maybe that is the goal.
And it was a big one. Like, that was such a big deal last year. And I'm just surprised everybody was, not counting him out, but to expect him to go straight to the front. I know you were not, but like.
I was not. I felt like the hype on him was, I'm like, look, he had a serious injury, and he was off a long time, and he's on a new bike.
Right. Yeah. And you're not discounting his talent.
He was off a long time.
Yeah, you're not discounting, but you just know. I mean, that's what it takes to get back to that. So, I mean, he had the one outdoor season years ago coming back, and it took him to get rolling. It took him a full season. So, I'm no panic as long as he's getting slightly better.
And you know him well, Greg, too.
Since he was a kid, he's always just been he's always been a champion. He's always found a way, and as long I think he stays healthy, gets back there. You just can't afford to have another one. Jesus Christ.
No.
It took him a long time when he came back from in the outdoors. He was really nowhere close.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, we saw him in Detroit, and I was like, holy cow, there he is.
Yeah.
So maybe it's that same cycle again. Maybe it's going to take a lot longer. Because when he came back in motocross, I was like, oh, well, he's going to be really good. He wasn't that guy for quite a while. And then, I mean, he found the form again, like Greg's saying. So let's hope so, because right now when I watch him, he doesn't look like the same rider he was a year ago. And I know it's in there somewhere. It just doesn't look the same right now.
Let's talk a little bit, JT. We gave our surprise riders so far to the East, 2 rounds down. Cullen Park, these guys mentioned. What did you have somebody?
I mean, it's a really cliche, boring answer, but the fit, finish, and polish of Max Anstie to me is shocking.
Really?
We've known how good he is, but even last year when he had the red plate, it wasn't this. This is a much different looking Max. Like, he looks like he's in command of this class. And I know all the things that happened in the last couple laps, whatever. But every other time he's been on the track, even in that main event, the start, the speed, just consistent laps. He doesn't look like he's really having to try all that hard.
Nope.
I've never seen this Max Anstie before, and that doesn't mean he's going to win the title. I've just never seen this version of him like this ever in any class. Maybe one race I watched it in Lommel in like 2018. But this has been every single time I've seen him touch the track, he's been the same guy so far.
Yeah, well, that Honda that he was riding last year, I feel like he was just having to wring its neck.
Yeah.
And you could see in his body language. So maybe that, him not having to, scrub everything quite as hard or really just wind that thing up in the air, he can just kind of get away with using that power and just be a little bit more sturdy and stable.
Yep. You're right. He doesn't, man, he's just smooth. It looks easy. Like you said, Jay, he's not hanging it out. It's just, he's just clicking laps off. Yeah.
Yeah, it really looks like it. You hate to use the word easy, but that's the word that pops in my brain. It looks easy for him right now.
It's crazy. You guys didn't think he was going to be that good. I was like picking him to be a title threat.
I picked him
this good.
I was saying he's going on this bike. He did what he did on a bike that to me was inferior last year in that class. But
he wasn't very good in motocross. Like, it wasn't like he jumped on the bike and was just wiped out, right away.
Yeah, no, I was more talking just about Supercross. I just think looking at him at Supercross, how he had the points lead, he got some heat wins, he was in the mix. Yes, he had some crashes, but I just felt like what he did on that bike, and now he's on something far better, that put him in that hunt. That's what I thought, at least.
Well, I thought the hunt. I agree with you on the hunt. This just looks like, to me, I'm scared to say this because it doesn't sound. He just looks like he's a step above everybody right now. And I know he didn't even win this weekend. I get it. But I think if you drop the gate 10 times in a row and run 10 main events, he probably wins at least 8 of those. Like, I truly believe that. I think that's where he's at right now. It looks far too effortless for him, for everybody else. Like, I would be very nervous if I was everybody else.
Kneel on 2 as a solution for lappers, guys.
Oh, boy.
I'm not getting to kneel. Cameron McAdoo, what's going on? I'm so mad at Cameron.
You're mad?
I'm mad at Cameron.
Don't be mad.
Come on.
You can't be mad.
He's a great guy.
You can't be mad.
He's got to stop this, Keefer.
What's he doing?
What's he doing?
Is he doing it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
As JT likes to say, he has a throttle. You just back it off.
Yep.
He is the guy that tries too hard.
You already know what happened. He was up to 3rd or 4th, I think.
Yeah.
And he fell.
Mhm.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah,
Just
he
tipped
crashed
over.
once, yep.
And then got back to 8th. And you know he was coming back up.
Yeah.
When that happened.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, those whoops weren't hard. They rolled him before the night show. Everyone was getting through them. What?
They were jacked. I walked the track after the race. They were complete.
Yeah, but I didn't see guys. Guys got through them pretty good. Everybody got through pretty good.
Yeah, they were pretty beat up late. I'm not saying they were the nastiest whoops I've ever seen, but they were not in good condition late in the main event.
And then he does that. And now he hurt his knee again. He's got a handlebar to the face.
Yeah. I didn't look good at first. I was like, oh, boy. But
it's
just really disappointing.
Yes, I'm mad at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mad at him. Don't do that. Stop that.
I think he's one of those guys that's capable of riding over his head, and I think some people aren't comfortable doing that. And he seems comfortable. He doesn't. It's not like he makes adjustments to the changing track. He's just going to ride it the same and hammer and go, and it's probably what got him from. I mean, as an amateur, he had these massive climbs. He's dug himself by
driving Christian's motorhome not that long ago for a job.
Man, he's just little. He's got to make those adjustments as the track's changing.
I worry about it. Like Cam.
The hard part, what I think Greg's alluding to, is he's going to tell you the only way I can be a podium guy and win races is to be on the edge like that. And it's just hard. That may be true. But, man, does it get him in a lot of trouble also.
It's a hard life to live.
Yes.
It's a hard life to live. Like
I kind of know what this feels like because I used to, like people would say, you got to go. I can go faster for a little while. Like, I'm going to go faster, but at some point here, you're going to be dragging me off this racetrack if I go faster than I'm going right now. And that's a unique decision that everybody has to make. Everybody knows their limit, or at least you should. And I would bet you that Cameron deep down knows when he's over the line, but he's like, I have to go over the line. I have to. And I think he's just more willing to than most are. And it bites him more often than I think all of us would like to see.
Do we know if he's out or not, or what is the damage?
I think he's out. I think he did his knee
again, and we're just
going to. Yeah, I heard. I just don't quote me on that. Just what I heard.
Yeah, I hope he goes and fixes it, and hopefully he just comes back and gets everything straight and right. I mean, for me, he's in the same. Him and RJ are like the same guy. RJ's just been able to muscle through stuff and not hit they're both a little bit loose.
Yeah.
I mean, RJ's real kind of rides behind the bike, and it bites him a lot.
I will have his back. The original knee injury wasn't his fault.
Yeah, he's had two issues where the bike broke on him.
Right,
And
so we may be a little hard on him right now, but the ones that leading up to this whole Supercross series, it's not on him.
Yep. No, you're right. And the last year.
No, but I've seen it. I've literally watched it happen. I know.
You
can see him on the edge.
Yeah.
It works a lot of the time. It does, and I get it. He's made a lot of money riding on the edge, but these moments like this, and he's the one that has to decide if it's worth it. We can all sit here and opine about it, and he's mad at him and all that stuff, but in the end, he's the one that has to live with consequences.
We got Nate on one for JT. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, JT, I just wanted to compliment you on you're always kind of hard on yourself about broadcast and, studying yourself and improving, but I want to say that over this time here, you've actually made Ricky Carmichael better just with your knowledge and the way you throw it to him. I feel like what you've been able to do is been able to make Ricky Carmichael, put his knowledge into his broadcast career, and I think it's been getting better every week, and just want to compliment you on that.
Well, thanks. I don't know if I deserve it or not, but I'll take it. I have been trying really hard to be better. to be really honest, like I know how fortunate I am to be in the position I'm in, and how many people would love to be doing what I'm doing. So I don't take that for granted, because it could be taken away anytime. So while I'm getting to do it, I'm going to work as hard as I can to do the best job I can. And if that, I think part of it is trying. We have all these meetings all the time, calls, in-person meetings, and we're all trying to make each other better. So if I can ask a question that I really want to know Ricky's opinion on, and it sets up to be better in the show, that's awesome. And all we can do is really try to do the best job individually we can, but at the same time, we're a team. Make the best broadcast possible. And it's, in the end, again, it's really not for me. The sport is all I've ever done. My whole life has been this sport, and most of the people on this call, the same thing. But the respect I have for that makes me want to do a good job. If people tell me I suck, that's fine. People have been telling me I suck my whole life. That's okay. I don't care. But if I can make the show better for people that are watching it, and this is their favorite sport, and this is all they want, then to me that's worth more than me doing a good job individually. Because I don't really care. I don't really hold myself in a high regard. So that's not the most important thing to me, if that makes sense.
Do you still get hate DMs from people about the broadcast?
I mean, yeah, people are critical, but that's okay. I've really, and Steve, you know this better than most. I really used to get mad about stuff like that, and I've resigned myself to kind of being like, okay, whatever. This person either doesn't like me, or they are trying to tell me how to be better. And I stopped getting mad, and now I'm kind of like, okay, take the emotion out of it. What are they saying is bad, and how can I take that? And even if they're not being constructive, how can I make it constructive and be better? And they still may never like me, but at least I can fairly look at what they're saying. And if I disagree with what they're saying, then that's okay too. They're just not going to like it. But maybe they're saying something that I need to hear, and it's something that I really need to work on. And if I can do that, then hey, I'm happy for them to take a cheap shot at me or whatever. If it makes me better, that's okay too. In the end, me being better, it's one of those things where if they truly don't like me or the job I'm doing, and I get better and do so good of a job that they can't take a shot, that's the best revenge possible. So, I've really had to kind of grow up in that sense, is just don't get emotional. Some people are just never going to like what you're doing, but try to find something in what they're saying to do a better job.
Yeah, exactly. Well said, for sure.
And you've been around long enough, JT. You're very self-aware. You're a self-aware person. You know when you're not doing great. You know when you are. So.
What about?
Yeah. I mean, we have good nights and bad nights like everybody else. I think San Diego, I didn't have my best show. I knew it after. I was like, I didn't ruin the show. It wasn't my best one. And the other ones, I'm like, I felt like I did okay. Was it fantastic? Maybe not. But I didn't screw up. I said kind of what I thought cleanly and tried to be eloquent in the way I said it. And it's just like anybody. It's like racing. I think as racers, everything we do, we're going to quantify it like a race. That's our nature. That's what we've always done. You know, it's just how it works.
How does a game moto treat complaints about the track, Greg? How's the HR department there?
That's a good coaching facility. If it sucks, we just say, hey, that's how we're supposed to write it like that. That it needs to be dusty, it needs to be muddy, it needs to be
toughen you up.
So that's the great thing about being a training facility. Is hey, we're working on something today.
Yeah, exactly. All right, everybody, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Please use the code PulpMX when you're checking out, or check out Coop's social media. They got a sale to celebrate the win for Fly Racing this weekend in Detroit. So thanks, JT. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Yeah, see you guys.
All right,
see you, JT.
All right, let's go. Before we get Gary Brough in here a little bit, let's do the X-Brand Goggle tear-off game. Let's do that. X-Brand Goggles.
It's the X-Brand tear-off segment.
It's a game.
15-second rapid-fire
Rapid-fire. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Chiz, Tide McGrath in career main events this weekend using X-Brand Goggles. Fast Freddie Norn, Henry Miller, so many privateers use X-Brand. Pulp Show 25 is the code to save on the Lucid goggle as well. And I changed a lens this weekend when I was riding. It couldn't have been any easier with that Lucid goggle. And all right, here we go. These questions submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar?
I love the guy.
Love the guy.
Love the
Wow.
guy.
Wow.
We stayed at his house.
Wow.
Nobody
Yep.
Nobody knew that.
You're the guy that knows him. All right.
I'm the only
Okay,
one, I
here we
guess.
go. 30 seconds.
Steve, how often is the AMA updating or changing rules?
They change them every year, a few rules, and they're always like kind of bolded in the front of the rule book, and it says, "Hey, changes for the year." Now, knowing that, I didn't read it this year, so I guess I didn't know.
What's the over-under that someone's job is that to go over the rule book every year to read it to see if they need to evolve anything?
I don't know. It's a good point. I mean, Pelletier, they've been trying and working pretty hard and listening to the teams. I just don't know why they would have changed this 90% rule for the reasons that Wygant told me that they told him. I don't get that. The reasons were, again,
right.
We can't do the math on 90% when it's a timed race. And that seems
feels like you can do the math.
Insane to me. Of course you can do the math
exactly
of 90% of a time race. Like, can you do it exactly? Because you don't know, like it's 15 minutes plus 54 seconds, and maybe the leader does a 52. But are we really gonna do that?
How about we just get rid of the +1 or plus whatever and just do the time 90% of the time?
Exactly. Or how about we just say 12 minutes, 13 minutes, whatever number you want. Yeah.
Did you ever read the whole rule book when you were working?
Yeah, I think I've gone through it. Yeah.
I did the whole year in 2016 when we did the Superstore team.
did?
That was the first team. I was like, I'm going to sit down and read the whole thing, and I learned some stuff for sure. And I just once you do that, I guess you just stay on top of it.
Yeah.
But shit, that was 9 years ago now.
Wow.
All right.
Keefer, what would it take to get Steve into Loretta Lynn's qualifying speed?
Speed, he'd have to ride more, so he needs to dedicate himself a little bit more to riding. He doesn't ride enough. Second, which we'll talk about later, he needs the TIU, his race day program, which we'll talk about. And 3, he needs a little bit more of a how do I put this? Oh boy. A little more positivity. A little more positivity about the race.
29 seconds.
Perfect. Don't do it. Wait. Just wait.
Okay, I'm going to wait.
Greg, would you ever go back to wrenching or managing a race team?
No, never. That's pretty simple. No, I think I woke up and I saw what I could make money-wise, and it wasn't going to create a life for myself. And I loved racing, and I always liked the practice bike side of things better. So it was just a natural transition to do what I'm doing now. And I think the biggest thing for me too is knowing that I know I'm going long, but man, at the amateur races, everybody wants to be at the amateur races. Like the families are there together. At the pro races, I got the feeling at the end everybody's away from their wife and their kids or whatever, and it was almost like some people didn't want to be there at the amateur stuff to keep people together. So
I was there.
That makes sense.
By myself all weekend. I wanted to be there so bad.
I felt bad for you, Steve.
Thanks, Greg.
Steve.
Yep.
I didn't write this one. How is Canada taking the beating down that USA gave them in hockey?
Oh, yeah, big beatdown. Empty net goal, 3-1 loss. Big beatdown. Our goalie sucks. We're missing 2 of the top 3 defensemen. Americans got lucky. We'll see you on Thursday.
I like Dick Cheese.
We'll see you on Thursday.
Wow.
Keefer, who would have the best chance of holding Webb off in the closing laps of a Supercross race?
Sexton.
I would say E.T. would be my pick.
I think Sexton.
Okay.
At this point in time. I'm talking about this point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Greg, what is the most common mistake you see amateurs your training make?
Oh,
it's a list, isn't it?
That's a loaded question. Yeah, I would say not enough. The training facility is a problem, so I just would say not enough work on actual technique and fixing things. A lot of people go out and just ride the motos, and we use a lot of different drill tracks. So I would say the biggest mistakes that people make are just working on speed too early and not focusing on fundamentals.
You sound like Villeman. That's a big thing with DV.
The riders aren't any better today. I think they're worse. They're faster, but I think it's just from spending more time on the bike and riding more conditions. I don't think we're actually producing better riders at this point.
Can I bring up something?
Yeah.
I know we have 30 seconds. But know what I noticed when I was at your place and I was going from like you were doing some talking points? The kids don't fucking listen.
Yeah.
They're just like, Greg's talking and he's talking about something important, and I'll have to every once in a while, oh yeah, and I'll just yell out something to kind of rein everybody back in, because the fucking kids are looking at the trees and Greg's talking, but no one's taking anything in. Like it's up to the kid to ingest the information.
Yeah, I told one client, this Beckham Smith kid, and he's really taken off. He signed a 4-year contract with KTM at 9 years old. I mean, just But his mom, she looked real nervous because other people were coming in, and they felt like they had like a secret sauce with me. And I said, Daisy, don't fucking worry. I've been saying the same shit. You guys are the only ones listening. So it's not. This is the stuff Gary Simics and those guys were teaching, and just like what Jet's doing now. It's technical, and nothing's new. It's just people aren't implementing it, and So we're trying to be like, we have a facility, but it's definitely a broken system,
which we'll get into here in a second.
Steven, out of everyone you know that's gone to the Sphere, who's had the most life-changing experience?
Oh, my friend Kris Keefer, I would say. Really seemed to appreciate. Greg, you went.
I did.
You and your wife went.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was amazing. And we just
amazing.
Saw,
and you just went and saw the janky movie.
Just a janky movie. You said, I mean, I could imagine seeing a band I really liked there, but I'd be back.
So my mom went, loved it. Pookie's coworker loved it. But my friend Kris Keefer here was, because he's a music guy like I am, and spherical.
If you like a band.
And Heather was jaded. A&H, she was just not having it because I was pumping it up.
Pushing it down.
She's pushing it down.
No.
And then she enjoyed it.
She did enjoy it.
She did. But I would say you. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is amazing. So you guys haven't gone yet. Even though Steve talks a shit ton about it, it is a really, really cool experience.
Backstreet Boys just announced a residency. So
BSB.
if you're into BSB, we'll see you there.
You are.
Hey, Incomplete's a good
Chameleon
song.
snowboard Santa.
Incomplete's a good song.
That's not a bad
It's
song.
a good song.
Yeah.
Stand by it.
Keefer, who's been your favorite test rider to work with?
Well, I'm gonna have to go old school. For me, it's a toss up between Trey and Doug, but I'm gonna have to give it to Doug just because I learned a lot from Doug growing up, and he taught me a lot. He was patient with me, and it was a blend of patience, giving me shit, and it was just all the things that I needed. So I'm gonna say Doug.
Dubach's a legend.
Yeah,
I'll be you, Doug.
Trey's actually really good, man. Like me, when I was at Honda and Trey was coming to the production test with us. He's a guy that listens. He takes everything in. He's really observant, really respectful. So, like, for me, Trey is another really good test rider as well.
He's thorough. How is Trey though in the testing with is he too patient sometimes with ideas?
No, he was actually really cool because he actually asked me a lot of questions about the production side versus race team side because it's two different types of testing, and he adapted to the production side really well. So I would say yes, at the beginning he was like kind of nice, but then he learned like at the end, like if we don't do something, we're not going to go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Like so.
All right, last one for Greg. Which of the manufacturers has the strongest amateur support?
KTM's got the best bike and probably the best program, maybe, but Yamaha's paying the most money. So I don't know. You can't lose with both. Yamaha or KTM at the moment, or if you're at the very top, Kawasaki. But it's Team Green's completely different from what it was. So I would say maybe Team Green. There's just not as much rides out there with Team Green. Like they've
definitely changed the way they used to do it, right?
Yeah. So when you're on the Monster Energy Team Green deal, it seems like they're taken care of. I don't have anybody riding over there, so I don't know what that contract looks like.
I think there's been a push pull with Mitch. Like, they don't have a path to go to Mitch's team. He's got to still want you. And I think they've been frustrated because riders are leaving because they're like, well, do we have a path to the pros? No, not if Mitch doesn't want it.
And they're giving up on mini bikes too. Cowie, with the KTM, they're just not supporting 85 riders. I don't think this year was the first year. I think they kind of walked away from that.
I think Kawasaki has the best contingency if you're just a normal dude racing.
Yeah.
I think Kawasaki has the best. Aiden's deal is pretty good. For his Team Green deal, he's not on the Monster Energy side. Like he has his own Monster deal, but his deal is pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
All right. X-Brand goggles. Check out the Lucid goggle. Pulp Show 2025 to save with those guys. All right, let's get Gary Brough in here if we can. PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Ethica. Since the inception of the brand, Ethica as a team has been determined to live life, innovate, and work hard. We were talking about Ethica before the show. Greg, you love this stuff. And so PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Ethica. PulpMX code to save with mtxbraking.com. Mountain bike brakes, road bike brakes inspired by motocross and power sports. Available in over 800 power sports. They got the red compound and the gold compound. Red is a little bit better, in my opinion, a little softer, but we'll wear more. Go to mtxbreaking.com. Use the code PulpMX for a deal from those guys. And thank you to the folks at Wiseco as well. Pulp25 is bringing you Gary Brough here on the show. Honda HRC using Wiseco, and they got performance partner of Honda HRC. They got engine garage, buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and more. And whether it's connecting rods or you want a cast or forged piston, Wiseco has got race-proven components. Pulp25 if you need a piston, and they're bringing you from the RMX series, the owner of Mesquite, owner of some other tracks, and somebody that I've heard a lot about before I actually met him on the show, and we're happy to have him on here. It's Gary Brough. What's up, Gary? How are you, man?
Good. How are you?
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. I just thought it'd be interesting with Greg here in the game facility. Keefer's balls deep in amateur racing. You promote races, the RMX series, and then obviously you had the Loretta's area qualifier this weekend. So I thought this would be a good time to just sort of talk about owning a track and the amateur racing and the facilities in general and all of that things, because all you guys are so much more educated than I am about this, right? I just go to these pro races and yell about amateurs for the most part. But now, of course, I'm an amateur moto racer myself.
You're all over.
I'm all over it. But Gary, I will say before I met you, Keefer was bringing me to Mesquite to ride. You let us ride there. Whether it was Jake Weimer, whether it was Chris Hymas, other people in Southern California, Keefer himself, they love your series, the RMX series. They love the tracks, the format. You've been working with MX Sports for a while. So I guess I want to say, like, again, not before I knew you, whatever you're doing amateur racing is working. The promotion, the whatever you have for rules or regulations and looking after the customers, which are the racers.
Right.
You've done a good job of that. So congrats. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Why do you think that is? Why do you think some guy that goes to pro races, was hearing about this RMX series and how well it was run and how awesome it is and the track prep and tracks and everything else? Like, what do you think the reason is?
I mean, for me, what I think, we have 3 boys that have raced.
Mm-hmm.
Riley's 31 now, so we've been at this for 22 years.
Yep.
We've raced coast to coast, including Canadian Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the first time I saw Kris at a dirt bike race was Kamloops. And we were racing at home as well.
Mm-hmm.
Saw some things we didn't like. Asked the local promoter to change. Got some resistance, and actually was challenged in like 2010. If you think you can do it better, you should do it yourself.
Oh, okay.
And we were like,
okay, noted.
Yeah, noted.
Yeah.
And so that's how it started. And so we just took what we liked from across every race we'd been to, and started implementing it. And we're not afraid of changing.
Yeah.
So I would say every year we do something. Sometimes we have to go back to the year before because it didn't work like we thought.
Yeah.
But we're not afraid of suggestions and change. And we do have 3 boys that
you can talk to about it, right? As racers,
At this point, all 3 have privateered the Nationals.
Mm-hmm.
So Gav made a gate. That's our youngest.
Yeah.
And I believe 23 or 24. So he, at that point, all 3 boys had made a gate. And so they've rode at a decent level.
Yeah.
And therefore, they
they
have a lot to do with it. Like, I have great ideas, and then they explain to me that they're not great ideas and why.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty stubborn, but I still listen to them. And, we've just made changes.
And you seem like you're growing. Seems like everything's growing for you.
Man, it has been.
Yeah.
We primarily were Utah and Idaho
Yeah.
originally. We purchased the Mesquite property in fall of 2020, and that gave us a new demographic.
Mm-hmm.
And we've been growing ever since. This year we're going into Rock Springs, Wyoming.
Yeah.
And so that puts us in 4 different states for the RMX series. We are going to sanction the series with the AMA.
Mm-hmm.
So that worked out well for us because it will be considered a featured series. For those of you that are involved in the amateur scene,
Mm-hmm.
and you now,
Yeah.
You have the national, you have the majors, you have a featured series.
Okay.
Featured races.
And that's sort of where the OEMs are like, hey, we want you to go here if you're supporting kids, right? They kind of tell you, like, we'd like you to go there. Is that what it means to be featured?
It's a guideline for basically to tell the factories, because you're disconnected, right? You're doing this, it's all pro, so it's like the factories are, pretty disconnected. So there's basically the AMA telling them, hey, this is the big race.
Yeah.
This is the one to go to. So they
good
can
track, good promoter.
Yeah.
Go here.
Yeah. So
deal.
there's not a lot of majors anymore. So there's features are popping up, but it's hard to get a featured event. You really have to prove yourself, and it comes with a AMA plate, featured event plate, which now that's what everybody's chasing. That's why I'm in business.
Yeah. And then how hard is it in 2025, Gary, to have a racetrack? Insurance issues, liability stuff. Like we hear, Southern California has 2 tracks now, basically.
Yeah.
Paula and GH, and I guess
Paula,
Kahia.
GH, and Paris.
Kahia is pretty out there, though. But But, how hard is it for you, insurance-wise and all of that?
Especially when you talk about California, even Paula and Kahia, you're on Indian reservations.
Correct.
So I would dare bet they have some
different
advantages. Right?
Yeah.
Look around. There's not a lot of private facilities or privately owned tracks. You'll have state parks.
Glen Helen.
Yep.
Yep.
So as far as how hard it is, it's just a dollar amount. It's not that we can't get insurance. It's what are you willing to pay, right? There is insurance out there.
Insurance has gotten tougher, right?
A lot tougher.
Yeah,
a lot tougher. It's almost like the entire motorcycle industry is considered to have like a DUI and a couple of crashes, and we're trying to get auto insurance.
Yeah.
You can get it.
Yeah.
You're just going to pay for it.
Does it go up every year like they claim? Like I hear people, it's going up every year. Is it actually going up?
This year, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were, for us personally.
2025 is going up.
Yeah, 2025 is. For us personally, it's no different than your auto insurance. You get a good driver discount. We were seeing our premiums going down and down and down. And then whether you had a claim or not, across the board, everyone went up.
Yeah.
And from what I saw, it's just pit-related incidences more than anything.
Pit stuff, like Surons or UTVs
Surons,
or whatever.
pit bikes.
Yep.
We've all been going to Loretta's for years, and it's been kind of a free-for-all. You buy your pit vehicle pass and do what you want. And in 2024, two-wheeled pit vehicles were banned.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, they're banning where the claims are coming from.
Yeah.
So it's not like we'll try this. There's data out there, and where the claims are coming from is what's getting
so it's not crashing on the track so much and people run into the lawyers. It's more pit stuff.
Yes.
Crashing in the pits.
Well, listen, I mean,
and it's got to be bad. Like Loretta's, for example, like they would sell over 3,000 pit vehicle passes at $50 a piece or more, and so they're making $200,000 off of letting people. So it's got to be that big of a difference to go, oh wow, we can't even afford to do that, right? And they are looking after the safety. Everybody wants to get bad.
Well, before I went last year when it was none allowed, but I remember people were like, dude, it's seriously dangerous when you're standing there and there's pit carts and I almost got hit.
That was mellow compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. I heard some stories. So you're just basically following the lead of we got to crack down on pit vehicles.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all pretty much using the same insurance carriers.
Yeah.
And the advice is coming from them.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen golf carts, yes. Certain side-by-sides, yes.
Yeah.
The big souped-up ones, no. And then you even saw it go to 16 and older to be operated. And you're starting to see it go to 18.
Yeah.
Because 16 was you had a driver's license, so you're responsible, right? But now it's 18 because 16 is still a minor.
Right.
And so you're seeing it just be restricted.
Are you able to, with the insurance increases and let's say a little less personal responsibility in this world these day and age, you're able to still make a profit and make this worthwhile, or has there been times where you're like, do I still want to do this? Because I mean, it's got to be the threat of somebody just taking you for all you're worth over, something dumb has got to be lingering in your mind a little bit, or has it been okay?
Yeah, I mean, that thought, every day.
Yeah.
5 times a day, 10 times a day.
Yeah.
There's easier ways to make money.
Yeah.
But I don't think you will find a single track owner across the nation that does this for the money, the income.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, tracks are making money.
Mm-hmm.
We can't, or else we wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
But there's some smart guys running motorcycle tracks across the country.
Yeah.
They could make money easier ways. They
Sure.
love the sport.
Yeah.
And so you just, you love the sport. You see the good side of the sport. So,
Mm-hmm.
yes, I do every day wonder what
yeah.
the hell I'm doing.
And how many
why.
tracks do you own?
We only own 2.
Yeah. Mesquite and
Preston, Idaho.
Okay.
We have land up there. We have a good partner in some additional land that we lease it on. But we own and operate 2, and then we lease a 3rd track in Utah called Bunker Hill.
Okay.
Had the regional there in 2022. And then for the series, we drop into county facilities. Like the Rock Springs facility is a county-owned deal.
Yeah.
Rupert, Idaho. So that's how we met Jake.
Yep.
But that's in his hometown. That's the fairgrounds. There's a track at the
Oh,
fairgrounds.
that's where Bradshaw threatened to break his leg?
Somewhere up there.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm pretty sure.
You told me it was a fairground
I'm pretty
race.
sure.
Yeah.
Yep. And so we, but Mesquite is definitely like our biggest project.
Yeah.
That's a full-on facility.
Right.
Everywhere else is a racetrack.
Mhm.
Mesquite you could call a facility.
Yeah.
You saw people are camped there.
Sure.
From October to April, and
Yeah, it's got to be, like I said, is there certain beliefs, ethos that you have as a series owner, track owner, like 2 different things, right? You're running series RMX and then you own these 2 tracks. Is there like 2 or 3 values that you just hold on to, that you just cling to, where you're just like, again, from all your experience with your kids and from being a business owner, are there 2 or 3 things that you're just like, this is how I run my races?
Start on time.
Okay.
Like I'd refuse to be. We got to be on a schedule.
Yep.
There's no reason not to be,
Right.
in my opinion.
They ran great this weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. And
I got some other things to say in a little bit, but yeah.
You'll probably have something to say about this then, because I believe that soft is slow and slow is safe. And so if we can keep it soft, we can keep it slow, because it's not a matter of if, but when. You're going to crash. I've got 3 boys out there. They're going to bounce their head off of something. It can be the water truck road or a soft motorcycle track. And so, that's probably my biggest is soft is slow.
Okay.
Slow is
and
safe.
Greg, what do you think of that? Like as a facility?
Well, I mean, I make my living off of a Loretta Lynn's replica track, which is honestly the slowest track of the year. So we have to speed our track up for, and other times of the year for that. But 100%. I haven't seen, knock on wood, any big injuries. Plenty of crashes, but wrists and collarbones are better than necks and heads. I would agree with that 100%. And that's with the prep and what you saw this weekend. When I started this business and I started getting kids coming in, I'm looking, I'm going, there's Utah, Idaho. Why are these the kids never fast come from here? And then I'm starting hearing about this RMX series, and he's introducing them to a condition that they're not going to see without running this way. And at the end of the day, it's just extra work. And as you found out yesterday, it's not always the funnest condition, but it's the most technical condition, and it does slow things down. And I would agree with that 100%.
Coming from from California, and from the testing standpoint, besides Paula, there is really no other good testing condition to try to mimic a national or try to mimic a good amateur race.
Yeah.
We don't have any of that. And then the last place you would think is in the middle of the fucking desert. There would be this great prep and soft dirt,
I mean,
right?
it's the canyon it's in, right? Is why we're.
Well, I mean, he brought in a lot of dirt to that place.
No, it's scary. Like, because people tell me, like, it is in the middle of the desert. It's all about work and tillage and how deep are we getting the moisture and because everybody's like, I wish we had this. I think California could have that. You just would need for somebody to come in there and prepare it the right way. And it's very time consuming. It's very expensive. And a lot of people don't like to ride it. Vets hate it.
Here's what I want to say, and it's probably not going to go over well, because I know a lot of track owners, and they're great people, and I like a lot of tracks. It's a matter of how much you care about what you're doing. Just like what Greg said, a lot of these tracks near where I live can be good. It's about the equipment that you have, how much money you're willing to spend in that equipment, and then how much care you want to do for your practice days and your races. I feel like within California, they know they're going to get the amount of riders. They're getting the riders regardless, because there's nowhere else to go, and there's a shit ton of riders.
Right.
So if you have a crappy day, sure, you might get guys on their cell phones calling their buddies, man, it was a crappy day. This place sucks. But we're coming back next week anyway.
We got nowhere else to go.
So it doesn't really matter to them.
Right.
Gary
GH,
actually.
you tell me GH?
No, GH can be good. I've seen it good.
Yeah.
So that's why I know it can be. When I go race at Mesquite, it's always prepped good. It's the same. I know what I'm getting into, and I don't have to drive 4 hours and be disappointed. It's always prepped right, and I think it stands with the people that run the place and how much you care for it. That's what I think.
I think it's easier when you have a dog in the fight, right?
Yes.
And I don't think going back to 2010 that we've dropped a gate that hasn't, or a race weekend that hasn't included one of our boys. And so it's easy to be passionate. It's fun. It's
Yep.
and it's back to the whole slow it down, keep them safe,
Yep.
right? And now there's a few other young men that you look at as like your kids the same way. And
yeah,
I mean, we have 50 riders that I look at and I'm like, man, I want to see them succeed.
Yeah.
And I want to keep them safe. And
Yeah.
so yeah, to go back on what I wouldn't bend on, we're going to keep it slow.
Yeah.
That's safe. And then we're going to be structured and organized because we owe it to people. Like, there's nothing worse than warming up your bike for that 7 a.m. practice and then going, what? We're waiting.
Yeah.
Where's the flaggers?
Yeah,
Like,
right. Or whatever, yeah.
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 We're waiting on the ambulance. Like,
right.
How come the ambulance isn't here? Like,
Yeah.
that kind of stuff
Yeah.
drives me crazy.
Right.
There's nothing more like you go to Loretta's. Sure, it's a long day, but you know what time you're going to the gate. You know what time it's dropping. It's consistent, and it's similar to that. Like you already know. Like this is, I'm here, and it's going to drop at this time.
Interesting. Talking about facilities, and Greg, you know this well. This is a common so Ken Rock's in Germany, right? Jet Lawrence, Australia, Hunter Lawrence, Australia. We haven't Chase Sexton, not a top amateur, not a facility kid, right? Raced in Illinois for a long time and was highly touted, but not like, oh my God, level. We don't have, and Cooper Webb was a good amateur, but we all know AC beat him a lot, and we all know that he was sort of like a good rider, but not projected to be what he is, I don't think, coming out of amateurs, right? Some of it was that Honda 150, I think, held him back a little bit. But anyways, point being is these facilities, and Greg, you brought up a good point, like there hasn't been a Supercross champion coming out of a facility full time.
The most successful facility kids have been, there's not been a 450 champion. No. Savachi and Barsha would be the most successful facility kids, and they're coming out of MTF obviously, but that program, this thing's been around forever. At the end of the day, motocross, it doesn't make sense. It's not run by business hours. So what I've tried to do with what we do, because it is part of the problem, is you need to race. You need to race. These guys, that's where you see other tracks, other conditions, and then you go home and work on that stuff. And the training facility, like what Villapoto was doing and what Trey was doing, and when these guys had they're flying to the race and they're racing every single weekend, and it's just easier to just have your place and ride. But they're seeing different tracks. Well, now these facilities, some of them operate Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 days in a row. You can't ride 5. So we have tried to just go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and that's not enough. People are like, well, what are we going to do? You're going to go race. So I'm trying to, I don't want to be the problem where tracks start going away and then you got to come to a facility to ride and pay $150 a day.
Yeah.
I don't want it to go that way. It seems like it is going that way because people are looking for a condition. But if I can, people have to go race. We have to make sure that people still go race, and that's for me, that's the most important. And then at home is when you work on the problems. This whole thing is about it's just problem solving. It's diagnosing problems and coming up with solutions, and that's for me, that's how we get faster. So you have to race to find the problems.
Yeah, Wygant's big on these kids don't race these days. The amateur kids, they don't race enough, and so that's why I was going to flip this to you, Gary. You've seen bigger entries. You've seen your races going. Why is that, do you think? Like when we hear about kids not racing, Wygant, Greg, other people, like.
I mean, I think to start with, everyone wants to be a pro. How many times does a pro race a year?
Yeah.
31.
Yeah.
Right? And that's if they don't do any of the European or foreign stuff. So 31 races a year. Their schedule is pretty much press on Friday, race on Saturday, recover on Sunday, ride Monday, Tuesday, travel Thursday again. I mean, they ride 2 days a week, but we go to a training facility and ride 5 days a week and don't race, but we want to be a pro. What Greg's saying is he's building kids to be a pro, in my opinion. Like they're on the pro schedule. They're riding Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, racing Saturday, Sunday, recovering, doing it again. So doing it early, I think, is a benefit. And I think racing is a big part of that. So we do offer some training at Mesquite MX through Riley does Grassroots Academy there, or Grassroots Method, I guess he calls it. But he's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and encourages kids to race. And whether that's race with us or race anywhere, race your dirt bike.
Yeah.
Our entries have been climbing. I think a big part of it is just doing it. the biggest one is starting on time.
Yeah,
I know that
yeah.
sounds funny,
Right.
but
families know they can get in and get out.
man,
right?
if it's your first dirt bike race,
Yeah.
and you show up and they're an hour and a half behind schedule, and then
Yeah.
there's chaos, and it just, are you gonna go again?
Yeah.
Like, are you really
Yeah.
going to?
Well-
Like, we have one chance to make a first impression on a new family.
And this is why I hear GNCC's been crushing it, because they know you pay your $40, you're racing at 11, and you're done by 1.
Yeah.
You already know that. That's how it's going to run. MX Sports has done a good job with the GNCC series. It's not Moto, but that's why I hear that series is blowing up.
Yeah.
And it's because of tracks either stacking the classes with 100 classes to make
Yes.
more money and being disorganized, you know?
I think some of it too for me, like I do this for a living and ride and stuff, so I'm not a very good mini parent, because by the time the weekend comes, Aiden would probably want to go race more, but I'm like, I ain't going, dude, because I don't want to sit around at the track all day. But when it's scheduled and I know exactly how it's ran, it's so much easier to do because I know what I'm getting into.
I will say this, with growth came problems. When I say we had to go backwards, like we were start at 7 a.m., end at 3:30, and we were like, we're crushing it, right? We have people, you know, this is going great, but we had 300 entries.
Yeah.
Then we hit 500, then we hit 700. I think last year we averaged 800, and we started at 7 a.m. and we went till 7 p.m.
Yeah.
So we will have to work on fixing that problem, and that's what I say. We're kind of always moving the schedule, maybe adjusting a class that produces one, you know, eliminating one that doesn't.
Yeah.
But staying on track is going to be tough for us with growth.
Yeah.
But we went to a 2-day program to help with that. Not everyone has to race both days. They can race one or the other.
Yeah.
But I really think that's the biggest thing. Like, you can be organized.
Yeah. Getting back to racing, what Greg was saying, you were telling me that Chance Hymas maybe has the most entries of races in your series. Like he raced all the time. Like
I think Chance Hymas and Preston Kilroy.
Yeah.
Those two kids.
They just raced.
I don't know that until they started racing in the pro class. I don't know that we had a RMX race or a Winter Series race that those two boys were not at. I mean, Preston Kilroy raced since 4 to 6 class with us. Chance started his 6-year-old year, and if we dropped gates on a Saturday or a Sunday, they were there.
It's insane that some of these facility kids that are sponsored by these OEMs, and I'm talking to Daniel Blair about this, of course, from Orangeburg, they race 5 times a year.
Yeah,
It's
they
on the
race 5
contract.
times a year.
Yeah.
I looked over Aiden's contract and just his. I mean, he can race whatever he wants, but like the required races, there's not much there.
Right.
I think the best ones are still racing, the cream of the crop, and it might be
like get beat, right? Even,
it's
right?
a financial. I mean, what if you can only do one or the other, right? If finances are huge, I mean, it's so expensive to come to a training facility, and a race weekend is really expensive. And how much time are you going to get? So I think the people that can only afford one, they look and go, okay, we get the coaching, we get this. This is what we're going to spend by driving to the race. We're going to spend all day there. We're going to get an hour on the track tops, and we're going to wait around all day, or we're going to be. So I think if you can do both, so that's what you run into is like, just the
parents have to decide.
We've priced ourselves out of this. That we're doing it to ourselves. You know what I mean? The reason his races are so big is because the Loretta Lynn's beast feeds this whole thing, and they want that condition. They want to be pro, so he can create a condition that's going to get these guys ready. So people will drive 10, 12, 15 hours across, you know, the Northwest or the Midwest to get to his place, because they know, like you said, they want to be a professional, and they know, you know, here it seems like you have to go through the Loretta Lynn. So if they can do that and get that experience, then Gary's providing, you know, what people want in a condition. And like I told you yesterday, it's not a condition that I want to ride. It's not fun. For me, I like to like float around the track. You have to learn to like that. It's a learned, you know, it sucks, and then you start to get better at it, and you enjoy, you know, getting better at it every day.
I think Greg and I talked about this too. Like he was at Loretta's when I first went there in 2017. It was horrible. Like I just didn't know how to ride it. And then you learn a little bit. I went to his place a couple years, and the first day you're like, I don't like dirt bikes. I hate this place. The second day you're like, I wasn't so bad. The third day you're like, this is fun. It's a whole different mindset if you're not used to it, you know? So, and once you ride it a few times and the dirt is soft enough and you hit a rut, like for me, and I'm sure you're the same way, like when I hit a corner grate, that feeling sticks with me for 2 days. Like it doesn't leave me, you know. So like when you do that at a tough place like you went to on Sunday, it feeds you, makes you want to do it more.
Well, that's my Race Tech rant. It's Gary. Racetech.com. Please check them out. Love those guys. You've let me come there on many.
Tread lightly. Be careful now. Don't kick yourself out of the place.
I'm not going to kick myself out, but you let me come up there. Thank you very much. Tuesday, Wednesdays, Thursdays, I come up. I can ride whenever I want. Just got to text you, blah, blah, blah. And I appreciate that. I've had so many fun days at your track. And I can jump everything, so I feel like a hero. Dirt's great. Sometimes I show up there. Greg, I show up there. It's tilled. It's watered. I come around turns, and, dirt's coming over my head, man. And I am just, Webb, leaned it over, Tomac. I got all the throw. I'm wide open. Loving it.
I've seen it, actually. It's pretty nice.
I love it. And it makes me feel like a hero. And I do a couple motos, and I go home, and the food, my Pookie's cooking is better. Everything. Just life is
You're just
great.
happier.
Just happier.
Yeah.
Had a great day. And then I show up this weekend to Gary's track. And there ain't a smooth spot on there. There's no dirt flying over my head. My Race Tech rant. What happened to the Wednesday prep? I came out there, Friday practiced, Sunday raced. Where's the Wednesday prep? I texted him. I said, Gary, can we knock all these ruts down? And I never got a reply.
Oh, no, you didn't get a reply. You did. I did send in a group text.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I failed you because
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
I did not know that we were on the Loretta's 2025
Well,
bandwagon.
we're off. We're off the
No, you
race.
qualified. You're in a transfer spot.
Yeah,
so
he's in. He starred.
If I would have realized that,
Mm-hmm.
Wednesdays we would have been getting you ready. But
No.
I thought we were just there to recreate and have some fun.
Yeah.
And so we gave you a recreational motorcycle track
Yeah,
on a Wednesday.
and I had a great time on Wednesdays.
Yes. Yes.
I loved life.
Yes. And but then, yes, I failed you. I definitely failed you.
Gary,
in
you
not
failed
preparing.
me
Yeah.
with that track and all those people riding, taking stupid lines, wrecking it.
It's only going to get worse when you get to Loretta's.
Yeah. I will say this: when we were growing up, and you go to a track and intermission, halftime, in between motos, if they didn't come and bring the Taylor out, and because you wanted a fresh track, they'd go do the ruts, and everybody's like, or if they didn't do that, they were yelling, they got the equipment, they need to fix the track, they're taking this break, and now. If you go to a race and they bring something out in between motos, and these parents, what the fuck are they doing? They're ruining the ruts, and there's kickers up facing. They're wrecking. It's completely 180 flipped to be how jacked up can we get this motorcycle track? From before, it's
sad.
Look at Tony Alessi last year called me and said, "Hey, I want to take the girls to go to Mesquite for the area. Is it worth it?" And right then, I knew he didn't want to know if it was easy. I go, no, it's tough. He's like, great, we'll be there.
Oh.
Yeah.
We got a protest too from Tony?
That guy's going down.
Not at the qualifier,
Oh.
but a month earlier, he did come and participate in our Moto 86 Winter Series.
Yep.
And he was right. Someone had wrong wheel size.
And he eagle-eyed
Sniffed
that
it
thing.
out.
Yeah,
He eagle-eyed
absolutely.
that thing.
Yes.
He's not dumb, dude.
He's got us.
He is not
no,
dumb.
times.
No, Tony emailed the Mesquite info line with some questions on the rule book 2 weeks before the race. So he showed up with the right motorcycle, and on the line in Moto 1 was a wrong motorcycle,
Listen to me.
and he handled it right. He brought over he came over to the office. They gave him a protest form. He filled it out. We looked at it. He was 100% right.
Nice.
Race Tech rant.
You understand that?
Save with PulpMX code at Race Tech. It's Gary Brough and Mesquite. Race Tech
Can
rant.
I have a Race Tech rant?
Yes, you can. I've had some great days there. Sunday was not one of them.
So this is a unique scenario because to me, one of the biggest things that changes the motocross track is the water. We can rip and till the track, and depending on how much water is put on the track, changes the outcome each day differently. Friday night, we did the same thing. Saturday, put some water down. Track was Mesquite MX. It was rough. Had some good lines. Saturday night, we did the same thing. Got a little extra rain after the water truck.
Oh.
If we do that, we're assholes. If Mother Nature does it, it rained. and Sunday's track was phenomenal. I know you didn't feel that way.
Phenomenal.
Yes. Yes.
Gary, I couldn't ride anywhere. I couldn't go anywhere on the track.
You went around that one corner.
Yeah, because I blew off the track.
Which corner
You
was
suck,
this?
Matthes.
Before the finish.
Oh,
The
okay.
left-hander.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough
I
one.
just came in there, got locked in a rut, didn't know what to do, went right over the berm. And I just went to the rotted truck lane and
I will
jumped back
say
in.
that he did not gain an advantage, so we did not have to
Yeah.
dock him.
Yeah.
He did not carry any speed around the outside of the corner, but he did
just-
come back on and do the double clean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did it right.
How was the ruts after the finish leading to that right-hander?
Actually, those weren't bad.
Okay.
Those have been horrific before.
Yes.
Because I came out there 2-3 months ago, and Riley was doing a school, and you guys left it rough. And you didn't tell me that when you said it was okay to come up. And I went there, and I'm like,
holy shit.
I got to go. I rode one moto and went home.
Yeah, that after the finish, you can land, and you're like, man, you got to make a choice.
That wasn't that bad on Sunday, honestly. But everywhere else, horrific conditions.
Every time Steve is text, we've got out the tiller. Every single time.
I've had so much fun at Mesquite MX, and then Sunday happened.
Steve had a Wednesday that he didn't make, so he decided to come on Thursday.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was coming on Thursday. Riley left the track from his training camp on Wednesday into Thursday, put a little water on some dried up ruts.
Yeah, that's great. That was great too. That was really
Nice and slick.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yes. Pretty sure he dropped into Riley's camp as they were having one of those conversations that no one was listening.
Yeah.
And let him know.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think Kilroy was there that day, and I rolled up there. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yes.
What is going on here?
Yeah. There's always an option. You can go in the desert and just ride.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, that's another option.
Tallon took me out somewhere. I thought I was going to die.
Exactly.
Yeah, just rolling sand whoops for 14 miles.
So the lesson learned from this weekend for me is we got to get Steve ready for the regional.
Mm-hmm. So we do.
I already asked.
I will say this. Paula will not be as ruddy.
Yeah.
I asked someone. You?
Yeah, Paula's not going to be
I'm
that
like,
slot car
right.
style. But like I feel like a lot of this is on your coach here.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Keefer,
agree.
because here's what I do. I play to my rider's strengths, especially. So I would give you a path of tracks that would fit your strengths.
Yeah, Glen
right?
Helen. I'm good at Glen Helen.
So
Yes, you are.
and you might have to drive a little further.
Yeah,
I mean that happens.
right.
But I go, okay, hey, Steve's gonna. This one's not gonna get so ruddy. This is gonna be. And I look at the regional timeline and say, hey, Steve, sorry. Paul's the first regional. We're gonna have to send you. You might have to drive a little bit further. And
No, my advisor told me Hangtown. I'm out on Hangtown.
You're out on Hangtown.
Yeah. He
Well,
said,
the good news is Glen Helen does have an area coming up, so he still can race another era, even though he's already in. He could go to Glen Helen.
Yeah.
No need for that though.
No,
It's
I'm
not
good.
gonna-
Okay.
Well, I guess we just did talk
Just
about
want-
racing.
yeah, you want gate drops.
I mean, I'll be coming
We
to
got
Mesquite.
Moto 86 in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll be coming to Mesquite to ride
World
during the
meet.
week to get better because I do need to ride more. I failed my advisor in that part of it because I hadn't ridden since mid-December. Last time I was at your place.
Yeah, I haven't seen you in
Right.
a minute.
Yeah, I've been this.
Listen, this is how. Look, I couldn't come. I have a member that's sick, so we couldn't make it for Steve. But I will say, Heather was in grocery shopping. I was at home. Aiden was somewhere else, and all three of us were on live timing, watching our guy.
Dude, you guys got to get a life, man.
No, this is what we
You
care
gotta
about.
get
We
a
care
real
about
life.
what you do.
Pookie was so mad at you.
Yes, she was.
Yeah.
But we sent a live timing link, and she was a nice cheerleader on Sunday. She was good. She
Get
was fun.
alive.
Yeah.
But my race tech rant.
Okay.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Yeah.
I love Steve racing. First of all, just him racing, it makes me happy. I'm great. But my thing is, if Steve's going to do something, I just want him to do it, one, to the best of his ability, okay, and then two, just be prepared a little bit more. His preparation to do these things is not even worth the time to go. That's all I want you to do. I want you just, if you're going, do it the right way.
Well, I didn't know my friend Gary was going to sabotage me with the track.
But before they even enter the track, there's things that you can TIU.
Yeah, but
Hold on.
Okay.
This is my race tech round.
all right.
You could drop your whole shot device like you should have. I asked you to. Not at 90 millimeters. You could go to
I'm
120.
at 100. I'm at 100.
Okay, you can go to 130. Don't be scared on a grate. You're fine. We talked about this months ago. We could have done that.
I don't have an extra fork guard, Kris.
I'm sure Yamaha would hate to give you one. I know they would never do that.
Okay.
As I know, Gary provides all different kinds of brooms and blocks
I
and
didn't see
things
any.
that are around the doghouse behind on the fence. And there's other 50-year-old gentlemen that are pretty mellow and not really like lots of testosterone and Phil Nicoletti style. Like they would be more than happy to pull your whole shot device down, sweep that grate, and that way it ensures you the best start possible. But my guy doesn't do that. He just lines up and degaffs it and then wonders why he does a half moon off the start.
Because, Kris, I can shred at Mesquite. I'm
Yes,
not
you
even
can.
worried. I could have started backwards with Gary's Wednesday track preps, and I would have dominated that class. But I was not informed of what would happen when I got out there. So
Friday it
none
wasn't
of-
good. By
None
the way.
of my prep would have mattered because I shred there. But then I didn't shred.
To your credit, when I bring Fireman Dave and my crew up there to ride, Steve has something for those guys. And I'm like, okay. So that's why originally when we started this thing, you should go, hey, Mesquite has an area.
Yeah.
Go do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now here we are.
Back to the whole why is the series successful? I'm not opposed to I'll listen. What you're saying is we need a vet series.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's get a vet series.
We need a vet
Yeah, we
series
need a
with vet prep.
Yep.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
Because
we do.
can't take away Sunday from the kids.
No.
Yes,
But-
we can, but whatever. I mean,
But we're not going to.
Greg, does the game take vets in?
Yeah, we get.
He took me.
We had. Was it Dave? Fireman Dave?
Yeah, Fireman Dave.
Fireman Dave was here.
Wouldn't jump the finish line.
I heard
all
about
kinds
Dave.
of-
I heard Dave not
all
jumping the
kinds of
finish
walks
line.
of life. Cole Martinez, he's a vet rider.
Oh, okay. Not quite
At
that
Loretta's.
level.
The
No.
Fireman Dave did have the same, when he went to the game, he had the same outlook you did. He didn't like dirt bikes the first day.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Gary, now obviously Greg's pretty successful with the facility there. Is that something you ever thought about doing? Like maybe doing a Mesquite and because you could put lights up, you could do it at night. You could, I mean, you're up in Utah at that point,
Yep.
but I'm saying like, have you ever thought about doing that kind of thing?
Our oldest, Riley, does something on a smaller scale at Mesquite, October to April.
Mhm.
We've done a Loretta's prep program in Preston, Idaho throughout the month of July. But honestly, a large number of kids from our market go to game.
Yeah.
Like, I would encourage that. Some high-level kids. Grayson Townsend's from St. George, Utah.
Mhm.
He spends his Loretta's prep program with Greg. There's quite a few kids that grew up racing in our market, race all the way through the regionals with us. Our RMX program is set up to we encourage you to go to Loretta's. If you look at our schedule, we wrap things up in June and we don't pick back up until late August. We give you 2 months to get ready for Loretta's.
Okay. Okay.
Doing it at Preston, Idaho is an option,
Mhm.
but doing it at game is a great option.
And I guess,
So-
Greg, for you, the heat and humidity of Loretta's, which you can't get anywhere, is a big selling point for your facility around that
and
time?
we don't have the humidity. Like
You
I mean,
don't?
we do.
No?
I mean, no, not. I mean, Loretta's humidity is.
Okay.
And
But
we
you
do
have
have.
humidity.
Yeah, you get
Yes.
here from the West Coast, and you're thinking it's just that next little level. And then when it's super hot there, it just we can't get one. If it's either going to be 90 and super high humidity, or 100 and 102, 103, but they feel the same. So like a 90-degree day in Oklahoma feels the same as here because then our humidity, when the temperature goes that high in Oklahoma, the humidity drops. So you're kind of looking at and this year and we had an easy year this year. Loretta's was like ungodly hot and we had one of our coolest summers. It was nice for track prep, but it's nothing. We've got it pretty much down to a T, and building. A Loretta's track was, something for us. It was something just, I hate to say, I mean, I didn't, I was
Do you
mechanic.
just have the Loretta's track? Or you have
Now we change it. I
Okay.
build tracks.
Yeah.
So, when I did it, I was like, I'm biting off a lot. I was leasing some places. I leased Kennard's old place from the new owner. He was a street bike guy. And I said, man, how am I going to do this? When I stopped the race team, I was making not much money as a mechanic or manager. And how am I going to do this? And the easy thing was Loretta's track is a pretty simple track. I could build it easy, and I thought maybe, hey, it's kind of almost like I hate to say gimmick, but Walker was killing it on doing it, and I was watching his lap times and everything. Oh, it's just like Loretta's, and I'm watching videos of Drew Adams go around there on 85. He's running 141 lap times, and I'm like, he's 206, 207 at Loretta's. And I'm like, if I'm going to copy this, this program, I'm going to get a lot of flack unless it's better. I'll be a copycat, but if it's better, it'll just be the way,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So I really sat there and on the phone in the dozer, I marked everything out and I got it there. And after the first year, I was like, time to build something else. And that's when Martinez won the A class.
Mhm.
And he came up to me and he said, dude, don't you make sure you always have this. He goes, I wouldn't have won Loretta's without this track.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, sure, the 50 riders, because they can jump the 10 commandments, they think. He's like, you know, when you like ride the same bicycle loop, right? You know where you can push, you know where your heart rate's going to spike,
Yeah.
you know. He's like, I knew how I was going to feel at every, because his fastest lap time at our track was the exact same fastest.
Was it really?
At Loretta's that year.
Really?
And not,
Right.
I mean, I'm not like we couldn't have tried.
Yes.
Obviously, we tried, but like
Yeah.
that was just a coincidence,
Right.
based on that. But it was cool to hear him say that, because you figure out where you can push, or where you can relax and it's not going to cost you time,
Mhm.
right? And then where you have to push, because it's so.
Yeah.
That was really cool. So we always make sure we put it back, but we also the year after, I tried to leave it the same most of the year, thinking we'd get a crazy advantage, but it's good to put it back, 6 or 8 weeks before, just for the excitement, because the riders get excited about it, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's so
Right.
that's kind of what I know you learn a lot each year. So
Yeah.
I mean, every year it gets a little better and better, and
And are you doing well with this? Is it going well?
Extremely well for
Yeah.
the Loretta's camp. I
Yeah.
mean, we in the we've been going for 3 years, and we've done 12, 17, 19 Loretta championships in 3
wow.
years.
That's
which
cool.
is
Yeah.
more than anybody else.
Yeah.
But however, like we do our Loretta's prep camp, and it's not. We'll let you in, 3, 4, 5 weeks. So it's we don't. Riders that attended our camp, right? They're not riders that some of the full-time riders win championships,
Yeah.
but I'm not trying to like claim them, but it does, some of the best riders, we, implement us into your program how you see fit. So I've got to work with a lot of good guys like the Gordon family and
Mhm.
Keefer's come and
Dave.
yeah.
Well, Dave hated Loretta's, and now he's going back. But
So,
I don't know.
we get a lot of like what I would call non-facility riders, kind of
Yeah.
almost like and they like Townsend family, and we try to just fit in and be what we need to be for them during that time of year. Obviously, we got our full-timers where we take care of their whole program, but for the Loretta's program, we help fit in.
And you
like
must
do.
cap it, right? You cap it.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I had to, but like last year we had our busiest day was 80 riders, and it gives us an ever-changing track. But when you do 3 groups and you've got 80 riders, so you're talking about 27 riders per group. We'll drop the gate, and the tracks is ever-changing, and then I'll bring in 2 other coaches. So then you split that group up to work sections, and we're still at a 9-to-1 coaching ratio.
Mhm.
So we're at a better coaching ratio than we usually are, because we bring in the extra coaches.
Yep.
And then everybody we're dealing with is in the same wheelhouse, and lap times close. So you're not dealing with a C rider and an A rider at the same time.
Yeah.
You're dealing with, a bunch of guys. So it's now I'm getting to the point where it's like we have an extreme advantage, I feel like, based off of results, because out of those 19 championships, I think 14 of them were first-time champions, which is more impressive.
Yeah.
So we want to hold on to our, our full-time clients don't want to just do a land rush. So it's just about getting the clients to pay more for that.
Right. Huh. Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's. I mean, honestly, when I think about Loretta's copy track, I'm like, but if you do it right, yeah.
I thought the same thing.
Yeah, you do it right.
I had no idea what I was getting myself into last year when I went there, but I was like, I heard about it. I'm like, it can't hurt. It's a new track.
Right.
I thought it'd be fun.
Yep.
I went there, and I was like, wow, I couldn't believe how similar it was. And that's when I took Aiden in, and he's like, it even helped Aiden a lot, just because, one, the heat and the humidity that was high that year. And then kind of like what he said about Cole, you kind of know how to rest, where to push, pockets of the track where your bike may work good and doesn't. So it kind of really helps you set yourself up to when you get to Loretta's. May not be exactly alike, but it puts your mind at ease. You kind of know the lay of the land,
right?
So
right.
But
interesting.
Where we're at right now in amateur motocross, everything rides on Loretta's. Unless you can go smash all year long, that's where you're going to get that support. So
but
it's
should
unfortunate.
Should it?
I don't think so, but I don't see a way around it. Like
Yeah.
the pro scene is so busy, and there's not a ton of overlap, and I don't think there's a lot of people looking at the right things.
Like there's been so many misses. Sorry to interrupt you, but there's been so many misses by these team managers lately. Just kids can't miss kids that miss, and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, and you don't get much out of it. And I went back to Loretta's, and everything I watched on video over the years, like when Kris was getting beat by Paymart, or caught by Stapo. Everything I watch on the computer, I'm like, this ain't a proper motocross track. This is not like, this is good for 60s and 80s for sure. So, and then when I showed up last year, I'm like, yeah, this ain't it. Like, it's the 450s have outgrown it, the 250s have outgrown it. So now you have decision makers, and I love the 20-minute motos. That's great, and the heat and humidity and the roughness. That's all great, but that ain't. I'm not picking a kid out of there to take all this gamble on.
I would agree. In history, like, not always the best kid wins Loretta's. It's usually the most technical kid. So most kids that get Loretta's championships, they make a pretty good transition. The hitters at Loretta's, they make really good transitions to Supercross because it is so slow and technical. And I feel like where the track isn't that way, but it's like what comes first. It's like you have to get on a good bike, right? You have that short path. You have the short path, which is the AC Villapoto the path, or you get the ride early, the Deegan path, or you have that extremely long path, which is the Colt Nichols, which is so much lost wages in between, and then you're in this hole where you're on the good get the best bikes. So it's like you have to show up to give yourself that spot. So I think it's better to just do everything you can to earn the ride there where everybody's watching, and then transition after that.
Yeah.
Why can't the AMA, and you guys might know this more, why can't the AMA put together a series like a Loretta Lynn's? Maybe it's just not Loretta Lynn's, but maybe Loretta Lynn's is the last round of the year, and put these big majors together as a points series to put these kids in a pressure situation of a series and mimic that and help them that way. If we're having these majors, why don't we just count 3 or 4 of those to go towards a grand national amateur champion out of those 4 rounds? So now you have Loretta's, you have, let's say, World Mini, or these races, and just count those as points.
There's a lot of politics involved in the sport, as you know, but why don't, because MX Sports would probably push back on that. So why don't you just do the EMX European thing and have more combines on Friday?
And that's where it's headed. So you're going to see amateur racing, and then you're going to have your futures. There's going to be, it's a 3-step program.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like, as an amateur, you're going to have to earn the ride for the futures and combines because the bikes are going to get so good. And then, before Drew got hurt, like, it's turning in. Drew was going to get to go race the futures again.
Yeah.
And is that a true futures program?
No, it's not.
So it's going to turn into that. But like you said, why couldn't you put them? Well, they're not even doing points collection for the futures races.
I think they are.
They are now.
They changed it.
It is this year?
Yeah, they changed it back. They were not going to, though. You're right.
Okay.
And for some reason, sanity prevailed, and they decided to do it. But, to me, that's the way to determine these kids.
Well, why would MX Sports not want that? Just because it's not their race?
I think if you said, look, and forgive me, but is the Texas thing around still?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the Texas aren't MX Sports. So if you start saying you got to go to Texas and this other race and Loretta's for a championship, I think MX Sports would be like, no, man, we want our race to be the championship.
Yeah, well,
our one race.
It is the one championship, though. Like when he said major event, like Loretta's is called the AMA Amateur National Champion.
Yeah, but I'm saying
Motocross.
if you went to Keefer's idea and said had a 5-race series, well, Loretta's is just now a part of that.
But I'm saying you can still be I guess you can go back to Supercross. We called it the World Supercross Champion and then AMA Supercross Champion.
Yeah.
You could do that, but I'm just saying put some form of points emphasis on some amateurs.
Yeah.
And then make Loretta's the end.
I love, and again, I work for Racer X and MX Sports, and Coombs are awesome, and they've done a lot for me, but I love how they talk about Loretta's. It's in it's in August because you don't need to go to, you can get those are school holidays. And that's when we put it there because and then the families can go as a vacation.
Right.
Yeah, man, it's not 1985 anymore.
Yeah.
None of these kids go to school.
No.
None of these parents work.
No.
Or they're wealthy they own businesses and
they're living at facilities.
Yeah, right. They're the idea of Loretta's being the folklore of amateur racing is done. Yeah. It's done. And so now when you say we should have combines, and I hear some people say, well, what about the prices or the travel? And give me a break.
They're doing it. Yeah.
Give me a break. They're all doing it. Nobody's going to school anymore.
But Loretta's is a special place.
I get it.
But
yes.
it is still a vacation, and they say when you qualify, you are part of this thing, and they make you feel special, and there's a lot of kids that are still going to public school, and having that month in
How
July.
many of the top?
Not winning, not in the top 10, but that are making it to
Yeah,
Loretta's, right?
yeah.
And who's getting that right? I told Daniel when he was working over there, I'm like, why do you support? Why do they give anybody a ride that's not on a big bike, right? Like especially KTM when they had you're just, because I asked Daniel, I was trying to help him out. I gave him some, kids when he first started that job. I knew I had my finger on the pulse, so I shot him some kids, and man, they turned out to be really good.
You shot some kids?
Well, I shot him over a list of kids to go ahead and
What's
look
going on
at
in these facilities?
And but he, with that being said, he's you just. There's no need to give the kids the ride, right? Let it sort itself out.
Yeah.
It's putting pressure on the families to try to get these rides.
For sure.
And they're, like you said, now it's putting pressure to try to lock these kids up earlier and earlier, and it's money that's not well spent.
Yeah.
And
are they selling bikes and gear
that's
for you?
what I asked.
Right.
right
They're
there.
not.
Well, some are.
I mean, Drew
some
Adams
are.
would be. And
We lost that goal a long time ago. What's the whole reason for all of this? Is to sell product.
Well, like when I talked to Daniel, I said, okay, so how many 50s are left, like at the end of the year? Because I'm like, why aren't more kids on a KTM 50? It's not the best bike, but if you gave out some support, cut it somewhere else. I said, do you guys sell what you bring in? He goes, oh, I don't know. I said, do you? He's like, I said, well, what do you do? Is it not to try to sell more bikes? And they're like, no, they don't. They just want me to bring them the next Supercross champion. I'm like, then why are you trying to do that with 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds? Wait. There's no need. They're not tying them up through the time they're 16. They're 2-year deals.
And I would make a case that every OEM has really failed with their picks of kids that have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and haven't made it.
Yeah, that's the Jet Reynolds thing. Like it's perceived success because a lot of kids. I call it the race to 10,000 hours. So if you're looking at 2 kids. And you see that these kids didn't come out of nowhere, right? Oh, Levi Kitchen came out of nowhere. No, he was living up in the Northwest. He didn't have his 10,000 hours. So you're looking at let's say a Jet Reynolds that has a January 1st birth date, and he's already put 10,000 hours on a motorcycle at 9 years old. He seems like a sure shot, but that's not his fault. That was in my opinion, that was a perceived miss of he is that much better, but they weren't looking at everything.
Yeah, it does seem messed up to me. Like just from the outside, I'm not plugged into the it seems the system is broken. Loretta's ain't a real racetrack to determine who's the best.
I honestly think there is no formula. We always try to come up with this formula. There isn't. Look at Julian Beaumer. He wasn't great.
Right.
You didn't see him. You're like, oh, that kid's gonna make it. He got some help. He got better at the end of his amateur career.
Yeah.
He can ride Supercross, and boom.
But that goes to Greg's point. Like outside of Stu, or Ricky, outside of those kids, those are phenoms that are never going to not make it, right?
Yeah.
There's very few of them.
And Hayden's in that group.
Yeah, sure. And then, like, I would say, like, just like Greg said, wait. What's the rush? Wait. If you see some kid that's got a early or a late birthday and he's coming up, like we talked about at the track, and he's got some promise racing against older, physically mature kids. All right, let's get him at 13. Let's give him, and if he's got help from a manufacturer, give him more to make him.
It is like I was telling you too. The champions in our sport, all the great champions, were born in the last 7 months of the year.
Yeah,
not the first.
Yeah,
but most of the amateur champions are. So it's like with Cooper. It's digging yourself out of that hole, and you're grinding, and you're able to you start in this hole so you can get yourself out of it. So like when they go pro, and you've looked at this mountain in front of you, it's not overwhelming. So if you're a kid that's always won and you show up and you get a 15th, how do you cope with that? You can't. But if you were that kid at one point in time at 9, 10, 11, 12 that was a 25th place kid at Loretta's that worked your way into a title by the end, that when you go into your first race, even if you were the pro sport champion that year and you go get a 16th, you go, okay, let's lace up the boots.
And having said that, been critical of it tonight. It does seem like it's fixed. There's longer motos at these amateur races than there used to be, right? Like Texas has longer motos. Now it's not just Loretta's that does 20 minutes anymore. And it does seem like the support has backed off a little bit. Like we don't see the 7-year deals that AC signed anymore. I heard that those are all gone or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So there are some things changing.
Yeah, and the races are still fun. At the end of the day, like, we can get down it, but like most people go.
Yeah, Sunday was a great time.
As a vacation.
You know what I mean? Time. Yeah, I had a tremendous time flying off the track.
Well, can't help you there.
That's his vet. It's a different demographic.
I got roosted with rocks.
Did you get lapped?
No.
Did the B class get you?
Yeah, the B class kid got me.
How do you feel about riding with the B class? Are you okay with that?
No, it's dangerous too. Mesquite MX, danger.
Stop it.
I'm kidding.
Have you talked to Dakota Bender?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
That was who you was the first person you ran into when you got off the track. Is a friend of Keefer's.
I remember running anybody off the track.
He was parked by you.
Oh.
Yeah. Is the track always this fucking muddy?
That's what you said. You said some words when you got back to
Did
the
I?
truck. Yeah.
You guys are
Just
just spies, dude.
Just blacked out.
Yeah, dude. I don't even know what I was saying. I was just like, fucking Wednesdays, man. Wednesdays are so good.
Fucking Wednesdays.
Wednesdays, man. There's nothing better.
You could not have ran into a better individual to say that to than Dakota.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because Dakota came up and said, great track, good time.
Yeah.
Was parked by Matthes. I'm like, call Kris. Please call Kris.
Stop with your and then he's sending spy videos of my start.
Like I'm sending him stuff of him. He's like, "Where did you get this?" I go, "Don't worry, I have eyes everywhere."
Dude, stop it, like weirdo.
We have greats on Wednesdays too. You could have practice starts. You could have set your whole shot device.
I had nobody there. I had no crew with me. Nothing.
No one knows who you are.
I don't want to bother anybody. I'm not going to be, hey, man, I'm Steve Matthes. I don't want to do that. I'm not.
No one said you had to say your name.
Well,
just say, hey, can you help me sweep my game?
Yeah, and then the guy's going to be like, hey, can you give me a deal on Fly? Or I don't want to be involved in that.
Stop it. Yeah, you can get a Cooper Webb deal. No problem.
Yeah.
The takeaways of vet series.
Yeah.
We need a vet series.
Yeah, we do.
You
yeah,
do. That would actually be a hit, I think.
We need a vet series.
Yeah.
But Gary, just the last 10 minutes of amateur racing, do you have any thoughts about that, or like anything that you think about as a track promoter?
Personally, I think that Loretta's is always going to be the national championship and should be. It is an amateur race, and so there'll be a big emphasis on it, and always will be.
Mm-hmm.
I think as far as all the AMA motocross majors and features. Yeah, there could be a points chase inside that.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be thought out because you got Mini O's and Mammoth, and that's not realistic for everyone.
Right.
Yeah, too far apart, you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
But if there was a fun factor in it, I don't think that you could put a ton of weight into it because someone could go to more races and take 10th at all of them and be the champion of the series. But the fun factor of it could be great if there was a way to track those points. And from like a competitive perspective, manage those points. I mean, you got kids in the 250 West Supercross, 250 East Supercross. Not only they got to get on the podium and win some motos, they got to manage championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Anstie is 31, and he said the right things.
Yeah.
He managed the other night, right? He's managing for a championship.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about others that are picking themselves up every weekend.
Right.
So if there's a way to teach the amateur kids to manage a championship, I think that would be great on a national level. I mean, not to plug our series, but I'm going to.
Well, yeah, that's why you're on.
I mean, we have 8 rounds this year for a featured series, and everyone wants to be a pro. There's SMX at the end of the motocross supercross series.
Mm-hmm.
And so our amateur motocross series this year is 5 rounds, regular season champion, 3-round playoff.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? Let's try it.
That's cool.
Like,
Right.
Granted, it's a kid that's probably 99% of the kids there are never going to race at a pro level, but for this summer they're going to.
Yeah.
So they're going to race
And
5 rounds.
And they all know about the SMX. They think it's probably
100%.
cool, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's just a neat idea, right?
Yeah, the last 3 rounds are state championships.
Right.
So in August we have Wyoming state championship. September is Idaho, and later in September is Utah.
Mm-hmm.
So they're racing for state championships. It's a 3-round playoff at the end of it. A little bit different format, 3-moto format, so they earn a few more points. So I just think giving the kids a chance to feel like pros, those that are headed that direction can learn from it. Those that are not can have some fun with it.
Right. How political or how hard is it to get feature series / regionals / areas? Like how I imagine behind the scenes that's got to be just like calling Kerry Coombs or Tim Cotter and being like, I mean, probably makes or breaks your series or your track.
Honestly, out west, no.
No.
I think back east it's a big deal. There's 8 area qualifiers per region, and there's probably 20 tracks that want them. Out west, landing an area qualifier is not as big a deal. Landing the good date is.
Okay.
But I feel like we have a good group of promoters out west that actually talk and communicate. And Myron Short, that's Bar X and 2X Promotions. We text back and forth. Probably one of the best is Bobby and Bev White at Arizona Cycle Park. So you text back and forth, communicate, and if you look at it, you know, we were this weekend. Myron's, we were last weekend. Myron's this coming weekend at Hangtown. And the following weekend is Bob and Bev at ACP.
Okay.
And we work together.
And these are all areas?
Yep, they're all area qualifiers. Bob and Bev's at Arizona is the Arizona State Championship on Saturday, area qualifier on Sunday.
Okay.
So people work together. So I think out west it's a little different. The AMA is not as strong out west. If you really look at it, the series in Colorado, RMRA, is AMA, and then it stops. And then it skips Utah, it skips Nevada. AMA doesn't pick up strong until 2X promotion races on the West Coast.
Okay.
And that's why it was a smart move for us to help grow the AMA and grow our series. But as of right now, I don't think it's a cutthroat scenario.
So if you're not an AMA track out west, how are you getting insurance? How are you doing that?
You can still get, same carrier.
Same carrier? Okay,
Yep,
okay.
same carrier.
I didn't know if it was,
I mean, the advantage to the AMA is it's a group policy.
Yeah, for sure.
So, the group gets together, gets a lower premium.
Yeah.
You get...
I just didn't know if it was like an AMA thing only, like where, hey, we're just, okay.
Nope. There's same carrier, you're just going to pay more.
Yeah.
Another thing on the insurance side is some carry participant liability insurance, some only carry general and are taking a chance on the participants. And so that's a big factor in what you pay.
Right.
But I do think for us personally, joining the AMA and growing is a good thing. I like the fact that the class structure is the same. So we're racing 65, 7 to 9, and 10 to 11 instead of 65 A, B, and C. What's a 65A rider compared to a B rider compared to a C rider? It's just easier to be age group.
Hard to police.
Yeah.
It's definitely less fun, though. I think classes are getting invented to make sure people can win. I think, obviously, like, it's not fair, to try to get into a racing for fun and then to have to race in the 65 class, somebody that trains full-time that's got it's pretty deflating. So I don't know if I do like having like our local series have like a 65 beginner. How do you police that? I guess you win or whatever. How many times can you win? Or if you've ever made it to Loretta's, obviously you're not capable of that. But it is tough. It would be very scary, to show up to your track for the first, racing under, in our sport, it's 7, 8, 9 years old. You start at 9. You think it's plenty early. You show up. It's like it seems like it's crazy. You show up and you race.
RV was great this weekend with his kids.
Top kids, and you go, oh my God! Like this is it's not sustainable to think we can ever have fun doing this, because look at the track. Look at it's a very difficult thing, but it teaches you a lot. I thought I might be. With the facility, it's just like we're teaching these kids such good lessons. I mean, it's crazy to watch like a kid like crash, and their first thought is get back to your bike. You know what I mean? Like, what great life lessons. Because I struggle with like these kids aren't going pro. I'm taking their money. I see them, but then I'm like, they're getting such great lessons.
Well, I think just being involved in any sport as a kid, just get your head kicked in, win.
You got
lose.
lessons in sports.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up playing hockey and all that stuff, moto, right? So if I had children, my wife is not. We're not going down that road, but she does not want any. But I would teach them in sports. I would put them in sports, 100%. And moto's great, right?
I do agree with you on it's hard to break into like our RMX series as a beginner level rider. I get that.
I was a beginner this weekend.
Well, next weekend we have Moto 86, which is a winter series program at Mesquite.
My job, I got to go to these Supercross races, Gary. It's my job.
Okay. Well, we can try to schedule around that next year.
We do Wednesdays.
Fucking Wednesdays.
Vet series on
Fucking
Sundays.
Wednesday series right there.
You enjoy the Saturday night flight home.
Yeah. Okay.
Vet series on Sundays.
Yeah. Okay.
But we have both tracks over there at Mesquite, right? So we race the vet track on our winter series, and it's all beginners.
Yeah.
So it's prep different. It's a beginner-based series. It's 50s, 60s, 80s over there. It's a learn to ride. The kids that want to advance follow us all summer long. and RMX gets a little more competitive at that point. But yeah, you couldn't just have a competitive only series and go that route.
One of the things I want to talk to you about too was, by the way, I met one of your kids that I'd never seen before in Tampa.
Gavin.
No, I know which one that is.
McCoy.
McCoy. I didn't know you even had a McCoy. Where's he been?
That's a good question.
So I was with Kris Hymas. I was with Kris at Tampa, and they were like, "Oh, you remember the Brough boys?" And I'm like, "Yep." I'm like, "Nope." So I met him. Nice kid. Like obviously,
Coy lives in St. George.
Okay.
So he's 30 minutes from us. We see him on the weekends.
Okay.
You don't see him on Wednesdays.
No, I don't see him on Wednesdays. Not there.
We say it's a good question because we don't see him for like 2 months, and then he shows up.
Coy, I don't like Coy.
Oh.
Want to know why I don't like Coy?
Yeah, why?
Because just like what Gary says, he doesn't do much. Then he shows up and smokes
he's
a
good.
lot of dudes.
Yeah, he's good. He's good on a bike. Yeah.
I'm like, it pisses me off.
Right.
He's just like that.
Well, I didn't.
I don't. Man, I hate to like tell a story, but there was a little bit of an argument amongst the boys as to Hondas versus Cowies in 2023. Coy said that he could qualify on a Cowie, but he would die on a Honda.
Yeah.
So somehow put your money where your mouth is. He bought a Cowie on Wednesday before Lakewood. Gavin picked it up, hauled it to Lakewood. Coy rode press and qualified on time.
This is what he does.
This is what he does. This is why we say, that's, yeah.
You told me, too, like all three of your kids rode the Canadian Nationals last year. Was it the year before?
No, it was in August. Maybe the funnest
motorcycle.
motorcycle.
They went to Walton, right? You loved it?
Absolutely.
That was cool. Yeah.
I mean, you have the Canadians, right? I mean, a Canadian dirt bike race is amazing.
Don't gotta tell me about Galdi and Noof.
I love Galdi and Noof, right? They're going crazy. Galdi's on the podium. Noof is doing Noof things, right?
Noof does do Noof.
It's amazing.
Right. He's 14 beers deep, and he's the team manager of GDR.
You have Kevin Benoit and Drew Adams losing their shit over that last moto.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of all of that, Riley, Gavin, and McCoy had a goal of all racing the same national together. That's not realistic at the U.S. level at this point in time. So they went to Canada, finished Moto 1, 9, 10, and 11.
Yeah, that was sick.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we've been around, we've done it for a long time, and we take away what we see. We took stuff from Canadian Nationals that we liked and said, hey, let's do this. This is good.
I think those guys all liked having you up there, Galdi, Noof. Like they thought it was cool.
You guys are all pussies.
Gav's planning on going back up this year.
Yeah.
If is the schedule ever going to come out?
I don't know, man. Yeah,
it hasn't come out.
No. It's kind of holding up Phil's deal, a bunch of guys' deal, because they don't know what's going on, right? So
I listen to the CMX. I'm the only guy that listens to him.
Oh,
I listen to that.
Yeah,
waiting for the schedule because I like Noof and Galdi. I think they're good dudes.
No, it's cool. It's cool to, as a dad, that had to make you really proud.
It was cool, and it was
Walton's a good race, good fans, and
This is part of putting on motorcycle races, and like the reason that we're so tight as a family is because we race together, right? We hung out on Friday nights, we hung out on Saturday nights, and here we are 20 years later. Riley has 2 little girls. Gavin's single, Coy's married with one on the way. Riley's married, has 2 little girls. Everyone was at the same dirt bike race.
That's cool.
Like where do you do that as a family other than motocross? I mean, it just, you're not going to go play tackle.
And when you're traveling with your dad, just like Kris and Chance, many times they left Saturdays at Mesquite and then would start driving to another race Saturday night to go race Sunday. So.
Timmy got full into that, right, with Evan, and it's like I was like, dude, what are you doing? You're a millionaire. You're buying RVs and you're driving all night. You're just.
I don't think you can help it though. If you're a professional and you get to pass that along to your kid, the one thing you're the best at, and the one thing it's your job. I feel like as a parent is to pass knowledge. And if you're an expert, I think you're looking at like what RV's doing. All these people that said they would never do it.
Yeah,
RVs. They're back. It's just so fulfilling.
Yeah.
RV rolled into Mesquite.
He wasn't happy with his parking spot, by the way. There's a whole thing, I know, but he was.
No shit,
really?
asshole.
Where was he parked at?
Gary had him a spot, but Gary didn't have him and all his friends' spots.
Oh, okay, got it.
So to be with all his friends, he had to go by the back.
Got it.
Gun club.
Plus,
he was in the gun club.
Nice. I thought he'd like that then.
Well, we were that event was so full. We probably had 60, 70 rigs down in the gun club.
They were all down at the gun club?
It was
Holy
full.
crap.
Not me, though. I had a good spot.
And so RV, it had rained. So
boy.
It was perfect, though, because it's asphalt all the way to the gun club.
Okay.
but it was the furthest rig from the track by far. Like, he was the furthest guy away. He was on dry ground. He had asphalt the whole way there.
He sent me a pin of where he was parked, and I'm like, nope, not going there.
Yeah, it's a little ways.
Yeah.
But there's another family racing dirt bikes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
RV is, if it was drive at midnight to a soccer game, he's not doing it.
Yeah.
No.
But to take those two little boys racing, and he's rolling in at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, that's what dirt bikes are.
He said he's not
amazing.
going to make it out of the area, though.
No, he made it out of the area. He's not going to make it out of the regional.
No, he said he didn't.
Oh, not even the area?
He
They
said
didn't
his kids didn't make it out of the area.
Oh, dang.
So, Gary, you can stick around if you want, or you can hit the road, or like I know you got to drive back. So what do you want to do? You can finish the rest of the show up. It's up to you.
I'm enjoying it if you're enjoying
Okay,
me. So
yeah. So keep hanging out then. Thanks to Gary Brough for coming on. Brought to you by Wiseco, and you can speak more. I'm just saying. Brought to you by Wiseco Piston. By the way, at 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by FCP. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save. They're looking for dealers. They got the factory chassis parts. Of course, they got the engine cups, FCP race cups, and engine mounts as well. And Kris Keefer uses these mounts and race cups. I've got them in my bike as well.
Yep.
And so thanks to the folks at fcpracing.com. And they got new improved dealer program as well. So you want the race cups, you want some motor mounts, check them out. Thank you to those guys. And Michelin, too. I don't know if you heard, but our guy Randy had a knee replacement.
Really?
Did you hear about that?
I think so.
Yeah?
No, I didn't hear about that.
He kept it really quiet. But
Probably should put that out there more.
yeah, I didn't really see much about it. But MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about Michelin. Starcross 6s hooking up at Mesquite this past weekend, just not off the grate. Not off a wet or dirty grate, but generally they hook up great. 16% more traction when new, up to 19% more traction when worn. Great mountain bike tires as well from the folks at Michelin. Sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard versions, all available. Thank you to Michelin for coming on board the show. And also, too, speaking of facilities, Greg, you can expand here. You ready?
Let's do it.
You got the game already.
Yep.
It's Oklahoma. Not that far away in Greenville, Florida. Bamland is for sale. Jerry Limburger and his team at Scenic Sotheby's International Realty bringing you Barsha's Bamland turnkey training paradise. Gary, maybe you, boys. 2 supercross tracks, motocross track, massive shop, gym, RV hookups, living quarters, and more. Text Jerry or call him if you want to get Bamland. Probably not cheap, but probably pretty cool.
Was it Limburner, Alaska?
Yes.
Okay.
Used to race.
Yes.
Yep. 850-842-1058. Call Jerry about Bamland.
Yeah, that property's real neat. It's set up nice.
I've never
been
been
there
there,
with the we did the Honda test there with Trey one time.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were real mad because Trey, we found out where all the Honda parts were. It was just we were short on everything. And we're just like bikes laying there. We're going,
Yeah.
Oh, because he didn't have a practice bike mechanic. His dad was working on everything, so it was just like
Yeah.
there was a lot of lost parts there. We're like,
dude.
Oh, that's why we can't get this.
Stu's house had more Fox boots than maybe Chaparral ever had.
Really?
Just for example, I just remember just a 30-foot high ceiling of Fox boots and Cowies everywhere, and I'm like, this place is like the ultimate.
Crazy.
What do you need? Big James had everything labeled. It was crazy. So probably same idea.
Yeah, but
right?
the property's set up real nice for a facility. It'd be really good for like a
It's gotta be
one. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
if
what
you
about
would
a
do
father who has 3 boys?
That
who
would be
ride?
perfect.
Yeah,
Yes, that's perfect.
I mean, there we go.
$2 million, you think?
I think the market's
No, I think it's
saturated
1.3.
down there.
1.3.
Yeah, 1.3. So.
That's a little steep.
Hey, by the way, live shows. We got a live PulpMX show, fly racing show at Indianapolis coming up. Tickets available on PulpMX.com. We're going to list Seattle. Mark's going to list Seattle soon. Seattle soon.
And he did.
And Vegas SMX tickets are on sale now as well. We're going back to the space in Vegas as well. LCQ Challenge. Don't forget. I got a new T-shirt as well on PulpMX.com. So if you want to check out a new T-shirt we got, the Vegas one I'm wearing right now, purchase those. New segment time. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, Mark, so you got some intro music, I heard, apparently?
It's a little something.
All right. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Wow, it's really good. How long did that take you?
Half hour or so.
Really?
I had to find the clips of you saying "I don't know, man."
Yeah, but there's a lot, I'm sure.
I got crafty,
dude.
I got crafty.
Brought to you by Mesquite Moto.
Yes.
A new segment. Gary will bill you later. I don't know, man.
I was in the shower the other day, and I'm like, we need a new segment on the show. And I was like, that's all I ever hear. When Steve's backed into a corner or he wants the show to move along.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. And then just the show goes.
Or if I want to end a conversation.
Yes. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Just let's not talk about it
Yeah,
anymore.
like if I'm talking to a fan at the race and I
Right.
got to go.
You'll hear,
you know?
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
So I thought, why not do a little segment? Things that are just unexplainable that's
Yeah.
been happening so far.
Yeah.
So my
Okay. You
I
can
don't
start
know,
it off.
man.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. AP.
So he was sick this weekend.
But
Yes.
overall,
Yeah.
AP
Right. This weekend wasn't good.
wasn't good, even though he was sick.
Mhm.
It's unexplainable to me why he hasn't been on the podium yet. I don't know.
Well, he was leading the series last year. I mean, granted, mud races helped him, but yeah.
I don't think the bike has gotten worse. I think it should have gotten better. I thought he would have been better. So a big, I don't know, man, to AP.
Okay.
That's
all right.
mine.
That's good. My, I don't know, man, is I don't know how you hit the gate being a points leader in Supercross and not even hit the gate, but just launch into the gate. Like, I don't know. I don't care that AP flinched. I don't care if Jesus flinched next to you. He was just going. And I don't know, man. That's not a strategy because you don't want to do what Mike Alessi does, and that's what Mike did. And don't do that. Don't be Mike Alessi because I don't know, man. It's not going to work. And a bit chase this weekend, and I can't believe he did that. I don't know, man. Greg?
I don't know, man. Show up Vegas, Steve Matthes, and he's by himself. I don't know, man. Like, this is his hometown. He's got the Pulp Empire, and I show up to Mesquite, and he is sulking by himself with no entourage, no friends.
Doesn't
I don't know, man. I've rolled up. And
does it
I don't
not
know.
make you appreciate the grind?
I don't know, man.
I don't know what's happening. Not after the results. Not after the lap times.
Listen,
this is I'm
first of all, it was a terrible idea to hide it from Pookie. That was your idea.
What?
It was your idea.
You're blaming me to hide it? I did not.
You were like, we can't tell Pookie. And I'm
What?
like, yes. When we first discussed
my
Loretta's,
God.
you were like, I don't think we can tell Pookie. And I'm like, I don't think so either.
I
So
did not say that.
Yes, you did.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, I ultimately made the call to hide
F
it from
you,
her.
dude.
I made the call.
Yes.
But you suggested it. Like,
Maybe I did.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was a bad
It takes
idea.
me a while to figure it out, but yeah, maybe that was me.
She wasn't happy about that part.
I don't know,
Where I
man.
said, I'm just going riding at Mesquite, which was technically true.
You had it, and it was going on for a couple weeks.
But when she's like, why do you got to go at 5:30 in the morning?
Yeah, why is she throwing detective work out? I mean, why isn't it?
She's smarter than she
See,
looks. Yeah.
you kind of fucked up. Sometimes I leave here early to go to Mesquite. You don't go with me. You wait an hour or two after I leave.
Yeah.
So maybe you should start leaving earlier with me.
Yeah, maybe.
But
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, so, to his credit,
Yeah.
he called me. I didn't answer. I was doing something. And then he texted me, call me. I'm like, what the fuck is he? I knew he was in Vegas. I go, man, is he in jail or what the hell happened?
Sphere?
Like, I call him. I go, dude, you locked up? And he's like, I'm worried for Steve. I'm like, what? He's like, he was all by himself, man. I'm really worried about him. He was chilling. He like worried about
all these friends, you know, he's got RV there and Nick and everybody's there.
I had a good conversation. I signed Vincent Way for 2025.
Okay, I didn't see this.
Yeah,
So the site I rolled in on.
I pedaled
was-
over there. I talked to Nicole, a lovely lady.
Yes.
Yep. I went to go
All
see
by
Zing,
herself.
and there was nobody over there because he makes our fantasy trophies. He was not there.
Okay.
And I was not going to pedal to CRV because Gary put him,
I
in
just
St. George. I'm
I
not going over there.
expected the Keefer, this
Yeah,
whatever,
me
this
too.
whole like big like cul-de-sac.
He doesn't
of rigs,
like that either. He
Everybody
would've bitched about
high-fiving
that.
each other, shooting the breeze, and it's
Yeah.
just it was a sad.
I mean, I thought maybe
sight.
Dave would be there. Fireman Dave even.
Once he knew I wasn't going, he was out.
I did offer to go, and then I found out that he wasn't doing the second motos, and I'm like, I'm not going to go out there to watch Steve ride around for like 5 laps.
My advisor told me to.
You knew you weren't doing second motos
Yeah,
when
my-
you showed up?
My advisor
Oh,
told me
yeah.
that.
I told him before he even left. I go, look, because I know how he is. He doesn't want to stick around all day. So to get him to go, just that lured him in. Like, hey, man, all you have to do is the first motos. Oh, really? And he kind of like perked up a little bit.
Mhm.
I go, there's going to be 6, 7 dudes, so you can just bail after the first motos. And that kind of
That's
got him there
bullshit.
at least. So at least we got him there.
All right, Gary, do you have an I don't know segment? Brought to you by Mesquite Moto.
Honestly, it was going to be, I don't understand why Anstie went outside knowing
Yes.
that they reset. But
you gotta
telling
say it,
your
you gotta-
wife you're not going to a dirt bike race and not trying to qualify for Loretta's trumps that. Like, I wanted to talk, like, I don't understand going outside.
Because she doesn't want me to race.
But not telling your wife and how this wasn't going to get, like, you weren't.
I'm going to break it to her
I
after.
mean, Monday it would have came out. And yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Or if you're a little bitch.
All right, everybody, that's been the debut of the I don't know, man segment. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man.
I think that will go over better than what's his name?
Mandarin?
Mandarin.
Mandarin's great.
I don't know. I think Mandarin.
No, man. I heard he's coming back.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I heard he's coming back. I heard he's coming back. Yeah, absolutely. All right, everybody. So let's talk a little bit more. Gregg Albertson here, brought to you by the folks at OGIO. For a $149 purchase with using the code PULP15, you get a free Renegade backpack. And Kris...
Is it stuck?
No, it goes forever. And Kris Keefer brought to you by Decal Works, and Gary Brough brought to you by the folks at Wiseco as well. Kris, I did want to talk to you about the Triumph 450 a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's out now, obviously. And what do you think of that bike?
Well, look it. I know you talk shit. Oh, you developed it, but like, there's a lot of great qualities within the bike. I've been going back and forth with the Yamaha, and you guys know I love the Yamaha, so no hate comms on the Yamaha. But it's a lot of motorcycle for the average guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a Triumph that has comfort. You have a Triumph that is easier to ride with the engine. And for me, I've been going back and forth a lot with the Yamaha, and I'm like a second or 2 seconds a lap faster on the Triumph.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm being serious.
Okay,
I went to a lot of different tracks.
A second a lap, dude. A second a lap.
Yes. 1 second.
Greg.
I can see it.
Oh,
I mean,
why is that so hard to believe?
I got a new entry for the I Don't Know, Man segment.
I have no reason to lie. I would tell you.
You're a second faster.
Yes.
Just Triumph.
Steve.
Just so much better.
No, I'm not saying it was just so much better. I was like debating on, is this thing better? So I brought the Yamaha out, and I tried my ass off.
What are you going to ride
on
on
the
the
Yamaha.
Redis?
I'm going to ride the Triumph.
Oh. Well, what do you know?
Look it. Oh, you want to know something else, and you'll like this. So I couldn't sleep one night, right? And I'm looking at my Loretta's results, and I'm like, I'm getting fucking worse. And then in my head, I hear you going, yeah, man, you're just getting fucking worse.
Yeah, it's not good.
Just hang it up. You're getting worse.
Terrible.
Stop going.
Heat exhaustion.
So then I had to find something in myself. I went back to the archives and studied my lap times from 2022 to 2024. And sure shit, my lap times progressively got worse.
Well, how can you different track, different
No, because
conditions?
conditions, yes, but my times are the same every year. I'm the same race every year. So yeah, it might be a little bit skewed, but not how much I looked at. So I was in bed at midnight, fucking flaming mad. Heather wakes up. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I go, "I'm deep diving my lap times. It's not good.
No, it's not good.
It's not good.
You even went to the game, but you shouldn't talk about that, Greg.
Yeah.
It's not good." So I'm like, I had to diagnose something. What's going on? So
you think it's the Yamaha's fault?
No. I think it's just I can't handle the Yamaha, the new style Yamaha at Loretta's. It's too much for me. Like, I get tired too quick. Granted, I'm already tired, but I need something I can ride. I feel tired. So look at the Triumph. Is it the best bike? No, I'm not saying it's the best bike, but for me,
but
it's
the bike
easier.
I developed, everybody, I'm a second
I
a lap
didn't develop
faster
it.
on.
There's other people that did that too.
Oh, please.
But it's just a nice, comfortable bike. I think it'll be a good bike.
Bike.
Well, second laps, I could see that for sure. I mean, you had 8 seconds discrepancies between your lap times at Mesquite. So
8 seconds?
That's where yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I watched closely. I was in it, but no, I think that makes sense.
When you have a
Loretta's is
450,
really tough.
you need a bike that it's controlled, right? And you heard Webb. It's a
Yeah.
fucking fast motorcycle.
Yeah.
How's the engine braking on that bike? Is it free? Like, I feel like Yamaha's pretty free and spooled up, and then like the KTM, I don't like that personally about the KTM. It feels heavier. I know it's a lighter bike, but it feels heavier to me.
So it's not like the KTM, where the KTM has really heavy engine braking.
Mm-hmm.
The Yamaha has a big free spool up, so it spools up really quick. The Triumph isn't like that, but it feels freer than the KTM. So it's like an in-between. People always ask me, what's it like to ride? And in some instances, it's like a Yamaha with some comfort. And then it's like a KTM on the engine side where it's linear and long. Can I run third gear on the Triumph? No. The Yamaha, I can ride third gear everywhere. So there is some disadvantages on the Triumph, but I feel like for comfort, it's really good. And the engine could be a little bit more snappy for me. But I would rather try to build that up than try to tame it down, because I've been trying to tame down the Yamaha for a long time, and it's a lot of work.
Oh, it's wild. The thing is a rocket ship.
It's a great bike.
It is. It's a great bike.
So we were doing some tests. I got a radar gun. I guess second gear. How fast do you think second gear on a stock YZ450 goes? Completely wound out.
62.
54, which is third gear wide open on a new KTM 250 stroke. Or, yeah, the fuel-injected one. Third gear wide open. What do you think that is on a 250 stroke? How fast?
51.
47.
Really?
That's crazy. So like gears, and that's why I was like thinking, man, some of these gearboxes on these bikes, like when Mookie said he was hitting the whoops in fifth, I'm like, how does I think he might have miscounted there, because there's like if that bike goes that fast. So for me, the Yamaha is I like the motor, but what would you compare the motor on the Triumph to? Like closest
is a KTM.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
KTM is a little bit more low end snap, like RPM snap, but like the Triumph has a better mid range and top end. So is it going to win shootouts? No, but it'll be top 3.
Well, I'm sure this will be the magic key for you, Loretta's.
No, it won't. But look, I'm not going to win, but I just want my lap times to be better. Like,
Can't
do you
get
know
much
how?
worse.
Listen, I can't believe I'm going to say this because it really hurts me.
Huh.
Do you know how many seconds? How many seconds was I off from Mike Brown this year? Just like his best lap to my best lap. Give me a guess.
4.
I bet I can hit it. So Mike was probably doing like 158, and you were probably 157. You were probably doing 204s. So 7.
I was fucking 12 seconds slower.
Wow.
12.
Yeah.
This is me in bed at midnight looking at this, mad. I looked at 2022. Do you know how many seconds I was off from Mike Brown in 2022?
Not that much.
3.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
Yeah, man.
So I need to change something.
But you have gotten better. What about 17? You go back and look at 17.
Horrible.
You did way better since then.
So look, the Triumph is a good bike. I'm just letting you know that you should ride it and try it.
I would like to ride it and try it. Yeah.
So I have one
On
available
Wednesday.
for you to try it.
Wednesday.
Fucking Wednesdays?
Wednesdays.
That's what you called it.
What did I say?
You said these fucking Wednesdays. That's what you kept calling
Oh,
it.
so good. So good.
You had a lot of talk about the ignition and mapping on the Yamaha.
Yeah.
Where's Triumph on that? Is there options to change it as easily, or
No, there's no option. That's the downside.
Okay.
Right now it's a locked box. So what you get right now, it's a
They
get
still
to
haven't
ECU.
done they talking about it the 250 intro.
Yeah, they haven't done it yet.
Wait, from March of last year when they told us they're going to unlock and you're going to be able to get the app and the thing.
So the app is available. You can
Okay,
have the app, but you have pre-programmed maps that you can put in. You can't go past that.
Okay, so they do have the pre-program app.
It's not like a Yamaha Power Tune app where you can just screw with
But
it.
I didn't even know but they at least have the pre-programmed apps.
Yes, I think they have a few to choose from.
All right.
But there's not freedom like there is on a Yamaha. Like there's a Get ECU on the 250 and the 450.
Yep.
And Triumph owns that property within Get. So they're not willing yet, but they are going to help hopefully have optional ECUs for these tuners to get into.
Right.
So,
By the way, if you want to deal on a Get ECU, email us using a contact form on Pulp.
So if Dan's listening,
he's
for
not.
the love of God, can I get a, customized ECU so I can screw with it?
He's been testing with those guys. So
Okay.
By the way, for the Race Tech rant, I forgot. I did have an email from Shane. He wanted to talk about it. He was gonna stay up late and call in, but he's got to go to bed. He's like JT. He said it in that way. Race Tech rant. Opening ceremonies in Detroit sucked. Everyone rides out in their jacket. I don't get to see any kits. I only got to see after we watched on TV. And then the major part was the smoke for the fireworks. He said there's a ton of smoke. You couldn't see the floor. It didn't clear until the LCQs. Yeah. So smoke on the opening ceremonies in Detroit.
Smoke on the wall.
Yeah.
I want to be wined and dined, and I'll just say it, 69.
So thanks to that email guy. Motorcycle Industries Job. MotorcyclesIndustriesJob.com job of the week, marketing and rider support for Twin Air, full-time job in PA, salary 50 to 56K, 55K. Leading power sports aftermarket brand seeking a dedicated marketing professional to assist with rider support, event support, sales, and more. Twin Air in PA. This is Jeremy Gargis, I think is the guy's name.
Jeremy's a good dude.
Been doing it for a long time,
forever.
yeah. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week. Also not available. Track groomer at Mesquite either. He's been fired. So that
Riley, who is that?
Look for that job. Be opening soon.
Gav?
Gavin,
Who's the
Nate,
Wednesday
Riley.
prep guy? Let's get him doing it.
We'll work on that.
Yeah.
Well, that will be managing your vet series. Yeah.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. And if you're a company looking for great people, check it out because it's a great spot to find people on there. And don't forget, by the way, check out grassrootsmx.com for more about what the Brough family are up to and the series and everything else, right? It's a good spot to go.
Yeah.
for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never done a 86 race up there. I need to do one.
advanced bikes on the main track, beginner bikes on the vet track. Yeah.
Like that.
Speaking of fixing lappers, Cardo Systems, PulpMX code to save at cardosystems.com. Do you use these at all?
I got a hold of you. I want to start because I think for
Okay.
me and it would be easier because we don't have flaggers at a training facility, and it's tough to even try to, but like to come over and just say, hey, just don't jump wherever you're at. There's something going on until you get notified. And I'd like to do that. And honestly, I know it's frowned upon and people laugh, but like I think it would be a benefit to being in a kid's ear. And
I do too.
Honestly, and just effort level, like I know it's, the kid, that we've kind of got a reputation of being a little tougher on kids, especially mini bike kids where it's hard to do. So, to get in their ear and just say, let's get moving. Some kids need that. Not everybody does, but, if customers paying, you got to definitely try to get them the result.
Cardo's a global leader in communication for rider to rider. Pack Talk Edge and Edge phones are waterproof and dirt-proof, allowing you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. I've used these before. The Cardo stuff, it's great. It's really crystal clear. It's cool. I had RV in my ear, which, sort of ruined the Cardo experience. But
so, like, crystal clear?
Dude,
clarity?
really good.
Okay,
yeah. Wide open, no problem, right in your ear. Sounds awesome. So code PulpMX to save at cardosystems.com. Official audio system of the game, MX soon. Hopefully.
It's just game, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to let you say it.
All right.
I said it earlier and it didn't sound right.
The game, MX.
Just game.
The game is like the rapper.
Yeah, our
Or the
website's
movie?
Game Moto Coaching.
Game Moto, okay.
Game Moto Coaching.
All
But
right,
if you
so-
say it wrong, it sounds kind of like Game Moto.
That's game.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the motorsport.
Sounds gay.
Motorsport.com.
Sounds game.
Tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, great company. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. We would appreciate that. And
That's right.
whether it's OEM or aftermarket parts, they've got it all. From Get to Guts to Atlas to W to all of it that we work with, Firepower, etc., Fly Racing. Motorsport.com, a dedicated team of gearheads there to help you out. And free shipping on anything over $69 and easy shipping for that, easy return policy, new gear, helmet, boots, goggles, all of that. Please check it out, motorsport.com. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show, and the guy in the corner picks the best ones.
All right, first one from Vandal Al for Greg. There are a few things better on the internet than Ronnie Mack. There are rumors that you know him all too well. Is the feud with RC the reason he doesn't show up to Supercross? Do you have any insider information?
Oh yeah, the Ronnie stuff. I feel like at that level, it's kind of run its course. So I don't. It's kind of gone off the rails for me. So much like Steve has talked about on the show, I don't know much about Ronnie or care to know anything about Ronnie at this point.
All right, from Hep Pennypacker 51. Steve, what's worse, a rider in first place having their lead taken away by a red flag staggered start, or a rider in second place having their opportunity to pass first taken away from a red flag?
No, the rider in first. He's had the whole race to do it, and he couldn't do it. So, I mean, I get, like we talked about, with Coop saying, I was going to make a charge. Well, too late, man. So the rider in first, for sure.
From Dirt Sharks Chode. When looking back at Reed's last few years, why do you think he was in so many LCQs? Was the field getting that much faster, or do you think with age he was becoming more cautious?
He definitely was it the foot? What did he do at straight rhythm? The life frank thing or whatever. His foot. He did that foot at straight rhythm, the one you refused to ride at.
Yeah. Oh, for my life. Yeah. Thank God.
I wish that would have worked, but anyways. So Chad, if you look back, Chad was okay. He was good. He was older, obviously, but that he never got after that foot. When he came back from that foot injury, remember halfway through Supercross or early on, dude, it never got better from what I know or what I remember. He really slipped from there. So that foot did him in it, the one he did at straight rhythm, in my opinion.
He's on Yamaha now?
Yeah, I saw he's on Yamaha. Yeah.
Yes. Kid, everybody's on Yamaha.
Yeah, he went and looked like he tried. They got dealership that helps him out. They're a multi-line mountain motorsports, and I think he let his kid ride both bikes, and his kid chose the Yamaha. So
he called me not too long ago. We had like a nice 40-minute conversation about.
You guys dorked out about because
Great.
he's all into it. I've talked to him too.
Yeah.
All right, lacrosse defense coach. With Triumph and Ducati entering the 450 market, will other manufacturers adjust their targets with less production or more factory additions to match the boutique level Ducati brand will brand themselves as?
I don't know. So I heard the Ducati was going to be more money, but I talked to them at the Anaheim 1, and they said no, it's going to fall in line with the rest of the OEMs.
That's surprising to me.
Yeah.
Because if you look at they got basically outlawed from they made it hard in they got a super stock in Moto America, and when the Ducati team came in, you got a $15,000 R1 or Kawasaki or whatever, and then you have a $40,000 stock.
Yeah.
Ducati, and it was like cheating. So they're making them add weight, and I didn't know if they would pull out all the stops with this bike to where.
No, I had heard that, but then they told me it's going to be priced in line with everything else.
Okay.
So
If you look at the bike, there's nothing on the bike that's gonna.
Right.
Besides maybe the Desmo part of it.
Right. I mean, it's going to have a Kropovich exhaust probably.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I mean,
right, big deal.
Yeah.
But I will say, when it comes to the boutique stuff, like I know Cowie was having a little bit of a hard time selling that SR bike, but Honda and KTM sell those Works editions, right? Like the shit out of those things. So there's money out there to pay for.
Yeah, it's vet racing and then amateur racing. Those bikes fall in the limited or stock classes. So it's kind of a big advantage in the stock class.
They fall in the stock class?
Yeah. Yes.
For real? Just because they're off the showroom floor like that?
Yeah. You're not even allowed to run a stock pipe on it because it's got to go as the bike was. So if you bought a factory edition bike, you would have to replace it with that.
There's a lot of kids that are doing that in the stock classes now.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Does that have anything to do with Honda doing a 250 Works edition?
It does. Yeah.
Be competitive in the limited class.
Yeah,
I never even thought about that. Wow.
Yeah, I think the Hondas are primarily. I mean, vet riders are vets and serious amateurs are I think the ones buying those bikes, and I think I think they need to do that in the mini bike market. They could make a $10,000 50 and people would buy it.
Can you for sure, right?
Oh
100%, yeah.
Was it the SXS for a while in the KTM 65s and 85s that were such a big deal?
Oh yeah, I mean I remember when Osborne was like a big part of that.
Yeah.
You know, coming up on mini bikes and getting that KTM push, and he had like a 65 Super Mini. They were building them some one-off stuff, but that was a huge advantage back in the day.
Did you hear any more about the Cowie two strokes at all? Anything more since?
Nothing from them, but
Yeah.
I heard that's going to be a 300 150 kind of thing.
Right.
More off-road type.
All right, from MDF for Keefer. ML512 mentioned teams have experimented with the auto clutch in Supercross. Go, the floor is yours.
Well, I've talked to a couple teams that have tried it and tested it, and some have liked it, but the big thing about the teams trying to run it is off the starts. So starts is what the engagement, how it feels, the traction, the riders getting used to it. So everything else on the track, I think, especially for tight, ruddy tracks, it's an advantage, but for starts, it's still not quite perfected. So that's one of the reasons why they don't go to that yet. But I think eventually they'll get it dialed in.
We raced a couple of years
you guys were big
with auto clutches in Supercross 450 main events. Mitchell Oldenburg ran one for a little bit on the Yamaha. Yeah, it was we wanted to keep it in for the mud racing and as an option. And then, like you said off the start, you know that you have to use the clutch to shift if it's wide open, and that engagement point's further in, so you do lose a little bit on there on the start with that. And the year I rode Loretta's, I panicked at my starts but I panicked. I was so bad in practice, I threw one in my Suzuki at the time, and you don't really notice it. It's not what people think. Pingree tested our bike one year for Racer X, and we had an auto clutch in it. He rode 2 sessions on it before we told him. He had no idea there was an auto clutch in there.
So that judder, that feel that never happened, like when you pulls it in, that judder
if you get it, you get a little bit, but if you dial it in right, and when they went to the torque drive, you know, for people that don't know about like torque drive, it's basically a KTM copied clutch, and they made it applicable for all models, and that's why Recluse became so successful. Where Hinson's like just a OEM copy that's where these and that's where you know it gets rid
There's
of
a
all
lot
the
of Recluses in there out there.
Yeah, it gets rid of all the clutch slips. So in Supercross, whoops is huge. So people that are it became this thing because now the new Yamaha went to that. You know, so you have. You know, you would have an aluminum basket and you would have your plates, but now you would put a steel sleeve in there so you could run, because the KTM comes with the steel basket. So you could that's how you get that feel. You got more clutch plates, which is more surface area, so you don't have to have the spring pressure to hold it back, right? So if your clutch is slipping, you got to pile heavier and heavier springs. Well, Recluse gets that by more surface area, and it's basically a copy. It's applicable to the Japanese models.
You're getting it.
I got it. I got it now.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
Did you look at it?
No. You told me not to put it in for
No,
for
but
Gary's
did you look
race.
at it visually? Did
Yes.
you open it up?
Yes.
Anything special or anything?
I didn't dive into that much.
Oh, okay.
I was looking at the instructions more than anything.
Is it here? Can I look at it before I leave?
Yeah, you can. You told me not to put it in for Gary's race.
No, it would have been a waste.
Well, okay. Another question from at Beer Tea here. Does Gary know that Napoleon Dynamite was filmed in Preston, Idaho?
Yeah, we host the Dynamite Grand Prix up there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
in Preston, Idaho.
Idiot.
Yeah.
God, throw a football on
Dynamite Grand Prix. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe we can get Weimer to come back as Uncle Rico.
Yeah, there we
it'll
go.
be a good thing.
All right.
Feel tired.
All right, Jut 127, Keefer, have you rode with or heard anything about the new Pro Taper tires?
No. I got so many fucking DMs about this tire, dude.
Dude, it's like I heard it was super cheap.
It is. Look,
yeah.
Everyone just chill back a little bit on this Pro Taper tire. Just relax. There's a lot of mid-level options right now that are really good. I mean, good for Pro Taper for doing it. No hate comms, but like everyone just relax. So.
From West Gaming 21, for everyone, what are your thoughts about the track so far this year? What do you like, and is there anything you would change or add?
I like the tracks. I said that. I didn't like Detroit so much. That was back to more of a basic supercross, like especially after they took that quad out. So I was just watching from the couch. But all the tracks have been improved this year. I just felt they were so fucking basic last year.
I don't know. I thought this weekend was like super racy. They were able
Yeah,
to dive
it
and kind
was.
of get. It wasn't so slot car, and then there's been less ruts this year. So I don't know what they're doing with the dirt, but thank God, just because the racing's better.
Well,
when
we had
there's less
wet
ruts.
weathers last year. We just had wet. We had
Yeah,
rain last year.
yeah. But I guess we've had mostly indoor.
Yep.
State
We're coming into all the New York, Pittsburgh, Philly,
ruts,
Boston. Yeah.
And then is
Seattle.
Indy a little bit later than it's been this year?
I don't know.
Because that has to do with bringing in
Yeah.
frozen dirt. Because man, that place I always dreaded going there. Those ruts were. Oof.
Indy's soft, Tom.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Joe 27, for everyone, with what we have seen so far, what's your guys' top 5 for the East-West Showdown?
Well, Deegs, Beaumare.
Yeah.
Axe for sure. There's
Kitchen.
3. Max Kitchen. The East is deeper. I don't know if the top end's any better.
I bet Vial he'll make it happen. He'll get. I think he'll
Yeah.
be in that top. Maybe not speed wise, but
Yeah.
I could see him being on the top.
I thought Vial would be better, honestly.
This West Coast we're in West Coast this weekend. Like this Davies kid in Jordan now, and Beaumare, and then Deegs has got a hand.
Oh yeah, Davies is just he's
Deegs has
lights
some
out good.
problems.
Yeah.
Like it's not going that well.
I think it'll be different. I heard that he's got something different that feels a lot better on, so we'll see,
Okay.
I guess, this weekend.
All right.
Jamnik Phillip wants to know, Keefer, any interest to ride the Cove MX 250 Chinese dirt bike brand, which has finished Dakar?
No, I'm all right.
It's finished Dakar though. Like what? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, they had their main rider. I think he had some bike problems. He's pushing it a little too hard, but they've had some other riders who have been able to finish the whole Dakar, kind of taking a little better care of the bike, not trying to go out and win stages.
Does that interest you?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if they want to test it, I'll test anything.
Right.
I'm down to test anything, but it's not like I'm like chomping at the bit.
We're supposed to ride the Beta race bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to ride that.
Right.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Like when Mitchell rides it, and Benny looks great.
All right, this one's kind of an off-the-wall one, but see if you guys know anything about it. Spink MS, have you guys ever heard of Scott Elderfield? He was a phenom from the UK, used to beat the likes of Hurlings, Rocks, and Barsha Mookie, but unfortunate circumstances stopped him from taking his career forward. Any idea who that is?
No, that's Lewis.
I don't know.
Craig Hedge, if Kenny were to switch teams next year, what are the chances Larry Brooks goes with him?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he really likes Larry. Larry likes Kenny. Larry likes being associated with guys like Kenny. So yeah, they go as a package deal.
All right, and last one from Christoph Tomaschek. Keefer, rumor says that you've been testing with Triumph in Europe. How did you like the European lifestyle and MX scene?
I love Europe. Actually, for a guy that doesn't like to travel that much, I really like Spain a lot. Spent a lot of time in Spain and really enjoy it. Like the food, like the people. Tracks aren't the greatest. There's a couple good tracks, but overall, love the lifestyle there, and yeah, I have a good time. The UK, it's just the weather sucks. I like everything about the UK besides the weather. Really good tracks that I've been to. So yeah, I gotta go back to Europe here shortly, so I look forward to it.
All right.
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Check it out. Troll Training, by the way. Love the guys at Troll Training, whether you're a vet, whether you're getting for Loretta's at game. Hire Troll Training, man. It's an online training program. Will Hahn's doing it. John Westling, Alex Martin. And, yeah, a lot of good success out there. Grant Harlan's doing, Jason Anderson's Troll Training athlete, too. So check out Troll Training if you can. Appreciate that. And they'll sign you up. And also, too, I want to shout out Brian Stone, Edward Jones, if you need some financial advice, financial strategy. Keefer, check out Brian Stone, 816-761-4066. I know.
How's he doing with Dark?
I don't know. I don't think him and Dark. Don't think he could move Dark's retirement.
That
money or
guy
something.
would be the best. We grew up, and he was older, but he would race everywhere.
Yeah.
He had like a spreadsheet, and he only would he was a professional racer. Now, could he go race Supercross every weekend in this? But but
him and his brother both made mains. Yeah,
but they chased money. They would find these fair races, and they would go race and like he was making like 120, 150 grand a year racing just locally.
Yeah.
They would get their calendars out, and they would do it, and he wouldn't go to a race he didn't make money at.
Yeah, I did a podcast with him a little while ago. It's crazy that all these races all over the Midwest, they would just chase it. Him and Brian and Doug Stone.
And he could beat when there was money on the line. He was going to make that money.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, now he's in Edward
Kawasaki
Jones,
rider, right?
Yep.
Edward Jones financial advisor, helping out Dark and others. So thanks to Brian Stone. Please check it out. 816-761-4066.
Yeah, kind of stack.
Poor Dark.
Are we getting a Stark? What are we doing?
I don't know. What do you mean? What are we doing?
I thought we were getting one.
Anton was in here.
I know, but I thought we arranged this. I thought we were getting one.
Yeah, he said anytime.
Well, let's get it.
Well, I didn't know you were that excited about it.
I'm excited about a Stark.
Yeah. I didn't know this.
I love it.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun.
We had a good time.
Yeah.
All right, best interview tonight. Phil Nicoletti, Jason Thomas, Levi Kitchen, or Cooper Webb?
Yeah, Coop.
Coop?
Yep.
All right, Greg?
I like listening to Coop. Phil's always good, but Coop's good.
All right.
Listen in, Coop. It was good to listen.
All right. Marks?
I don't know, man.
Okay. Tallon?
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Okay. Fantastic. Yep.
When this segment takes off, I just want to thank you. That's all I want.
You want me to thank you?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it takes off.
Yeah. Well, maybe the Mandarin bumps it from the rotation. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Listen, check out PulpMXShow.com for all the codes to save with our partners. Lots of great guys, and we offer great deals. So whether it's factory chassis parts, Wiseco, MTX, Luxon, Ethica, all of that, use the codes and save. Appreciate the support over the years from all our people. And exciting Triple Crown this weekend in Dallas. So
live swap.
We're doing it.
Okay.
5 days.
5.
Yep.
You're going to Georgia then?
No, I'm not.
Live swap.
I do in California.
Oh, California live.
Cali live swap. Yeah.
All right.
So it's going to happen. Our friend FMIP has been.
He's been silent.
He's been silent, and we appreciate that.
Yeah. He's obeying the rules.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
We need to figure that out.
Thank you, Randall.
Yep. But I'll still go to Wednesdays at Mesquite.
Effing Wednesdays.
Yeah. Effing Wednesdays. It's great. God, I've had so much fun there, Gary.
Cool. Are you going this Wednesday?
I need to, look, if I got to get serious about this regional and this stupid Loretta's, I got to ride more.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
I got to get off the bicycle and get on the dirt bike.
What are you, a cyclist or a dirt biker?
You got a schedule when you go to the track? Or
No.
you just show up?
Yeah. No.
No. Yes, I do.
You do?
I do motos. Do I not?
No, but like when you show up, when you're driving, do you know what you're gonna do?
I just do 20 minutes. I do 20-minute motos.
Yeah,
I do a warm up and then I do like 2 or 3 20s.
We need sprints.
4 laps, sprints.
Yeah.
No clutch motos.
He did show up with his brother one time and said, "Less talky, more ridey."
Yeah. See.
So he wants to ride his dirt bike.
No, he'll ride.
Yeah.
He's not scared to ride.
I like doing the lap. I do the timer and then I come back, look at the heart rate, look at
But
I like all that.
Mr. Gregg is right. You need to do more short motos.
But no, as far as a schedule and sprints and moto length, no, he just rides.
Thinking some sprints.
No, I do 20 minutes. I got the watch.
But your races aren't going to be 20 minutes.
Loretta's is 20.
You're not getting there yet. You got to get there.
And you're gonna text Gavin that you need somebody pull your start hook down. You got 10 starts. You got to do 10 starts every time you go on Wednesday.
Oh my God.
Keep the feet in front of the pegs. You can't let them go.
I'm not going to game. Game sounds too serious.
If only we were sponsored by an online training platform that could probably write a program for
No,
you,
they
Steve.
did. They wrote the training isn't the training isn't the problem. The cycling.
I'm sure
is.
they
It's
could
the
give
right
you some
wrist.
sort of on the bike program too.
It's more the wrist. Like,
Yeah. Listen, man. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I do have to ride Paula. I've never ridden Paula main track, so I got to go there.
Yep.
That's where the regional is.
You might want to go sooner than later before nationals start hitting.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Good point.
How many guys are going to show up in the plus 50 class?
Last year, we can go look back at the results, but I think maybe there was, at the regional, 12.
Oh, okay. so you got a legit shot.
Why? They take 4, don't they?
Yeah,
I think Millville's got a regional.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's going to be 40 dudes.
Yeah.
If he's going to
But
Pollard,
he's a Millville
does he
killer.
go to Fast Wednesdays there, Fast Tuesdays? Like, is that the day he should go get ready for the regional, or
What's the easiest regional to go to?
He needs to get ready on a Saturday.
It's usually the last one. In the
Light
vet
prep.
classes, it really doesn't matter.
Oh.
But
it's usually the last regional because the fastest guys have qualified. Everybody wants,
So where's the last regional at?
I don't know. We'd have to look at the
Okay.
schedule. That's what I was on to Kris about. He didn't do a good job scheduling.
No, he's
no, he can't go anywhere else besides Southwest because it's the easiest for him, for his class. Everywhere else.
I have a full-time job.
You go to Etchikani, they got heats even to get in the motos on your class.
He's going to have to beat Tressa Rao, one of my students. Actually, I do have a plus 50
Oh.
woman.
Oh, yeah, I saw her.
Her son is a
he's
bad,
got
fast.
He's got
guy.
her.
I don't know. We've been working.
He's got. You
Tressa's
got
been
her.
working.
Well, listen, everybody. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Greg Albertson, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me.
Game Moto or
That's
Game?
It. No, the game, just game.
Game Moto?
Yeah,
or
Game Moto Coaching.
Okay, Game Moto Coaching. Go there and get better and get yelled at by Greg and his team over there.
He doesn't yell. I just need to listen.
So appreciate. Thanks for coming in. Yeah. Went to the
thanks for
Sphere.
having me.
Appreciate
I
that.
got the whole experience.
Yeah, you got the whole experience. Let's try not to make it. Was it 2013?
Yeah, we'll be back.
Let's try to make it 12 years.
I'm gonna come see Gary.
Between visits.
He's got the World Mini coming up, so I'll be back for the World Mini.
You're working. You're not working. Are you
Yeah,
go-
there's a race that weekend.
okay.
Yeah, because I did it last year. It was fun. Gary being.
yeah, that's a great prep for the regional. Like, we'll get you on some gates.
What races falls on that
I
weekend?
don't know. I'd have to look, but the last year it was off.
It was the off weekend.
Yeah, but
it starts.
My
on
friend
like
Gary let me race like a bunch of different classes.
Well, yeah, World Mini you can.
Yeah.
He whole shot at the 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
He whole
Not-
shot it.
Yeah.
Not the plus 50s, the 50s.
Oh, the 50. Okay,
Yeah,
got
we were-
it. I do remember this.
We
now.
were
Yes.
filming for Verb.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Filming for Verb.
So, Gary.
Very concerned parents on the line.
Yes. Yeah, I'm like revving it.
Kids are like, huh?
Thanks for coming in, Gary. Appreciate
you.
it. Yeah, congrats on all the success you've had with the RMX series and grassroots and everything. And yeah, thanks for coming in and talking a little bit about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think like I said before, I knew you. A lot of people loved your series, loved dealing with you, loved the tracks, and everything else. So, whatever you're doing a good job. So
Thank you. We've met some good people along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And so yeah, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. And let's get those Wednesdays going.
All right.
We can do that. And a vet series.
And the vet series.
And a vet series.
Yeah. Chris, thank you, buddy.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Steven.
Keefer Inc. Testing, Racer X.
PulpMX.
1 second a lap faster on Triumph.
Triumph's good bike.
All right.
You're gonna ride it. You'll find out.
Thanks to Swisscore and Kellen Brough for all their help. Pookie as well. Marks, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Kellen,
Marks.
Thanks. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. Next
Thanks
week,
for the drops, Marks.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I did it for you.
We texted back and forth to try to
Let's
create
do it
that.
one more time.
Yeah, one more time.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
That's so good.
It's really good, and it encapsulates a lot of things that I say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Uh-huh.
All right, and next week Jason Wygant in studio, so that should be a good time as well. So Gary Brough, Greg Albertson, Kris Keefer, I'm Steve Matthes. Thanks for
Tallon.
watching. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
See you.
I just want to hit a motocross stuff.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.